color from downtown Regina. Justin Dunk, Wes Cates alongside for the Labor Day rematch going down in the Peg. Riders and Bombers after that close game that was played in the Labor Day Classic on Sunday, 35-33. The Roughriders fell, and that actually put the Bombers ahead of them for right now in the standings. But, Wes, this game is crucial because it decides the season series between the two teams.
Yeah, this is serious. I mean, it's a shame that the Riders played as well as they did, but a couple of mistakes really cost them in the Labor Day Classic. So they got to go in there and understand that this is an important one they need to get, just to get off the schneid and, like you said, to keep Winnipeg close and have a chance at first place.
You talk about get off the schneid. Everybody knows it in Rider Nation by now.
Yeah.
The team hasn't won since July 19th. We call it a winless streak because there was a tie in Ottawa in there, and that's what's trending. Brought to you by Karst Holdings, Integra Tire, Assiniboia. Proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. Darren, Tracy, Dylan, and staff welcome you for all your automotive and ag tire needs. Karst Holdings, Integra Tire, Assiniboia, truly local. Trevor Harris feels like the Roughriders are fighters and they can battle their way out of this current winless skid.
We've been down double digits so many times this year in the fourth quarter, in the second half, and this team just continues to continue throwing punches. And there's no fight in this, or there's no die in this team. There's always fight. And whenever you face adversity, you can do two things: you can lay down, or you can get up and fight. And I know what this group is going to choose to do, and I know the talent level we have, and I know our leadership, and that's a championship DNA, in my opinion. And I've been around long enough to feel that and know that. And it's on us to go out there and execute and make sure that we're doing what we need to do to get wins. Well, that's what a team, a family is about. When you're family, it's never, hey, it's your fault. We're in this together. If you lose, we lose. If you win, we win, sort of a situation. And that's the mindset this team has. And no matter what game it's been, no matter who is, quote unquote, let us down, it's not that. We've let ourselves down, and we're letting our teammate down if we make them feel that way. I'm excited, man. I want all that smoke. This is like what it's about, the fans, going crazy and having to use silent because, they're so loud, and it's going to be a fun environment to play in. Those are the ones, and those are the ones where as a family unit, you gotta tie together and really band together and try and go get a win.
They're all must win for us. That's how we got to approach it. So, respectfully, I would disagree. It is a must win. I think regardless of how the outcome of the game, either way, like that's the goal, man. We just, wherever it is, wherever the ball's spotted and they got the whistle blown, we gotta put our best foot forward and try to get a win. So, our atmosphere was excellent last week, and we're going into another place where it's a little more hostile now for us. But the energy is going to be the same, and I know they're going to try to come out and put their best foot forward. So we just hopefully got a bigger foot.
Riders hoping they got a bigger foot in the Labor Day rematch. And you look at these losses, Wes, during this winless skid. The Riders have lost games by 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, and 4 points. We're talking about 4 losses by razor-thin margins. So how do you, and I like this word, nudge those close losses over to wins?
I mean, really, it just comes down to kind of the preparation in the little things, being able to identify maybe a offensive set by the opponent or a defensive set by the opponent and kind of play the play perfectly, so to speak, and get off the field as a defense when you need to give your offense a chance, or vice versa, keep the sticks going to close out a game or get in scoring position. You're talking about 3-4 points. That's every game you're pretty much in a position to either tie or win with a kick. So it's not like we're talking about making some 90-yard drive and getting it in the end zone. We're just talking about keeping the ball or getting the ball back so you're in a position to go ahead and go win the game. I think the Riders have just played good ball, but a little bit of their youth and inexperience has gotten them to a position where they're not seizing those moments and understanding the levity of them and how serious they are in making the plays.
You saw in the graphic there, the Riders during this 6-game winless skid have those close losses. The only other loss during that streak, well, I shouldn't say the only other one, but one of the other ones was to the Edmonton Elks at home by 11 points. So you add all that up. I'm not a mathematician, but those are some close games, okay, except for the game against Edmonton when Trey Ford started at quarterback and gave a bunch of new energy to the Elks. This team has to find a way, and you mentioned it, Wes, being a little bit younger. We've seen some rookies do some great things. We've seen some young guys do some not so great things. But last week in the Labor Day Classic, the play that stuck out to me was Mario Alford. Those kind of plays just cannot happen from your veterans if you're trying to win football games. And I think you got to take it one step further, that when you're on the road and it's going to be loud, and I'm sure you probably heard this around Mosaic Stadium this week, in the area around the field, they were pumping in crowd noise so loud that you could hear it from the Dairy Queen that's right there by Mosaic Stadium. It was loud. It was like a witch was shrieking there in this simulated crowd noise that they had. So how does that change things for an offense in terms of dealing with that loudness?
It's really terrible if you look at it on the grand scale, because the communication, simple audibles that the quarterback would be able to yell out and everybody hear, and then your O-line can make their adjustments, receivers can make their adjustments. Now you got to have some sort of hand gestures or some sort of signals that maybe make it even easier for a defense to pick up on the little changes you're trying to make. And a lot of times with that crowd noise, maybe you miss something or don't see something and you get a little bit off on your timing, which can destroy a play. So hopefully they've used their time this week with all the crowd noises they pumped in and done all those changes and made all those signal adjustments that they're going to need to get through this game. But I wouldn't be surprised to see at least one or two plays where the Riders either have to call a timeout or they just simply mess up the play or go off sides just because of the noise. So if we can see the Rider team get through this game without any type of mistakes like that, I would say that would be a great step into, getting this win.
This is a critical game for the season series with the Bombers and to keep pace in the West Division. There was a lot of talk, as this streak was kind of happening, that, okay, well, the Riders started really good and they're still in first place in the West Division because of it, but that's not the case. After the BC win over Montreal last night in La Belle-Province, you have the Riders sitting in third now. A win would be absolutely massive for a number of reasons here today, but you look at the bottom of this division, the Edmonton Elks are coming on strong. There's some people out there, Wes, that think this team could potentially make a run to the Grey Cup. They started the season 0-7, so the Riders need this win for so many reasons, but they're going to have to do it without some key players in the lineup, specifically on the offensive line. Again, that's getting shuffled, and we got a lot to get into as we go along here on the Countdown to Kickoff pregame show. Coming up next, we're going to talk to Saskatchewan native and University of Saskatchewan Huskies legendary quarterback Mason Nyhus about playing in the World Flag Football Championships. Then Jeff Fairholm is going to come and weigh in on the Riders in this matchup with the Bombers for the Labor Day rematch. Then we'll get into some of the, we'll call it controversial topics, Wes, from the week that was. Corey Mason, Trevor Harris talking about QB protection. Then we get into Canadian linebacker Nick Weeb recovering to make his debut in the CFL from an ACL injury that he sustained when he was with the Saskatchewan Huskies last fall. We'll check in with Glenn Suter live from Princess Auto Stadium, and we'll hear from Miles Brown and his explanation for the hit that he put on Zach Collaros. We were the only outlet to get Miles Brown on video. That's exclusive. You're going to want to stay tuned for that. But coming up next, Mason Nyhus joins us to share his experience about going overseas and representing Team Canada. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Performance, quality, value. That's what you can expect from your friends at Karst Holdings in Assiniboia. They carry all the well-known tire brands in the industry for a great price. Goodyear, Titan, Michelin, see it. Don't let the name fool you. Karst Holdings in Assiniboia can handle your vehicle's mechanical needs, from automotive to heavy duty. They also have 3 service trucks. Take a drive and treat your vehicle to the best. Karst Holdings in Assiniboia, proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for 30 years. Truly local.
Croft Electric. You've probably heard of us because we've been around for over 27 years. We do commercial and residential work? Yes. We do permanent holiday lighting? Yes. We do cabins? Yes. And farms? Yes and yes. We're an authorized Generac generator dealer. We are a full-service electrical company with the experience and the people to service all of your electrical needs. We are Croft Electric. We will be here when you need us. Do it right, do it once. Follow us on all social and call 306-586-1333 to book.
You've heard of Flamin and what we do, but why work here? Here's Melissa, a member of our team for 7 years.
I love working at Flamin. It's just got a little bit of everything that I look for in a job. The people here are great, the employees, customers, suppliers. It's a great teamwork environment. It's just got a good work-life balance, good flexibility, which is important to me as well.
Our people are what make us great. You fit at Flamin. To learn more, visit flamin.com/careers.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Radville-Weyburn area, call Darren and Claude at South Sask Builders. Or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Employee pricing is back at Two-Way Service in Southie. The absolute best deals of the year with discounts of up to almost $14,000 plus 1.99% financing on selected units. And with every new vehicle purchased, you receive a trip for two to Las Vegas, F-150, Super Duty, and the awesome lineup of Ford SUVs like Explorer, Expedition, Escape, Bronco Sport, and Edge, and the full-size Bronco. Don't miss employee pricing at Two-Way Service in Southie. Just a 30-minute drive from Regina.
Ever been on a blind date? Nervous, sweaty palms, you didn't know what to expect. And oftentimes, it ends in disaster. And sometimes it works out. Farming is a lot like that. Year over year, farmers subject themselves to the ultimate blind date. With unknowns around the weather, market, pests, you've got loan payments, a family to support, crop inputs to pay for. Blind dates are too risky. Enter Global Ag Risk Solutions. With their support, you can turn your grain farm's uncertainty into success. Prepare for the unknown with Global Ag Risk Solutions.
These days, it seems like smartphones can do everything. So we're testing phones from Glassers TV or SaskTel authorized dealer to see if there is anything a smartphone can't do. First up, catch a fish. We're here at the lake, about to do our first cast, and here we go. A smartphone cannot catch a fish. I guess it's time to get to Glassers TV, your authorized SaskTel dealer in Moosomin, for a new phone. GlassersTV.com.
Service Employees International Union joined the labor landscape of Saskatchewan in 1946. Since that time, our members continue to unite in a common goal to improve the lives of working people in our province. From group home workers to addictions counselors, continuing care assistants, and licensed practical nurses to paramedics and other healthcare staff, our members live and work in your communities. Our members make Saskatchewan stronger.
Since 1973, RJ Sales and Service in Wadena has been Saskatchewan's short line experts. They sell and service all the brands you want to use, including Morris, Seedmaster, Degelman, Mandaco, Rightway, Lemkin, Kellobuilt, Elmer's, and Salford. Plus, they have pre-owned equipment available from the biggest names in the business. Before you buy anything, do yourself a favor and check for a better deal at RJ Sales and Service in Wadena, rjsales.ca.
How many water companies can say they've been at the new innovations and new farm inventions at two of Canada's large farm shows? Farm Fresh Water has achieved that. How do we do it? Well, we live on a farm. Kelly is a journeyman electrician, and Brian has training as a plumber and a refrigeration mechanic. Our goal was to create perfect water from your dugouts or well with the least amount of maintenance and ongoing costs. That's the way we want it on our farm. See us at farmfreshwater.ca.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dunn. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
It's game day, Rider Nation, and yeah, you can tune us in on the radio, 620 CKRM, but if you want to see us live in color for the first time for a Riders Road game, Justin Dunk, Wes Cates, alongside inside the studios in downtown Regina, you can go to youtube.com/@sportscage.com to tune us in there, and you'll not only be able to see us, but hopefully all of our guests as we go along here, including Mason Nyhus, the former University of Saskatchewan quarterback. He got the chance to represent Canada on the world stage at the World Flag Football Championships recently. His segment is brought to you by 2S Auctioneers Online Auction House. Start bidding today at 2sauctioneers.ca. It's our homegrown feature. Mason, what was it like for you to go over, wear the red and white, and play for Team Canada at the World Flag Football Championships?
Yeah, it was an unreal experience. Had so much fun. It was great seeing some former teammates at the University of Saskatchewan, and it was cool just playing against people from across the globe. Obviously, there was a pretty wide range of talent pools there, but we had a great time and wins, and yeah, it was really fun.
How did you guys fare in terms of the competition level? Everybody knows where you guys finished. It was 7th overall, but it seemed like those games were really tight, and you guys were ultra close to having a shot at a bronze medal.
Yeah, truthfully, like talent-wise, we were probably around third, would be my guess, second or third. The USA was definitely they're the team to beat. There's probably no team that was beating them just athletically. But truthfully, we definitely have the talent to beat Austria, who ended up winning silver. Switzerland, we lost on a last drive. We had the lead, probably should have won in that quarterfinal game. Definitely were favored to win. And then so they ended up winning the bronze and beating Mexico. So we definitely could beat both those teams, and we're very competitive. Just didn't have our best stuff for one game, and unfortunately that costed us.
Hey, Mason, Wes Cates here. I wanted to know, what was your favorite thing about the whole experience outside of football? Did you guys have a lot of downtime? Did you get to hang out? What was that like?
Yeah, honestly, pleasure talking to you, Mr. Cates. Big fan. I don't think I've ever been able to talk to you before. Loved watching you play for the Riders when I was a kid. But
he's a beauty,
yeah,
man. Let me tell you.
It was awesome, though. Yeah, we had a ton of downtime. We got to just go check out Helsinki, which obviously I've never been to Europe before this trip. So we got to go see some cool stuff, got to eat some reindeer meatballs and salmon soup meals. Some
what are reindeer meatballs?
They have them in Finland.
How are meatballs? Just straight up meatballs, or well, what'd you have on the side?
Honestly, it was all sauced up and stuff. It was pretty solid. I'm not gonna lie. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's some cool experiences, and there's 32 different teams in the men's category. I think there's 25 different teams in the women's category. So it's just cool interacting with all these different people from around the world.
So you're like the flag football stud at QB. Now, I was an old head by the time I started playing flag. I started off young playing tackle. How long have you been playing? When did you start playing flag?
Yeah, honestly, it's a big thing in Saskatoon. Flory kind of pushed us to do it in the off season. So basically every quarterback at the U of S created their own flag football team with guys on the offense. So we usually had 3 or 4 different teams from U of S in the Saskatoon Flag League. So I started playing in 2017 in the winter, because it's really the only time you can throw in the winter in Saskatchewan is indoors, right? So started playing then, and we weren't that good, honestly, because we just tried to run like basic tackle football concepts where that's not really the flag football game. So you kind of have to understand how the flag game works and make some plays in a different offensive scheme for it. So we got better over time.
Mason, who else was on your team from Saskatchewan that Rider Nation should know about?
Yeah, Mitch Hillis, probably first and foremost. I think he still holds the Can West record for receiving yards and touchdowns, I want to say. So he was there. We had Chad Braun, another U of S Husky, Colton Clausen, Kyle Siemens. We had Clovis Lumeka and Everett Iverson. Hopefully I'm not missing anyone, but those were like kind of the major SAS pieces we won nationals with back last summer, and then got to bring with us for the team.
Who was your go-to receiver?
Surprisingly, none of those names. Mitch Hillis, unfortunately, which kind of hurt our chances in that quarters. He hurt his hamstring in like the first 5 minutes against Italy. Once again, couple has-beens, I guess. So he didn't have the soft tissues ready to go. But Francois Richelieu from Montreal was probably our go-to guy. He played at Western. I knew him from playing Team Canada with the under-19 team that went to China. So I've been good friends with Francois for a long time, and I'm really happy we brought him. He was super talented, and he was one of the better receivers in the tournament.
So who gave you your toughest competition that you got to play over there? What team was like the struggle, or gave you some good looks that kind of flustered you?
Yeah, Switzerland we lost to. Like, we were undefeated, I guess. So we went through our pool pretty easily, and played Switzerland, and we lost to Switzerland in the quarters, but they truthfully didn't have that much talent. They just had one really good stud in flag football, and when you have a small field, that guy can take away half the field, and he made some good plays, and that caused us some problems. So one dude on Switzerland, and then in the group play, and we end up playing him a second time in the consolation bracket, was Italy. They were ranked 5th in the world going into the tournament. They were our number 1 seed in our pool prior to us beating them in pool play. They have a quarterback that's lots of their guys are Americans, right? They're American Italians with Italian citizenship. So their quarterback's from like New Jersey, I believe, and he plays in the Euro Pro League now. So he's a 6'5" slinger who can put the ball around the yard. Like, these guys are some big dudes in Europe. I know Germany's quarterback we played in the preseason. He actually played for the Dinos back in like 2005. So he's like 6'5" too. So it was kind of funny seeing some roots in North America for those quarterbacks in Europe.
Who was Germany's quarterback? Do you remember his name?
His last name was Cleaver or Clever or something. I'll have to double check on it, but I'll text you right after this. I know I can find it.
All right, man. So Wes doesn't want to be a homer here, and I'm actually curious about this. How good were the United States?
Yeah, truthfully, their schemes or their overall, technical play wasn't great. But they're just way more athletic than anyone. Truthfully, we have a good team. I thought we could easily win silver medal there, but if we played them, likely we play them 10 times, they probably win 9 sort of deal. Just on athletic ability, it's hard to flag those guys. They're just way faster. With that being said, I know there's a lot of debate with that quarterback at Team USA saying I should play on this team over Patrick Mahomes and stuff like that. I don't think that's
what was his name? Who said that?
Yeah, you gotta give us a little more context.
No,
on that.
Who said that? What's his name?
That was viral. That was his name's Daryl Doucette, or they call him Hoosh. Hoosh Doucette is his nickname, and he was all over ESPN. A lot of NFL guys were fired up about it because he went on and said these NFL guys are going to take over the Olympics, and we set up the game, and hey, I'm the best flag football quarterback in the world, including Patrick Mahomes. So that put up some viral tweets and Instagrams. But you know what? I'm taking Lamar Jackson over that guy for sure in flag football. So I don't know, but I got some controversy, and a lot of people were talking about it at the tournament, which is
that
funny.
sounds about right. If you're a U.S. athlete and you got a 1-syllable nickname, you're usually a beast. You're nice with it. I don't know if Patrick Mahomes nice, but I played against a guy named Chief in high school basketball, and he we let him get 3 off, and he made all 3. So, hey,
fair enough.
No, that's awesome. So what's next for you now? Well, now that you're flag football, the international stud that you are, what do you bring back to Saskatchewan? What's up with you?
Yeah, so I'm actually living out in Vancouver right now. I'm coaching quarterbacks at UBC this season. Unfortunately, got off to a little hiccup here at the start of the year, which hasn't been great.
What's going on? 0-2 at home,
dude. Hey, I was saying, I'm 0-1. I wasn't here week 1. I was in Europe. It was obviously a tough start for the guys. Played Alberta and obviously didn't go our way. And yesterday we just didn't play great offensively and wasn't connected football. So we have a long week here. Played last night. Next game Saturday in Regina. So hopefully, I don't know if you guys are on the road or whatnot, but come see y'all. But yeah, that should be a good game. And I mean, who would have predicted this Can West start, right? UBC and Saskatchewan 0-2. I don't know when the last time that ever happened. And then Manitoba, Regina 2-0, and then Calgary and Alberta splitting. I mean, the Can West is always the Wild West, but this is extra wild this year.
It definitely is, man. Did you have a chance to catch the Rams-Huskies game at all?
I didn't. It was the exact same time, but I couldn't really sleep a little bit last night, so I did the quick Can West stream and watched a bit of it. I saw it came down to the wire. Was that a catch or not, Dunk? I couldn't quite tell from the persevere. What were you seeing?
Our crew in the truck, led by our producer Dave Roberts, got a good shot. It wasn't a catch. It bounced. Pretty clear.
Dang it, Dan Weeb. I was going to vouch for Dan Weeb on that one, but
Did you hear what Nick Weeb said this week?
No, what'd he say? Oh my goodness, what did Nick say?
He said that you boys up there in Saskatoon, used to refer to Mosaic Stadium as Griffiths Stadium South.
I'm not going to confirm nor deny that.
Okay, just checking.
That's Nick Weeb talking, not me, but that's hilarious.
He said it in the media, bro. It was all over the place.
Yeah, that's confidence.
I mean, he's a loose cannon. That's why he plays linebacker. But that's hilarious. I know he got done dirty in the rider meetings with the Bison sweater last week, and I'm sure Mitch Picton's going to give it to him this week. So him and Lucumbo are having a tough stretch here, but hopefully the Dogs can get him back in the win column next week.
It doesn't sound like it's so much Mitch Picton. It's Jackson Ford that was giving it to him from the Rams side. And Jordan Lennon, one of the assistant coaches, we'll call him with the Riders, made him wear that Manitoba Bison's gear because he's got ties over there. So, yeah, I want to get a little bit of Canada West talk in with you. While we have you, and you mentioned it, UBC is going to come play the Rams. You can listen to that game live on 620 CKRM on Saturday. I believe kickoff is 2 p.m. local time. What are the Rams looking at in terms of UBC coming in here? Because a lot of people are surprised. Defending Hardy Cup champions 0-2.
Yeah, 100%. There's not much really that I can say. I haven't even watched the tape from last night yet. I'm going to go in and do that today. But truthfully, we just need better performances offensively, defensively, specials, all connectivity. Like, obviously, it's an easy excuse to say, hey, we lost 2 NFL players on our O-line, like, whatever. But we have enough skill to beat anyone in the country. I firmly believe that. And obviously, the first 2 games don't show that. It's not like we're losing. We didn't lose by 3 points in these games, right? They weren't, like, necessarily a close competition near the end of the fourth quarter. So we simply need to reevaluate what we're doing, get back to basics, get back to being us. And, hey, we still have Garrett Rucker, I think, one of the top quarterbacks in the country. Isaiah Knight, top running back in the country. We have Shamar McBean. We have Sam Davenport at receiver. All these studs, right? We should be able to move the ball and put up a lot of points offensively, and we haven't done that for the first 2 weeks. So the Rams are going to be a tough test. I mean, they're 2-0, and they're going to be playing with a lot of confidence. And, heck, I don't even know what's going on with their quarterback situation right now. Obviously, Owen Sieben, I know, suffered a concussion week 1, and he was not playing last week, and I don't know when he's going to be back. But, heck, Noah Pellichet comes off the bench after Sieben comes in as a rookie and kind of takes that starting role, and he sets an all-time career or a program record for passing statistics last night against Saskatchewan with like 84% completion percentage. So we'll see who's playing quarterback next week for them, but it should be a tough test. It should be fun.
You mentioned the 2 NFL players that left UBC, and I think we got to name them. Theo Bernadette is on the practice roster with the Chicago Bears. Talking about viral, he went viral, known as the Canadian Eagle on Hard Knocks. How about that, man? Wes, did you see that?
I missed it.
It was during the rookie show that all the Bears had to do was they had to do some sort of a music, I don't say skit, but musical performance.
Yeah.
Okay,
like
so
typical.
he was singing some American song that I don't know. It's really slow. It's just not my kind of music. And then at the end of it, he rips off his tearaways, like old school, and he's got just what do you even call that? Like a Speedo? It was an Eagle Speedo.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
So Coach Matt Eberflus is going crazy. Caleb Williams, everybody loved it. And this guy went viral. He was talked to by People Magazine. He provided a life update on Hard Knocks as well. And then the other offensive lineman is Giovanni Manu, who is with the Detroit Lions, was selected in the NFL draft. The Lions actually traded a higher round pick the next year to go get this guy. And Mason, I don't want to sell anybody short that's there now because I heard from some birdies that there's some NFL interest in the running back there, Isaiah Knight. That guy is an absolute beast, and Wes Cates would know a thing or two about great running backs.
Yeah, 100%. First and foremost on Theo, I mean, hey, if you're a bubble guy, you got to find a way to make the roster. That guy's a locker room cat. So he's
just don't grab Clorox wipes when they want you to get dude wipes.
Yeah, exactly. The coaches, if a guy does that in the skits and he's a bubble guy, he's staying for at least a year. So he figured it out. That's awesome. And then obviously Gio made the 53-man roster, which is sweet. I'm super happy for him. Yeah, Isaiah Knight, he's a dude. He's 6'1", he's 215, 220. He's a big dude, and he moves well. He's gonna run a pretty fast 40 coming up at this combine in the CFL here, and hopefully we get another pro day like we did last year. So Isaiah Knight definitely has been getting a bit of looks here with film and whatnot from teams down south. And then we have 2 good old linemen that should be high CFL draft picks in Arvin Husseini and Gavin Cokes, who have looked really sharp thus far this year. And hopefully we can kind of get that run game going a bit more in the coming weeks.
You know, man, I could talk football with you all day. I hope you enjoy the home trip for you, although it's a business trip when you come into town next week to play the Regina Rams. And thanks for taking some time out of your morning workout to chat with us.
I appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me.
Coming up next, we'll hear from Roughriders Grey Cup champion and legendary receiver Jeff Fairholm. He'll give his thoughts on all things going on with the current Riders. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Busy month coming at 2sauctioneers.ca online auction house in Indian Head. Our next sale is next week. It'll be the next sale for the Wally Nelson estate out of Avonlea. This one is going to include a whole bunch of vintage signs, vintage cans, memorabilia, and other great antique items. Bunch of furniture and other stuff coming down as well. The Clyde Hall auction closes on the 13th. There's some real interesting stuff in that one. Check it out, usauctioneers.ca, online auction house in Indian Head.
Homes in Regina are selling fast, which makes it tough for buyers. Many buyers are putting in offers on multiple homes and still coming away empty. When you're looking for your next home, why not get what you want and build instead? Uncommon Developments is your local builder. They seamlessly blend the warmth of tradition with the clean lines and open spaces of modern architecture for a fair price. For your next home, stop losing out on offers and win big with a new build from Uncommon Developments. uncommondevelopments.ca.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca.
How many water companies can say they've been at the new innovations and new farm inventions at 2 of Canada's large farm shows? Farm Fresh Water has achieved that. How do we do it? Well, we live on a farm. Kelly is a journeyman electrician, and Brian has training as a plumber and a refrigeration mechanic. Our goal was to create perfect water from your dugouts or well with the least amount of maintenance and ongoing costs. That's the way we want it on our farm. See us at farmfreshwater.ca.
Tractorland Kubota is the home for all your Kubota, turf, construction, and agriculture products. They've got a sweet lineup of tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, mini excavators, skid steer loaders, compact track loaders, wheel loaders, stand-on compact loaders, tractor loader backhoes, track carriers, agricultural implements, construction attachments, and more. Stop by and visit them. They'd love to meet you. Proudly serving the prairies and conveniently located at 705 Henderson Drive, Regina. Tractorland Kubota, committed to doing it right.
If it's second and long and the football party is in your backyard, you go for it. Get your perfect patio set at Ashdowns Furniture in Moose Jaw. Over 6,000 square feet of outdoor living touchdowns. Fire up the Franks with the new Napoleon barbecue. Get comfy with sofas and love seats, bistro and pub sets to fire tables and umbrellas. Patio furniture that's kid-proof, pet-proof, weatherproof, even Blue Bomber-proof. Ashdowns Furniture, 38 High Street West in Moose Jaw. Game on.
With fall on the way, your vehicle should have a fall inspection. Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections with certified mechanics on site. They handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry's service, your car is in the right hands. And right now, quality Napa batteries are on sale, always the best price. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
Arcola Co-op has you ready for your deck renovations. Whether it be a new build or yearly maintenance, Arcola Co-op has you covered. Everything from decking boards, framing projects, hardware, cement pads, anything for your deck. Get ready for summer at home or at the cottage with a new or refreshed deck from Arcola Co-op. With delivery to Kenosee and White Bear. Open Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Arcola Co-op on Highway 13 since 1916. Arcola Co-op Home Center. You're at home here.
To get the job done right, you need the right machine for the job. For better hay, the right machine is the 1316 Heston Disc Mower Conditioner by Massey Ferguson. The 1316 Heston by Massey Ferguson is a rugged, high-capacity mower designed for reliable performance. The Massey Ferguson Quick Change Tool makes changing blades easier, getting you back to cutting hay quickly. See the 1316 Heston Disc Mower Conditioner by Massey Ferguson at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. nicksservice.com.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Fort Capella area, call Calvin at 99 Builders or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dunn. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
Let's go, Rider Nation. It's game day. The Labor Day rematch. Riders and Bombers at Princess Auto Stadium. Kickoff just after 1 local time. I hope I got all the time changes right. With Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, they're on the scene. They'll join us in the last hour with a pregame show leading up to kickoff from 12 to 1 for the Rider Nation pregame show to set the scene from Winnipeg. But right now, to help us get prepped up for the game, we go out to Rough Rider legend Jeff Fairholm and his segment brought to you by Zipperlock Building Company and Powerlift Doors. See them in Raymore or call 888-692-5515. Jeff, let's look at the Labor Day Classic before we go ahead to the Labor Day rematch. What were your overall thoughts on what went down at a sold-out Mosaic Stadium in front of the largest crowd the Riders have ever had at New Mosaic Stadium?
Yeah, look at this. It's one of those things that, it's almost like deja vu all over again with the fact that the Riders have lost so many games. But here's the difference. I mean, they played right till the end, right? And they came back. We had a chance to win that game right at the end. And what else do you want? It's a good game. I'm concerned with some things. I'm obviously concerned about our O-line. I'm concerned about all the zone defense we're playing and not getting pressure on Collaros. They're just picking us apart. Now, here's the other thing. Here's the downside. Collaros didn't play in the second half. So what would have happened if he did? And that's what's concerning. You put Strevler in there, who can't hit a barn door with a pass. So, well, I mean, come on. And all they got is running game at that point. And so I'm concerned. I mean, all this zone defense, not getting pressure back, offensive decimate. I look at our depth chart. Also, we've got Brown also wearing. Yeah, I'm a little. It's another day.
Jeff, hopefully we can hear you a little bit clearer as we continue to go here. But you mentioned a couple of areas there, so let's zero in on it. You feel like the defense is playing too much zone coverage?
Well, I think we are, and I think it seems to me, and like I'm watching it on TV, but it seems to me that we're playing a lot of zone, and the quarterbacks that have been around a while, like Collaros, are able to pick apart that zone. And you're seeing, like when we played BC, you see McManus, picking apart our zone and finding those open areas. And I think those players that have been around for a while, the quarterbacks, and especially without pressure in their face, they're able to find the zones and eat us up.
Do you mean Vernon Adams Jr.?
Well, I mean Vernon Adams Jr. playing quarterback, but McManus was the quarterback. McInnes, sorry, who was the receiver who was going in there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the picking apart early on, and it's one of those things that yeah, it's just, I don't know. We need to get some pressure. We started off the game in the Labor Day Classic by sacking Collaros, and then nothing happened after that. And then we got behind, and our running game, I think we had 18 total yards or something. So, that's just not sustainable.
Yeah, Jeff, how's it going? Basically, it's just been a carousel. It seems like O-line and receivers. So with Myers out this week, I guess kind of what are you looking at from this offense? I guess the O-line may be a little worried about, like you said earlier, but the receivers, do you think guys are stepping up and doing what they need to in that next man situation, or how are you feeling about the receiving core?
Well, I'm feeling okay about the receiving core. I think Emilus is fighting the ball a little bit. He's dropped one or two. Bain Jr. hasn't even been involved, and Emilus made a nice touchdown catch, but I find him catching the ball with his body a lot more. So I think his confidence is down. We've got to get them involved. We've got to get everybody involved early. We've got to get Schaefer Baker involved, and everybody needs to be involved. But like I have a speech tonight talking about teamwork, and everybody has to do their job in order for a receiver to do theirs, and our offensive line has to be able to protect our quarterback, and I'm worried. I really am. And we've got Furlan, God bless him, he's playing everywhere, and now he's starting at center. I mean, to me, they've done a really decent job of protecting Harris, and I think the MVP of the offense might go to Edwin Harrison, the offensive line coach, and getting these guys ready every week, because it's a real battle out there, and it's going to be hard. And and I know the guys on the defensive line for Winnipeg, guys like Jefferson, etc., are going to be really excited about this game because they feel they can get to Harris.
How do you feel about? I'm thinking about this because we dress three fullbacks. Like, were you ever had issue with fullbacks being in the game and kind of being out in the routes, a little heavier sets and passing out of that, maybe to give defense a different look, or to get a less athletic or speedy defense on the field to kind of counteract that?
Well, I think we need to have those guys. I never even thought about it, Wes. I just did my job. I always said, you call the play, I'll go run it. It didn't really matter to me. But we need those fullbacks in the game for two reasons. One, we need to help out with our offensive line, and secondly, they play a lot of special teams, and and that's I hope that they are playing in the game, or actually I hope they're not, because that means our offensive line is holding up. But if we're seeing a heavy load of our fullbacks in the game, then obviously our offensive line is having issues. So, as far as I'm concerned, do what you got to do to win the game. But at this point in time, it's every man on deck, and it's like you said, next man up. It's easy to say, hard to do. But I think this team still believes. I think they. It's different than the last couple of years. I think that they do believe, and I think that they can turn the corner if they can stop shooting themselves in the foot and finding a way to lose rather than finding a way to win, which was earlier on in the season.
Jeff, Dante Myers is out of the lineup after having 3 great games to start his CFL career with a shoulder injury he sustained in the Labor Day Classic. What are they going to miss with Myers not in there?
Well, hopefully nothing. Hopefully we can get what we need out of Bain Jr. And now that he's going to be playing wide receiver and a heavy dose of it, hopefully Bain can step in there and do what Myers had been doing. He needs to step up. Otherwise he wouldn't. He's not going to see the field again if he doesn't step up. So when Myers comes back, but like Wes said, it's next man up. So now he's playing a position that Myers was successful in. So let's see if he can do it. It should be next man up. He had a great season last year. I'm not sure where he's at this year, but hopefully he can step up.
From your seat, Jeff, what do the Roughriders need to do to finally get a win for the first time since July 19th when they actually beat the Blue Bombers, albeit that was at home?
Yeah, and this is a tough game. I mean, going into Winnipeg is always a tough game after Labor Day. It's usually tougher after the Riders win Labor Day. So hopefully we have a better chance. But I think what we need to do is, the offensive line needs to hold up. Our defensive line has to get some pressure on Collaros, or I think he's going to pick us apart. So we need pressure. We need to protect. It's just basic football, and we can't shoot ourselves in the foot. It's always seems like one play here or there that knocks us down. Last week was the mistake by our returner, and the week before was something else, and then the week before that was missing field goals. So it's we've got to play a solid 3-phase game. It's so cliche to say it, but we need to play a solid 3-phase game and be able to handle that crowd and take it to Winnipeg. And we need to get a good start.
Thanks for the time, Jeff, and enjoy the Labor Day rematch.
Oh, I look forward to it. These games against Winnipeg are always fun, but fingers are crossed, and I'll be cheering. But let's go.
That's Jeff Fairholm, Roughriders legendary receiver. On the other side, you'll hear from Corey Mace and Trevor Harris talking about protecting quarterbacks and the rules surrounding how those guys get hit in this day and age in football. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
If you've ever had to clean out a grain bin in August, you know that most metal buildings can get scorching hot during the summer. Hi, I'm Terry from Zipperlock Building Company. At Zipperlock, our buildings are white, so they absorb far less heat than your average metal farm building. Avoid working in an oven next summer. Store your grain, fertilizer, and farm equipment in a Zipperlock building instead. Zipperlock Building Company, built in hours to last a lifetime. See us in Raymore or call 1-888-692-5515.
Flamin is all about our people, our staff, customers, community, because we know people are what make a difference. Here's Landon's story.
Hey everyone, my name is Landon Parrington. I'm a trailer sales representative out of Saskatoon. Been with Flamin for about 4.5 years now. The thing I love most about Flamin is the opportunity they provide. Started up in the yard, worked up into sales. They give excellent room for growth. Amazing company to work for.
You fit at Flamin. To learn more about Flamin and current job openings, visit flamin.com/careers.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Whitewood-Moosomin area, call Richard and Patsy at R. Thompson Construction or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
These days, it seems like smartphones can do everything. So we're testing phones from Glasser's TV or SaskTel authorized dealer to see if there is anything a smartphone can't do. First up, catch a fish. We're here at the lake, about to do our first cast, and here we go. A smartphone cannot catch a fish. I guess it's time to get to Glasser's TV, your authorized SaskTel dealer in Moosomin, for a new phone. GlassersTV.com.
Where are you headed this summer? Don't let a dead battery ruin your summer fun. Prairie Battery is your one-stop battery source for cars, trucks, and motorcycles, ATVs, golf carts, and boats. Some of the highest CCA options plus AGM batteries like Odyssey and Optima, with free battery testing on all passenger vehicles. Find high-quality batteries for every budget in Regina or call to find a community dealer near you. Don't be sour. They've got your power. Call Prairie Battery today.
Ever been on a blind date? Nervous, sweaty palms, you didn't know what to expect. And oftentimes, it ends in disaster. And sometimes it works out. Farming is a lot like that. Year over year, farmers subject themselves to the ultimate blind date. With unknowns around the weather, market, pests, you've got loan payments, a family to support, crop inputs to pay for. Blind dates are too risky. Enter Global Ag Risk Solutions. With their support, you can turn your grain farm's uncertainty into success. Prepare for the unknown with Global Ag Risk Solutions.
Service Employees International Union joined the labour landscape of Saskatchewan in 1946. Since that time, our members continue to unite in a common goal to improve the lives of working people in our province. From group home workers to addictions counsellors, continuing care assistants, and licensed practical nurses to paramedics and other healthcare staff, our members live and work in your communities. Our members make Saskatchewan stronger.
Souris Valley Industries, your CPC QA certified manufacturer of bridge components and structural precast. They also manufacture CSA-approved septic, holding, and cistern tanks, city manholes, concrete pipes, box culverts, barriers, and more. SVI is a family-owned and operated precast concrete manufacturing plant. They've supplied Saskatchewan with quality precast concrete products for over 40 years. Souris Valley Industries, your solid choice. 306-842-5854. SVIprecast.com.
Looking for agricultural equipment from the most trusted brands? Redverse Ag Supply has got you covered. They proudly carry a wide range of products from Kubota, Versatile, Degelman, Seedmaster, and MacDon. From seeding to harvest and everywhere in between, Redverse Ag has the right equipment to tackle any job. Discover the quality and performance of these brands by visiting redverseagsupply.ca. Browse their extensive selection and find the perfect fit for your farm, season after season. Redverse Ag Supply, your destination for top-notch agricultural brands.
You know something? It's like selling a six-pack with only 5 beers in it. Wood Country Woody here, reminding you that unlike some other places, Wood Country Garage Packages contains everything you need, right from the start, including appearance-grade lumber, all your nails and screws, and walk-in doors with cladded jambs. Building a garage? It's one and done with Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Shop online. wood-country.com.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dunn. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
It's game day in the PEG, the Labor Day rematch. Justin Dunk alongside Wes Cates, live from the 620 CKRM studios in downtown Regina. Looks like a beautiful day here for football. Hopefully it's the same out in the PEG. We are not only coming across live on the radio and your streaming app for that radio, but also live on youtube.com/@sportscage.com. Our man Curtis behind the scenes here is getting us up live streaming on X. Throw up the X. Let's go. Live streaming everywhere you want to see us, live in color coming at you. And there was a lot of talk, Wes, after the Labor Day Classic about protecting CFL quarterbacks. And the reason was Blue Bombers president Wade Miller was out here saying the commissioner, Randy Ambrosi, ain't doing enough to protect these guys. I think the comments were a little bit biased because he says for 3 straight Labor Day Classics, his quarterback, Zach Collaros, has taken shots that he essentially, and I'm paraphrasing, believes were cheap.
I guess.
He took direct aim at Miles Brown, who will respond to Mr. Miller later in this program, so stick with us for that exclusive video interview with Miles Brown. But I got a chance to ask Corey Mace and Trevor Harris what their thoughts are on the league protecting quarterbacks in and among the current rules that are laid out.
Neo from the Matrix, or it just doesn't make a lot of sense. It's tough, and so I think that honestly, I think we should have to dive head first, and I think it's a little bit easier for them to figure that out from there. Or we're ultimately, when we run the football, we're running backs, and I think we give up our protection there. In terms of hitting us low, hitting us in the head while they're in the pocket, sailor diving into our face. Those are the things that I think that that we can eliminate.
The head coaches meetings and the league meetings in the off season, we and mind you, I've only done one, but I would assume that every single one, you got a lot of guys been around football and people have been around football a long time trying to find a solution to protect the quarterback, and that's where we're at now. And things as they go throughout the season, maybe there's some other things that we can look at, but I mean, those are the rules of what they are right now, Doc, and you just gotta abide by.
This football, man, sometimes it happens. I've been hit times where people have asked me if it was cheap shots, and I don't know. I'm just a person that believes people are trying to do their best.
All right, lots of talk around this week, Wes. I want to get your take in a second, but this is what Miller said, quote, "At some point, maybe our commissioner will decide that we should protect quarterbacks after the play." He told that to Winnipeg Free Press reporter Jeff Hamilton. "Any player that hits a quarterback low or in the head after the play should receive a rough play disqualification," Miller insisted. The Saskatchewan player now has 2 such hits this year alone on quarterbacks. Okay, let me break that down real quick. Miles Brown is who he's talking about. When he rolled into Drew Brown, I don't think there was any way you're going to stop that bowling ball, a guy that's over 300 pounds, from getting into him. So let's focus on the hit that Brown put on Zach Collaros last week that knocked him out of the game first and foremost? Do you think it was egregious? Do you think he was trying to hold up? What's your take on it?
I think he was close. He was almost there. I think the only thing he did that was maybe a little egregious was that he turned his shoulder into him a bit, but he hit him like in his chest. Everybody knows Zach Collaros is tender as heck when it comes to, the concussion situation. He's had a bunch. Like, they need to have him in higher level equipment. I don't know how expensive his helmet is. I think he's got one of those high-tech ones that cost a few grand. Whatever. At the end of the day, he's out there holding the ball, trying to wait, give his receivers that extra second to get open. Then you're leaving yourself open to get hit. I thought that it was a pretty clean hit. It got flagged, whatever. Like, at the end of the day, I agree with Trevor Harris. Like, the quarterback's out there trying to make plays. You're doing things at the last minute. Defenders have to come over and try to make the play as quickly as they can. And you're talking about protecting quarterbacks. These guys are trying to protect themselves. You can't do something unathletic or bend your body weird just to try to avoid another player. Then all of a sudden you twist a knee or do something because you're trying your damnedest not to hit this guy who's out there playing like he's got some special bubble around him and is trying to sneak every little extra inch out of every play because he knows. And sometimes quarterbacks set guys up to get flagged. So I think it's something that should be really taken a little more lightly. And obviously, if a quarterback's trying to make a play, then the defender should get a little leeway. Now, if the quarterback's trying to avoid contact, trying to get to the sideline, trying to go down, and a defender flops on him, okay, throw the flag, but we're playing football. Everybody's getting hit. Now we got one guy who should never get hit. No, he's making plays. He's going to get hit.
This is Thoughts with JD, brought to you by Redvers Agricultural Supply, your Kapota, versatile, and Degelman dealer in Redvers. Visit redversag.ca. And people are going to want to stay tuned for this to hear Miles Brown's explanation, but you can see it on the play. He doesn't drive through him with full force. We're talking about a guy that goes 6'2", 320 and knows how to use that power. So it seemed like to me he did try to hold up. That said, the CFL still felt like the hit was worthy of a fine. Maximum fine in the collective bargaining agreement is half a game check. That's what was doled out to Brown, so he'll have to pay up for that. But I didn't think that it was an egregious late hit that he deserved to be thrown out of the game for. And Corey Mace talked about it, that the officials actually looked at it again to see if it was level 2 and decided it wasn't in the game. The most interesting thing from what Trevor Harris said is he's a quarterback, right? He's gone through now 2 straight seasons with injuries that he's had to work back from. Was on the 6-game injured list this year, and he's talking about defenders having to be like Neo from the Matrix when they get around him.
Exactly.
So
That's
here's a guy who's injured, understanding how difficult it is for these big dudes to try to stop on a dime. I really liked the insight that Harris talked about. And Wes, you played for a long time. You've seen quarterbacks get hurt.
Yeah.
In terms of the CFL doing enough to protect the quarterbacks, do you feel like they have evolved from your time in the league?
Oh, for sure. I mean, I remember coming up as a kid watching football. Quarterbacks had no type of safety. Then by the time I was coming out of high school, college, right, you're starting to get some of those flags for getting hit. But it wasn't until later in my career that you're really getting never getting hit below the knee. I mean, guys are getting chopped and double teamed and thrown into the quarterback, and it's like, oh, nope, you bumped his shin. You know what I mean? Or when guys are kind of aiming for the chest and the quarterback ducks and then he gets a piece of the helmet and you're flagging guys for that. No, it's like natural movements. It's tough because it throws a gray area in there that makes it almost a decision for the ref, and you kind of want to make it clear cut so there's no gray, but this is the life we live, right? There's gray there. So when guys are trying to make plays and they're doing things that make themselves more vulnerable, now you're going to reward them for, like, you can kind of cheapen the whole experience by being a savvy quarterback that, oh, I'm running in, I slide right at the last time, but it's not a real slide. It's like kind of almost like a check slide, and the guy's coming full speed trying to just stop you where you're at or where he meets you, and now all of a sudden, because you lean back 6 inches, all of a sudden it's a flag. If you would have just leaned forward and dropped the shoulder, it's a clean play. But all of a sudden, when a split second you start to go down, now he's got to totally change his whole momentum. It's impossible to do.
You'll hear from Miles Brown and his explanation behind his intent on the play a little later in the show. But up next, we talk to Canadian linebacker Nick Weeb, who makes his CFL debut after recovering from a major knee injury sustained in the Hardy Cup playoffs last year. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and on X at SportsCage, as well as the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Croft Electric. You've probably heard of us because we've been around for over 27 years. We do commercial and residential work? Yes. We do permanent holiday lighting? Yes. We do cabins? Yes. And farms? Yes and yes. We're an authorized Generac generator dealer. We are a full-service electrical company with the experience and the people to service all of your electrical needs. We are Croft Electric. We will be here when you need us. Do it right, do it once. Follow us on all social and call 306-586-1333 to book.
Since 1973, RJ Sales and Service in Wadena has been Saskatchewan's short line experts. They sell and service all the brands you want to use, including Morris, Seedmaster, Degelman, Mandaco, Rightway, Lemkin, Kellobuilt, Elmer's, and Salford. Plus, they have pre-owned equipment available from the biggest names in the business. Before you buy anything, do yourself a favor and check for a better deal at RJ Sales and Service in Wadena, rjsales.ca.
TNT Gunworks in Regina, your trusted source in Saskatchewan for guns, ammunition, hunting supplies, plus an on-site gunsmith that can handle any issue that you have. Long-standing and knowledgeable staff that live and breathe hunting and the great outdoors. If you want the biggest selection of new and used rifles and shotguns with staff that know their stuff and at the best prices around, stop in at TNT Gunworks, just off Albert on 4th Avenue, North Regina.
Busy month coming at 2Sauctioneers.ca online auction house in Indian Head. Our next sale is next week. It'll be the next sale for the Wally Nelson Estate out of Avonlea. This one is going to include a whole bunch of vintage signs, vintage cans, memorabilia, and other great antique items. Bunch of furniture and other stuff coming down as well. The Clyde Hall auction closes on the 13th. There's some real interesting stuff in that one. Check it out. 2Sauctioneers.ca online auction house in Indian Head.
The Red Zone is a good place to be if you're playing on a Saskatchewan field. If your water's in the Red Zone, you need a good defense. At farmfreshwater.ca, we specialize in rural water. Our company lives and breathes in the Saskatchewan fields, and rural water is all we do. Our playbook is to design water treatment systems for wells or dugouts that require the least amount of maintenance possible. We live and breathe in the fields. Remember, we're not city people trying to solve a rural problem.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca.
Arcola Co-op has you ready for your deck renovations. Whether it be a new build or yearly maintenance, Arcola Co-op has you covered. Everything from decking boards, framing projects, hardware, cement pads, anything for your deck. Get ready for summer at home or at the cottage with a new or refreshed deck from Arcola Co-op. With delivery to Kenosee and White Bear. Open Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Arcola Co-op on Highway 13 since 1916. Arcola Co-op Home Center. You're at home here.
At Flamin, you have room to grow and take space, just like Jerry, who's thriving in a new role.
My name is Jerry Valkamp. I was originally hired on as a parts and rentals associate, and I'm currently a part of the aftermarket support team here at Flamin. One thing I really like about this company is that there's always a wealth of opportunities to grow. There's always opportunity to move around once you're within the business too.
You fit at Flamin. To learn more about Flamin and our current job openings, visit flamin.com/careers.
If it's second and long and the football party is in your backyard, you go for it. Get your perfect patio set at Ashdown's Furniture in Moose Jaw. Over 6,000 square feet of outdoor living touchdowns. Fire up the Franks with the new Napoleon barbecue. Get comfy with sofas and love seats, bistro and pub sets to fire tables and umbrellas. Patio furniture that's kid-proof, pet-proof, weatherproof, even Blue Bomber-proof. Ashdowns Furniture, 38 High Street West in Moose Jaw. Game on.
With fall on the way, your vehicle should have a fall inspection. Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections with certified mechanics on site. They handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry's service, your car is in the right hands. And right now, quality Napa batteries are on sale, always the best price. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dunn. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
Live inside the Harvard Media Studios in downtown Regina. We're going out on 620 CKRM on your dial. Also the live streaming radio app if you want to check that out. Live on youtube.com/@sportscage.com and live on X. If you go to @SportsCage, it's right there to click in and see Wes Cates and I live in color in studio, along with our guests. We've already talked to Mason Nyhus, had some great perspective on the World Flag Football Championships and the Canada West. Jeff Fairholm shared his breakdown of this game, the Labor Day rematch in Winnipeg. We've got some others coming up as well in the show, including Glenn Suter live from Princess Audio Stadium. You'll hear from Miles Brown a little later, but right now, Wes, I want to get into Canadian linebacker Nick Weeb, who has recovered from an ACL injury that he sustained last fall in the Hardy Cup playoffs while playing for the University of Saskatchewan Huskies. This guy was a highly rated linebacker coming out of Alberta, actually went to the University of Oregon. I believe, if my memory serves me right, he played with Justin Herbert there, and at one point with the Ducks, he was a special teams player of the year, but for personal family reasons, decided to come back to Canada and play for the Huskies, was a part of a couple of teams that won Canada West Championships and Hardy Cups and went to a couple of Vanier Cups, but were oh so close to getting it done, just couldn't get that national championship. Weeb is an outstanding linebacker. The Riders selected him in the second round, 12th overall during the 2024 CFL draft, and allowed him the time needed to get recovered from this knee injury.
I've been super lucky with injuries up to this point. So this is my first surgery. I mean, obviously they count you down under the knife and you kind of just, you fall asleep and wake up with a new knee. So yeah, it was a different experience. It was kind of a different experience just being out and not being able to play football and not being able to participate in the sport that I've played for so long, in the sport that I love. So yeah, I mean, it was new territory for me and my family, everybody. So just kind of having them with me, I think was a real major help. I mean, I had my mom and dad with me, so I was super lucky for them to be in the same room as me and kind of support me through that whole process. I got my surgery in Saskatoon, and then the next day jumped in the truck and drove home to Calgary for rehab. So having them with me and basically just guiding me through that whole experience. My mom obviously did a lot more around the house than she's probably used to for me, doing laundry and stuff like that. I mean, it wasn't easy. I was hobbling around on one leg, so. But it was awesome to have them in my corner, and obviously it's not a fun experience. I mean, you're basically immobilized for 3 months of your life, and you can't move, and it takes a toll on you physically, mentally. It's a long process, but it does teach you a lot about yourself, and being out on the other side of it, I couldn't be more grateful that it happened, really. I mean, it's been a long road. I mean, 9 months it takes a toll on you mentally. Obviously, it's not an easy time. I've just had a really good support system to kind of lean on. My family's been awesome. My girlfriend's been really good as well. So just kind of having that support system in my corners has really gotten me through it. But obviously, it's not fun. It's you kind of get to see everybody else living your dream for 9 months of your life, and you don't really get to participate much. But obviously, being back, being out to practice, I mean, I've had the most fun the last 2 weeks than I have in the last year. Actually, Joel Lipinski and Mitch Dahl were the guys up in Saskatoon who really wrote my program for me, kind of essentially did the initial testing, figured out what I needed to work on, and then kind of prescribed stuff from there. So it was a lot of weight room stuff, obviously, a lot of the top range of my power and stuff like that. So. It was a lot of quarter squats, lots of just a lot of grinding, honestly. I'm ready to roll. Obviously, I mean, it's a professional league, so I think going out anything less than 100% would be irresponsible of me for the team and honestly just for my personal health. So Feel awesome. Dan Farthing, he's got me and Jackson back up to 100%, and we're ready to roll now. Obviously, it's not easy. I mean, you play the sport for a reason. You love it. And kind of watching everybody else and not being able to participate and play in games and stuff like that, and seeing everybody get out there and have fun, especially on special teams, defense, stuff like that. It's not a lot of fun. Mentally, it does take a toll on you a little bit, but obviously we're out of the woods now, and I can't be more thankful that I went through this. I think it tests you, and it kind of teaches you a lot about yourself. It's everything. I mean, it makes you want to play as hard as possible for this organization. Coach Mace has been awesome. Coach Majiri, Coach Sherritt, they've all been super patient and super helpful in learning the playbook and kind of learning how to be a pro. And they've all been so patient. I mean, the organization has kind of rallied around me, and now that we're out of the woods, I would like nothing but to repay the favor in the banjo.
We mentioned Jackson Ford there, who makes his Roughriders debut this season after recovering from a wrist injury. So you have two strong Canadians coming back into the lineup looking to make an impact on special teams. Weeb, being a rookie, making his CFL debut in Winnipeg. He made 199 defensive tackles, while at the University of Saskatchewan, was the Canada West Defensive Player of the Year there. This guy has the ability to be an absolute stud. He's done it at all levels of football, but now he's got to do it in the pros. So, Wes, how do you transition as a rookie from being that dude in minor, in high school, at University of Oregon, University of Saskatchewan, but the pros is a different ballgame?
Yeah, I think you basically just keep treating it like it's just the same old football. Obviously, you're going to have some better athletes that you're going against, but if he's working down in Oregon, he's a special teams tackler. I feel like if you're a good special teams tackler, that means that you're ultimately one of the best people in playing in space, because you're, on special teams, you're basically, the whole field is in play, so to speak, and everybody's running down whatnot. So I really like that as a stat. He's a big kid or big man, 6'3", 240 is what he's listed at, which is an impressive size to be moving around the field that well at like a linebacker size position. There's some rush ins that are probably coming in at that measurement. So the fact that he's out in space and covering guys and eating up space in the secondary is impressive. I want to see the kid play. It's a shame. I hate to hear great athletes like this that get setbacks from season-ending injuries, but it sounds like and it looks like he's the type of athlete that'll bounce back from this and probably come back even better. So it's going to be exciting to see him out there. I wonder how much action he's going to get. Obviously, there's a lot of great defensive linebackers on the roster today, so we'll see. But, I'm excited for him.
With Weeb's background playing for the University of Saskatchewan, this is our Saskatchewan Community Focus segment. Saskatchewan Seniors Mechanism sponsors it, working towards quality of life for all older adults. Learn about home supports and SSM programs at skseniorsmechanism.ca. You have Weeb making his debut, Ford coming back into the lineup. And we've talked about it, Wes. These small details, these little things that have cost the Riders in especially 4 of these games during their 6-game winless streak, where they've lost by 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, and 4 points respectively in 4 of those losses. Can guys like Weeb and Ford, who have fresh legs coming back into the lineup, push them over into the win column?
I think so. I like the way Ford was playing when he was healthy last year, and I just think that Canadians, especially the kids who are coming out and who are comparable in size and speed and that sort of thing, are playing this CFL game at another level because they came up in that system. They kind of understand the nuances and the space a little better than an American coming up and having to adjust from playing a U.S. style 11-man style game. So I think there is a bit of an advantage to being a savvy Canadian who understands the game and who's got the athleticism to go out there and play his position and cover the ground that's needed. So I'm excited to see both of these guys out here. I always like to see Canadians in this league excel, and it seems like every year they're closing that gap between the level of athleticism that you see in your typical American and Canadian on the rosters.
You got some local products coming back into the lineup after we played the University of Saskatchewan. Jackson Ford played for the University of Regina. That game went down. The Prairie rivalry last night at Mosaic Stadium, with the Rams winning for the first time over the Huskies since 2017. There's another game at Mosaic Stadium tonight, 7 p.m., local time in the Prairie Football Conference. The Regina Thunder hosting the Saskatoon Hilltops. That game is for first place in the PFC, so it could be a day filled of football if you want to get down there to Mosaic Stadium. On the other side, we bring in Glenn Suter live from the Peg to talk about the Labor Day rematch and everything around the CFL. This is Saskatchewan Roughriders football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and on X at SportsCage, plus the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Looking for agricultural equipment from the most trusted brands? Redverse Ag Supply has got you covered. They proudly carry a wide range of products from Kubota, Versatile, Degelman, Seedmaster, and MacDon. From seeding to harvest and everywhere in between, Redverse Ag has the right equipment to tackle any job. Discover the quality and performance of these brands by visiting redverseagsupply.ca. Browse their extensive selection and find the perfect fit for your farm, season after season. Redverse Ag Supply, your destination for top-notch agricultural brands.
Homes in Regina are selling fast, which makes it tough for buyers. Many buyers are putting in offers on multiple homes and still coming away empty. When you're looking for your next home, why not get what you want and build instead? Uncommon Developments is your local builder. They seamlessly blend the warmth of tradition with the clean lines and open spaces of modern architecture for a fair price. For your next home, stop losing out on offers and win big with a new build from Uncommon Developments. UncommonDevelopments.ca.
These days, it seems like smartphones can do everything. So we're testing phones from Glassers TV or SaskTel authorized dealer to see if there is anything a smartphone can't do. First up, catch a fish. We're here at the lake, about to do our first cast, and here we go. A smartphone cannot catch a fish. I guess it's time to get to Glassers TV, your authorized SaskTel dealer in Moosomin, for a new phone. GlassersTV.com.
The Massey Ferguson 4700 series was designed for smart, ergonomic, and long-lasting operation. Heavier than the competition, a Massey Ferguson 4700 series tractor won't flinch when it comes to pulling larger implements and balers. Tested in the harshest conditions across the globe, these tractors can handle all the tough jobs you throw at them. Stop by Nick's Service in Emerald Park today, or visit nickservice.com to learn more about the Massey Ferguson 4700 series.
For the ultimates in ease during the busy spraying season, your friends at Spray Test Controls have the solution. Comatra Blue LED lights are easily mounted on the wing booms, close to the pivot, shining out to the end of the boom. The bright blue LED lights illuminate the nozzle pattern, and they only draw 1.5 amps each, so you can connect them to the light circuit or use a separate power supply. Learn more about Comatra Blue LED lights. See spraytest.com or call 1-855-859-1200.
Ever been on a blind date? Nervous, sweaty palms, you didn't know what to expect. And oftentimes, it ends in disaster. And sometimes it works out. Farming is a lot like that. Year over year, farmers subject themselves to the ultimate blind date. With unknowns around the weather, market, pests, you've got loan payments, a family to support, crop inputs to pay for. Blind dates are too risky. Enter Global Ag Risk Solutions. With their support, you can turn your grain farm's uncertainty into success. Prepare for the unknown with Global Ag Risk Solutions.
If it's second and long and the football party is in your backyard, you go for it. Get your perfect patio set at Ashdowns Furniture in Moose Jaw. Over 6,000 square feet of outdoor living touchdowns. Fire up the Franks with the new Napoleon barbecue. Get comfy with sofas and love seats, bistro and pub sets to fire tables and umbrellas. Patio furniture that's kid-proof, pet-proof, weatherproof, even Blue Bomber-proof. Ashdowns Furniture, 38 High Street West in Moose Jaw. Game on!
Service Employees International Union joined the labor landscape of Saskatchewan in 1946. Since that time, our members continue to unite in a common goal to improve the lives of working people in our province. From group home workers to addictions counselors, continuing care assistants, and licensed practical nurses to paramedics and other healthcare staff, our members live and work in your communities. Our members make Saskatchewan stronger.
Employee pricing is back at Two-Way Service in Southie. The absolute best deals of the year with discounts of up to almost $14,000 plus 1.99% financing on selected units. And with every new vehicle purchased, you receive a trip for two to Las Vegas. F-150, Super Duty, and the awesome lineup of Ford SUVs like Explorer, Expedition, Escape, Bronco Sport, and Edge, and the full-size Bronco. Don't miss employee pricing at Two-Way Service in Southie. Just a 30-minute drive from Regina.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Fort Capella area, call Calvin at 99 Builders or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dunn. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
It's game day in Winnipeg. Your Saskatchewan Roughriders on the road for the Labor Day rematch against the Blue Bombers. Season series on the line, and Glenn Suter, will be part of that call on TSN. Hopefully I can speak some words during this segment, for gosh sakes. But Bombers, Riders. Glenn, you missed the Labor Day Classic last week, but you hopped back into the rivalry this week in Winnipeg. You got two possible Hall of Fame quarterbacks going at it yet again. Last week, 35-33 came down to the wire, but Zach Collaros was out for the entire second half in this game. So how do you look at this matchup from the perspective of Trevor Harris versus Zach Collaros?
Yeah, you know, it's cool because I started to break down some of their career numbers. I mean, they right now are ranked 17th and 18th all time in passing yards. But when you break down all the numbers like completion percentage, touchdowns to interceptions, things like that, they're so close. I mean, they are neck and neck. In fact, in the 124 starts for Zach, there's 107 for Harris. So what I did was projected if Harris were to start the same amount of games, what would their numbers look like or be comparable? Harris has the edge in completion percentage. He would have the edge in passing touchdowns and fewer interceptions. The one that jumps off the page, though, and the one that Harris is still trying to fight for is that, that big championship as the starter for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Because right now, those two cups in 19 and 22 for Zach really stand out. But if you're going to put Zach in the Hall of Fame and you compare the numbers between the two, over 35,000 yards passing by the end of this season, if they stay healthy, that passes Dieter Brock, Michael Riley, and Darian Durant, who's on our show. So, I just started thinking Zach's probably going to the Hall of Fame right away. But if he is, then Trevor Harris's numbers are right there beside him.
He's probably got to get that cup as a starter. But Glenn Suter's segment brought to you by North Home Windows, designing, building, and installing window systems in Saskatchewan for Saskatchewan conditions. Google North Home Windows. Do you think he needs to get that Grey Cup as a starter, Glenn, to be a shoe-in, Trevor Harris, that is, for the Hall of Fame?
Well, I think he's got the numbers to get in there now. However, that would just solidify it. That would be sort of the stamp. That would be, okay, now you're in for sure. I don't know, though. There's been many athletes, great players that are in the Hall of Fame that didn't win a cup. So, that weren't even involved with one. And you think back to those two guys being teammates back in 2012. The 100th Grey Cup, Ricky Ray's the starter, and his teammates are Zach Collaros and Trevor Harris on the same team. So it's their numbers are so close career-wise, and even really this year, Harris has missed a bunch of games, but in 4 of his 6, he's thrown for over 300 yards, and you start to think in this skid, he's deserved better, I think.
Right. How's it going, Glenn? You're talking about the QBs and the close edge. I'm looking at the Riders team and the turnover battle edge they've had. This defense has been taking the ball away and seems to be on the right end of that battle, but yet they're not getting wins. What gives?
Yeah, this is the weird one to me, Wes, because as you know, we always talk about the giveaway takeaway category as really the defining factor in winning and losing. It's the most important stat. And if you can win that in a game, your chances of winning go up drastically. However, that has not been the case for the Riders. Over their last 4 games, 3 losses and a tie. So over their last 4, they've got 1 point out of those 4 starts. The Bombers, on the other hand, have won all 4. Now, you look at the points for and against, and the Bombers have a bit of edge in points for, a couple points there, but they have a bigger edge on defense with almost 10 points difference. They're only allowing in their last 4 16.5 points per game. So their defense has really stepped up, but the turnover battle should equalize that out. And right now, in those 4 games, the Riders are +5, the Bombers are -5. In those 4 games, Zach has thrown more interceptions than he has touchdowns. So this team defensively has been bailing them out. And again, back to that plus-minus, it's a head-scratcher because they've won it. They're number 1 in the league in the giveaway takeaway, and they're in this skid that they're having trouble getting out of.
Glenn, if you can do me a quick little favor, just hold on. Move your computer a little more in the middle or back up a little bit so we got you. Kind of cutting you off here. We want to see all your beautiful face.
Oh,
I move it a little bit one way or another. Other way. hey, there we go. We got him now. Right in the middle, just like that.
We'll blame it on your cameraman, and we'll blame the losses on the offense. Is what it sounds like you're saying.
That's perfect right now, Glenn. You're looking great.
This offense needs to step it up.
Yeah, I don't know really what I think there's a lot of different things that have gone wrong. I mean, the one game where Brett Lowther doesn't have a good game. You think about those sort of one-offs, the command center stepping in for the tie in Ottawa, things like that. But, when you're +5 in the last 4 games, you should be winning. When you're +16 on the season, your team leads the league in sacks and leads the league in interceptions, and yet have 1 point out of the last 6 games now. Like, it's not adding up. So something's got to give. Trevor deserves better, I think. We'll see what happens in this one this afternoon.
How's Trevor Harris going to deal with these revolving centers, Glenn? Because in the Labor Day Classic, he took snaps from 3 different guys: Peter Godber, Zach Fry, and then Godber tried to come back onto the field. Then Logan Ferland shifted to center. Logan Ferland's going to start today at center. They got a bunch of work this week with the first team offense. But the shuffling O-line and centers, do you think that can be something that the Bombers can exploit?
Yeah, well, they will try. They will definitely try. And in my prediction here, and if I were scouting them, I would be thinking that Jordan Younger's probably going to go with 4-man pressure and stunt them. And, the one thing with the center for Trevor Harris is that he's got to, any new center has got to listen to that cadence and make sure they are comfortable with how Trevor Harris calls the signals. But I'm sure they've worked on that in practice. That shouldn't be a problem. So what the Bombers likely will do defensively is try to stunt. And, Wes can explain that. But basically, I know too, Justin, is that you're going to rush with 4, but it's not straight ahead rushing where the ends have the edges and the guys in the middle just try to push. It's going to be a lot of twists and stunts up front, maybe adding a linebacker to go 5-on-5, which is not really a blitz, but just trying to hit them from different angles and stunt them in different ways that they have to pass off their blocking assignments. I think if you have a young group that's not really got a lot of chemistry yet, you give them a lot of different looks like that and see how they handle those stunts without sending pressure and leaving your DBs in cover 0. So, yeah, I think that's what the Riders will see in this one, at least early on, see how they react to it. I know that the thought is all-out blitz against the new O-line, but I'm not sure you have to do that. That might simplify it for the young guys up front. They might just have to slide protect one way or another, Wes, and take care of blitzes that way.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. I think that they've been kind of letting some simple stunts, 4-man pressures, 5-man pressures get home, which a good O-line and back should never really do. Every now and then, but once a game, tops. Other than that, you need a clean pocket for your quarterback. But I was going to talk to you about Brady Oliveira. He looks like he's really cemented himself as the best back in the league. You try to stop him early, and you know they're going to go to him late if they have any type of lead. So what can the Riders stop him a third time?
Well, that's the key. It's going to be a third time if they do, because in the first 2 games, and again, just to let fans know again, this game is for the season series. Huge. I mean, forget the fun of the Labor Day rematch and the name and all that stuff. Forget all that for a second. This is a rematch to stop a losing skid and to win the season series with a team in the West that you're going to be neck and neck with the rest of the way. So huge game in that respect. And this is the type of game at home that Brady has excelled at. Brady Oliveira, he loves to pound it. He feeds off the crowd. The crowd gets behind him. And if Zach can get him to 120 or 130, I think it's going to be real tough for the Riders to try and win that. So they've held them under 50 yards for 2 games in a row. They're the best team in the league stopping the run, but this is going to be their biggest challenge in that regard, in my guess. This is not just talking about, hey, you got to run the ball thing. That's very cliche. We always say it. But this is in particular a game where Brady Oliveira feeds off the crowd, gets rolling, starts slapping his helmet after 10, 15-yard runs.
Yeah.
That starts happening, it's going to be a long day for the Riders.
That's what they call bully ball out there.
Yes, exactly. That's what they call it. I'm not sure if we're allowed to really use that. If you're in school and you're listening, don't bully people. It's not nice.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
We're talking about pushing people around on the football field. It's allowed there, but nowhere else.
Yeah, it's allowed out there. It's allowed out there. And one other thing, guys, I wanted to add before we go. This is the game that fans on both sides in both provinces really, truly believe that I am cheering for one team or another.
I don't get it, man. He hears from fans all the time that think he's cheering for the team that is against them. And I don't get it.
Yeah,
that's what happens when you call it fair. Everybody's a little. Go ahead.
I was just saying, Wes, you're right. Like, I know we're all watching this game through different colored glasses. I know there'll be a whole province looking through green glasses and a whole province looking through blue. But I'll give you a little behind the curtain how I approach it and how we approach it as a network. The team that is successful. So if the Riders get a few 2-and-outs against Zach, I will be leaning big time on talking about the Rider defense. If Zach goes to, start the game with 2 long drives that finish in touchdowns, we're going to be talking about the Winnipeg Blue Bombers and their offensive excellence. That's the way it's going to go. And I'm equal when it comes to defense, offense, or special teams. That's not a problem. In fact, I love when the defense wins sometimes. But if you think we're being heavy on one team or another, it's probably because that team is successful at that part of the game. So that's how we sort of gauge it. If one team is having a big game and driving the ball well, we'll talk about their offense. If it's a bunch of 2-and-outs by both defenses, then we'll talk about both defenses. On every single play, I can choose between the offense, the defense, the players, the big picture, the coaches, the importance in the game. There's a lot of different topics that you can go to after each play. But I guarantee you one thing, and this game is really when it's the only time it really happens. I'm not cheering. I've got a red tie on. So it's irrelevant to who's going to win this game. The color of my tie has nothing to do with who's going to win this game.
Let it be said easily. Glenn Suter is not a homer. Okay, he's not cheering against your team. Give the man a break. Glenn, thanks for the time, and enjoy the Labor Day rematch in Winnipeg.
Thank you, gentlemen. It's going to be a great game. On CTV, not on TSN, on CTV.
That's right. Get it in there. On the other side, we'll talk to my colleague at 3downnation.com, Mr. John Hodge, for his insight on what the Winnipeg Blue Bombers are saying about this Miles Brown hit on their quarterback, Zach Collaros, and more. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and on X or Twitter at SportsCage, plus the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Fraser Tolmie, your Member of Parliament from Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan. Saskatchewan is my home, and representing our province in Ottawa is my top priority. That's why I'm working hard to bring home lower prices for you and your family, fighting to axe the carbon tax, standing up for our farmers, and so much more. Canadian football is such an important part of our over 60 communities I serve in Ottawa and brings so many different people together in a positive way. Let's unite and bring it home for Saskatchewan.
You've heard of Flamin and what we do, but why work here? Here's Melissa, a member of our team for 7 years.
I love working at Flamin. It's just got a little bit of everything that I look for in a job. The people here are great, the employees, customers, suppliers. It's a great teamwork environment. It's just got a good work-life balance, good flexibility, which is important to me as well.
Our people are what make us great. You fit at Flamin. To learn more, visit flamin.com/careers.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Strasbourg, Last Mountain Lake area, call Dean at Solid Works Carpentry or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn-out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. How many water companies can say they've been at the new innovations and new farm inventions at 2 of Canada's large farm shows? Farm Fresh Water has achieved that. How do we do it? Well, we live on a farm. Kelly is a journeyman electrician, and Brian has training as a plumber and a refrigeration mechanic. Our goal was to create perfect water from your dugouts or well with the least amount of maintenance and ongoing costs. That's the way we want it on our farm. See us at farmfreshwater.ca.
Busy month coming at 2SAuctioneers.ca online auction house in Indian Head. Our next sale is next week. It'll be the next sale for the Wally Nelson Estate out of Avonlea. This one is going to include a whole bunch of vintage signs, vintage cans, memorabilia, and other great antique items. Bunch of furniture and other stuff coming down as well. The Clyde Hall auction closes on the 13th. There's some real interesting stuff in that one. Check it out, 2SAuctioneers.ca online auction house in Indian Head.
These days, it seems like smartphones can do everything. So we're testing phones from Glasser's TV or SaskTel authorized dealer to see if there is anything a smartphone can't do. First up, catch a fish. We're here at the lake, about to do our first cast, and here we go. A smartphone cannot catch a fish. I guess it's time to get to Glasser's TV, your authorized SaskTel dealer in Moosomin, for a new phone. GlassersTV.com.
Rev Auto Group in Regina is focused on transforming the business of automotive retail and establishing a new standard for excellence in sales and service. They're proud to educate and supply their clients with various electric, hybrid, and gas vehicles, plus pre-owned EVs and Bike Tricks e-bikes. Their in-person and online shopping experience is top-notch, and they support a continuing shift to a greener, eco-friendly environment for future generations. Financing is available. Rev Auto Group, the future of auto.
Tractorland Kubota is the home for all your Kubota, turf, construction, and agriculture products. They've got a sweet lineup of tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, mini excavators, skid steer loaders, compact track loaders, wheel loaders, stand-on compact loaders, tractor loader backhoes, track carriers, agricultural implements, construction attachments, and more. Stop by and visit them. They'd love to meet you. Proudly serving the prairies and conveniently located at 705 Henderson Drive, Regina. Tractorland Kubota, committed to doing it right.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody here. You know what's dumb?
not knowing if eggs are fruits or vegetables. Know what's smart? Regal aluminum railings on your deck from Wood Country. These babies come with LED lighting options that allow you to change the color and the mood at the touch of a button at the best price around. Regal aluminum railings from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Shop online. wood-country.com.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dunn. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
Game day in Rider Nation as your Saskatchewan Roughriders on the road in the Peg to take on the rival Blue Bombers in the Labor Day rematch. And a lot of talk among these fan bases throughout the week leading into this game after the Labor Day Classic centered around Miles Brown because of his hit on Zach Collaros. And Brown, to his credit, gave a full explanation of his thinking on the play and all the controversy surrounding the hit that he put on the Blue Bombers quarterback.
I mean, it's quite difficult when you're running full speed to stop on a dime. That's not something that's physically possible for a lot of men my size. It's not something that's possible for me. And in situations like that, I mean, like, I don't know if there's any possibility that a 300-pound man is going to stop within 2 feet of a person running full speed.
Can you take us behind your thought process on that play?
No, absolutely. As I was closing in on him, I was like directly in line with him. And I was so close that I knew I was going to make contact with him. But I also knew I wasn't going to get the sack. When I realized that, I turned my head away from him to try to avoid contact, head-to-head contact. And, inadvertently made contact with his face mask, and which is a penalty, warranted a penalty. I think a dirty player, malicious intent is a little too far, especially for me. I'm not that kind of person. I'm not that kind of player. I don't see value, and you don't gain anything from playing dirty. So I think that was a little too far, maybe a little egregious. But not at all did I mean to try to hurt him, intend to hit him in the head. I genuinely believe I hit him in his chest. I turned my head away from him, so I didn't hit him in the head. And, it's a football play, and sometimes it happens. When the president of a team is calling a player dirty, I think naturally you influence the emotions of some people, and he can't control what happens. So I think it's really dangerous when you say things like that, especially in the media. But we'll see. We'll see what Saturday holds for us.
Did you have a chance to say anything to Zach after that play happened, or was it kind of heat of the game, or did you talk to him post-game? Right?
No, I haven't spoken to Zach. I just see that he was taken off for a precautionary reason. I'm, of course, hoping that precautionary means that there's nothing wrong with him and that he's okay. I'd heard that he was taking first-team reps this week, so I'm glad that he's back on the field. I think in this situation, the right thing to do, the safest thing to do, was to turn my head to avoid head-to-head collision. And you can see on film that I did pull up. I did not follow through with the hit. It didn't feel like, I know how strong I am. I didn't feel like I gave him much power. I felt like I reduced as much power as I could. You could see me kind of throw my hands away from him. I jumped over and rolled. I thought that was the safest way to finish that play. It obviously was hot. So,
Miles, what's it like for you to kind of face this kind of stuff, like public criticism from the president, and then us even asking the questions? Like, some guys might not do that, but you're standing up to it.
I assume it's a part of the job, and I'm a job doer, so I'll just do my job.
Full credit to Miles Brown for answering some difficult, straightforward questions about his hit on Zach Collaros. This segment is The Extra Point, brought to you by Fraser Tolmie, Member of Parliament for Moose Jaw, Lake Center, Lanigan, fighting for Saskatchewan in Ottawa. You heard Brown's description of his intent on the play. His head coach, Corey Mace, was asked about the hit and the comments made by Blue Bombers president, Wade Miller. Coach, the Bombers president, Wade Miller, was kind of inferring that Miles Brown is a dirty player after that hit on Zach. What do you say to that?
Well, it's just tough. I think Miles had 2 penalties in his entire career, one of which, it's just tough. He was yoinked down by his horse collar into a quarterback, being a big boy, trying to control your body. Myself, Wade, guys like that, we should know that ain't easy, dang it. So Miles not a dirty player. He plays physical game, though, and that's what this is. And, When it's all said and done, I know his intentions never to hurt anybody. I just hope, Zach's good. And the rules are what they are, and you got to follow them, you know what I mean? And with Miles this last week, it was a penalty. They looked at it to see if it was grade 2 worthy. They didn't think so in the game. He's got to do a better job, But, so in the other situation of, I think it was with Drew Brown, you're asking a lot, it's tough. But the idea behind it is to keep quarterbacks safe and really all players safe, and that's something definitely I get behind. So while hard, got to find a way.
Full credit to both Miles Brown and Corey Mace for answering some difficult questions about Brown's hit, stepping up and owning the situation on his own shoulders. Brown, that is. Coming up, we talked to 3 Down Nation colleague, my guy, John Hodge, from the site about what's going on in the Peg. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com, on Twitter and X at SportsCage, plus the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Croft Electric. You've probably heard of us because we've been around for over 27 years. We do commercial and residential work? Yes. We do permanent holiday lighting? Yes. We do cabins? Yes. And farms? Yes and yes. We're an authorized Generac generator dealer. We are a full-service electrical company with the experience and the people to service all of your electrical needs. We are Croft Electric. We will be here when you need us. Do it right, do it once. Follow us on all social and call 306-586-1333 to book.
At Flamin, you have room to grow and take space, just like Jerry, who's thriving in a new role.
My name is Jerry Valkamp. I was originally hired on as a parts and rentals associate, and I'm currently a part of the aftermarket support team here at Flamin. One thing I really like about this company is that there's always a wealth of opportunities to grow. There's always opportunity to move around once you're within the business, too.
You fit at Flamin. To learn more about Flamin and our current job openings, visit flamin.com/careers.
For all the work you do on your farm and all the hours you put into your equipment, you need the best ag tires around. Get them at your local Integra tire dealer in Assiniboia and Grenfell. They have tires for everything that moves around your farm. Tractors, augers, sprayers, combines, swathers, balers, grain carts, semis, grain trucks. You name it, they have it. If it moves, they have tires for it. For all your rubber requirements on the farm, see the boys at your locally owned Integra tire stores in Assiniboia and Grenfell. Truly local.
If it's second and long and the football party is in your backyard, you go for it. Get your perfect patio set at Ashdowns Furniture in Moose Jaw. Over 6,000 square feet of outdoor living touchdowns. Fire up the Franks with the new Napoleon barbecue. Get comfy with sofas and love seats, bistro and pub sets to fire tables and umbrellas. Patio furniture that's kid-proof, pet-proof, weatherproof, even Blue Bomber-proof. Ashdowns Furniture, 38 High Street West in Moose Jaw. Game on.
Looking for agricultural equipment from the most trusted brands? Redverse Ag Supply has got you covered. They proudly carry a wide range of products from Kubota, Versatile, Degelman, Seedmaster, and MacDon. From seeding to harvest and everywhere in between, Redverse Ag has the right equipment to tackle any job. Discover the quality and performance of these brands by visiting redverseagsupply.ca. Browse their extensive selection and find the perfect fit for your farm, season after season. Redverse Ag Supply, your destination for top-notch agricultural brands.
Nelson GM in Assiniboia and Avonlea is proud to salute the agriculture producers. If you're looking for that perfect vehicle to fit your ag lifestyle, check out their new and used lineup at either location. With lots on the lot to choose from, they've got tons of new and used trucks now in stock. And if they don't have it, they'll get it for you. That's small town service with a long-standing reputation of one of the province's premier GM dealers. Proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for 65 years. NelsonGM.com.
Ever been on a blind date? Nervous, sweaty palms, you didn't know what to expect. And oftentimes, it ends in disaster. And sometimes it works out. Farming is a lot like that. Year over year, farmers subject themselves to the ultimate blind date. With unknowns around the weather, market, pests, you've got loan payments, a family to support, crop inputs to pay for. Blind dates are too risky. Enter Global Ag Risk Solutions. With their support, you can turn your grain farm's uncertainty into success. Prepare for the unknown with Global Ag Risk Solutions. Homes in Regina are selling fast, which makes it tough for buyers. Many buyers are putting in offers on multiple homes and still coming away empty. When you're looking for your next home, why not get what you want and build instead? Uncommon Developments is your local builder. They seamlessly blend the warmth of tradition with the clean lines and open spaces of modern architecture for a fair price. For your next home, stop losing out on offers and win big with a new build from Uncommon Developments. UncommonDevelopments.ca.
Since 1973, RJ Sales and Service in Wadena has been Saskatchewan's short line experts. They sell and service all the brands you want to use, including Morris, Seedmaster, Degelman, Mandaco, Rightway, Lemkin, Kellobuilt, Elmer's, and Salford. Plus, they have pre-owned equipment available from the biggest names in the business. Before you buy anything, do yourself a favor and check for a better deal at RJ Sales and Service in Wadena, rjsales.ca.
These days, it seems like smartphones can do everything. So we're testing phones from Glasser's TV or SaskTel authorized dealer to see if there is anything a smartphone can't do. First up, catch a fish. We're here at the lake, about to do our first cast, and here we go. A smartphone cannot catch a fish. I guess it's time to get to Glasser's TV, your authorized SaskTel dealer in Moosomin, for a new phone. GlassersTV.com.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dunn. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
Let's get to the goods of this Labor Day Classic rematch in Winnipeg. Live on the scene, my colleague at 3downnation.com, John Hodge, just outside Princess Auto Stadium. They call it the Paw, but I just hate that name. So anyways, Hodge, we got about 5 minutes with you, dude. How is this Miles Brown hit resonating throughout, what are we calling this, Bomber Nation?
I guess you can call it Bomber Nation. I've also heard it called Bomber Land, but regardless of what you want to call the real estate here, just south of Princess Auto Stadium, which I do like calling the Paw. Sorry you don't like it, Justin, I do. I think tempers are high, right? And I don't think that the Miles Brown hit was that bad. I think it was fairly innocuous compared to the Garrett Marino hit in 22, compared to the Pete Robertson hit in 2023. But I think Wade Miller's frustration, which I think echoed the frustration of a lot of fans here in Winnipeg, is just the culmination of those things. The Bombers ran into a buzzsaw last week. I was there with you, Justin, at the Stadium Mosaic in Regina. The Riders are going to have the same type of atmosphere here today at Princess Auto Stadium. It's going to be loud. It's going to be action-packed. They're going to have to be ready to roll.
The Bombers care about the hit, though. Wade Miller was very critical of the league, Randy Ambrosie, the officials, and Miles Brown, and even the Riders to some extent, because he feels like it's 3 straight Labor Day Classics that Zach Collaros has taken a cheap shot.
Yeah, and I mean, even if you ask around, the kind of quarterback fraternity that is in the CFL, there's other quarterbacks who didn't like the hit, right? And I mean, Randy Ambrosie has been criticized for his response to quarterback hits. Wade Miller wasn't happy with it. I actually think quarterbacks, at least this year, have been protected just fine by the league, but I do agree that going back to 22-23, the league hasn't done maybe as much as it should have to protect quarterbacks. I know that the Bombers are upset about this. I think there's also at least some sense of relief about Zach being okay. Coach O'Shea called it precautionary, holding Collaros out for last game, but we've also seen Osh at times say that players are out for precautionary reasons, and then they miss the next week. I mean, heck, he said that Stanley Bryant was going to play last week. That never happened, and Big Stan is still out at left tackle for the Blue Bombers today. So it's going to be interesting to see what the temperature of this team is like. I don't think there's any vindictiveness on the Bomber side enough to run Trevor Harris, but certainly they are upset about it. I think they're going to do everything they can to get Trevor Harris off his game within the rules.
Hey, John, Wes Cates here. I know that Zach Collaros has had concussion issues in the past, and I know there's a certain level of elitism at the quarterback position. Is some of this just the high level that Zach Collaros has held in regard in this league and maybe a little bit of an overreaction, do you think?
I think that it was an overreaction to at least some extent, and I think that certainly the fact that he's a 2-time MOP plays into it. I think the history of his head injuries plays into it. And I also think, again, the context of 2022 with Garrett Marino and the context of 2023 with Pete Robertson plays into it as well. I know Rider Nation doesn't want to hear about those hits. It's worth noting that Garrett Marino and Pete Robertson are no longer with the team, weren't even with the team for much long after those hits took place. But I think that the pent-up frustration from those hits has played into this boiling over a little bit here in Winnipeg. I also think that, fans are obviously terrified here of Zach Collaros getting hurt. Chris Streveler has not thrown the ball deep down the field at all this season. He did win his only start, in fairness to him, but he was much more of a threat with his legs than with his arm in that game. I think fans here know that without Zach Collaros, there's really no chance that this team is going back to the Grey Cup for a 5th straight visit. So I think that absolutely, Wes, the high profile of Zach Collaros played into it, but I also think the pent-up frustration from previous years, as well as his past head injuries and just the general anxiety that fans here have about Zach's health, all have played into the response here.
Pretend we're doing the 3-minute drill on the podcast here. 30 seconds or less, Hodge. Who wins and why?
I think the Bombers have this one. Now, that said, I picked the Riders last week, so take that for what it's worth. But I've been at every Banjo Bowl since the game first started back in 2004. I've been very fortunate in that regard. I just think that the injuries that we have along the Riders' offensive line are going to be tough for them to overcome. Noah Zur, right, making his first career start. You've got Logan Ferland playing out of position. A patchwork Bombers offensive line did a great job last week.
So you're picking the Bombers.
And if the Riders,
does that sound like right?
Well, but if the Riders are going to win, they're going to need an offensive line to get it done.
Okay, thanks, man. Coming up, it's the Rider Nation pregame show. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Hi everybody, Haley Wickenheiser here, and very proud to be from Shaunavon, Saskatchewan. Also very proud to be a champion of the Saskatchewan Seniors Mechanism, a group that's raising awareness around home supports for aging gracefully and well at home, keeping people out of the medical system, which reduces the burden on our medical system, at home with their family and loved ones, and in a place where they feel comfortable and secure.
Find out more about home supports and all SSM programs at skseniorsmechanism.ca.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody again. I gotta tell you, when I first learned TimberTech composite decking material is super low maintenance, well, that pretty much sealed the deal right there. I'd rather sit on my deck than sand it, tell you what. But TimberTech composite decking material also comes with tons of pretty colors and features a sweet little hidden fastener system. When you need pretty and pretty easy to build with, it's TimberTech from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale.
Meet your new favorite shade of green. At Nick Service, we offer the Fendt 500 Vario Series tractor that's tailor-made for your farm. Get better stability, ease of use, and comfort with one tractor. Whether you're feeding, tilling, baling, or hauling, this series is built for your farm. Experience up to 163 horsepower with this multi-purpose tractor. Visit Nick Service in Emerald Park or go to nickservice.com to get a quote on the Fendt 500 Vario Series.
This football season, Positively Perfect will be introducing their MVP, Most Valuable Pups. They understand that your furry friends are all your most valuable players, and that's why they carry the best pet food in town. They offer a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Go long with their full line of grooming services that they also have available. Score all the pet touchdowns and get everything for your pet with Positively Perfect, 4637 Ray Street, and visit their Facebook page.
Busy month coming at 2sauctioneers.ca online auction house in Indian Head. Our next sale is next week. It'll be the next sale for the Wally Nelson Estate out of Avonlea. This one is going to include a whole bunch of vintage signs, vintage cans, memorabilia, and other great antique items. Bunch of furniture and other stuff coming down as well. The Clyde Hall auction closes on the 13th. There's some real interesting stuff in that one. Check it out, 2sauctioneers.ca online auction house in Indian Head.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn-out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Strasbourg, Last Mountain Lake area, call Dean at Solid Works Carpentry or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Flamin is all about our people, our staff, customers, community, because we know people are what make a difference. Here's Landon's story.
Hey everyone, my name is Landon Parrington. I'm a trailer sales representative out of Saskatoon. Been with Flamin for about 4.5 years now. The thing I love most about Flamin is the opportunity they provide. Started in the yard, worked up into sales. They gave excellent room for growth. Amazing company to work for.
You fit at Flamin. To learn more about Flamin and current job openings, visit flamin.com/careers.
If it's second and long and the football party is in your backyard, you go for it. Get your perfect patio set at Ashdown's Furniture in Moose Jaw. Over 6,000 square feet of outdoor living touchdowns. Fire up the Franks with the new Napoleon barbecue. Get comfy with sofas and love seats, bistro and pub sets to fire tables and umbrellas. Patio furniture that's kid-proof, pet-proof, weatherproof, even Blue Bomber-proof. Ashdown's Furniture, 38 High Street West in Moose Jaw. Game on.
For the ultimate in ease during the busy spraying season, your friends at Spray Test Controls have the solution. Comatra Blue LED lights are easily mounted on the wing booms, close to the pivot, shining out to the end of the boom. The bright blue LED lights illuminate the nozzle pattern, and they only draw 1.5 amps each, so you can connect them to the light circuit or use a separate power supply. Learn more about Comatra Blue LED lights. See spraytest.com or call 1-855-859-1200.
Harvard Media has been the flagship radio partner of the Saskatchewan Roughriders for over 4 decades. The rich tradition with the green and white continues. This is the Rider Nation Pregame Show, brought to you by the Cooperators, Western Ag Professional Agronomy, AgCo, Sask Lotteries, Johnston's Grain, SaskTel, Bayer Crop Science, Capital Auto Group, your Sask Party Caucus, Connexus Credit Union. Now to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Here's Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
It's the Rider Nation pregame show, less than 1 hour until kickoff with Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder, who are live at Princess Auto Stadium in the booth getting ready for this one, the Labor Day rematch, Riders at the Bombers. And it's time to set the stage with these two fellas as we bring them in. It's brought to you by North Home Windows, designing, building, and installing window systems in Saskatchewan for Saskatchewan conditions. Google North Home Windows or call 1-866-362-6525. Dave, I'll start with you. What's the vibe like at the stadium?
You know, there's a lot of positivity. It was kind of a relaxed bus ride here with the Saskatchewan Roughriders earlier today. So I would suspect that this team, they know what's in front of them. They're aware of what's going on, and now there's a dedicated focus to turning the tide here at what's going to be a very loud Princess Auto Stadium, Luke.
I felt like they were a little bit looser than in past road trips. I do think, though, that they've got a heck of a mountain to climb in order to come out with a win today. So whatever motivation that the guys are pulling on, let's just hope that it equates to a great effort on the field, because I think that what we saw out of last week's Labor Day Classic, most of the things that were challenges for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, a lot of that was internal and right between the ears. So hopefully we get a great showing today, because they did feel a little bit looser. There's a little bit more energy. You're right, Dave, in the room a little bit, but again, you've got to put it on between the white lines right now.
You guys traveled with the team to Winnipeg. You were in the team hotel. Luke, you kind of alluded to it there, but what's the feel around the group right now, considering they're on this 6-game winless streak and have fallen out of first place in the West Division?
I'm not sure. I think that the focus is there, but I don't necessarily know who is leading the group. And that's not a bad thing. I'm not saying that that's right. That Corey Mace, J.O., and those guys are at the head. But in the locker room, when you're mired in these type of losing slumps, you quite often can go two ways. Your vets can really galvanize the squad, or it can turn into a little bit of a negative talking point, right?
Yep.
And guys sort of talking amongst themselves. And the one thing that you don't want to do, I think, right now for the Saskatchewan Roughriders is click up. I remember when we were a disaster in 2011 for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, that's what we started doing. I felt like we started clicking up, right? Some of the vets would just sort of have these side conversations. Then all of a sudden it kind of snuck into like, hey, who's going to be around, right? Like things externally start coming up that you would never really think of, right, if you were a first-place team with a ton of momentum. So how they ride that out is going to be, the question, and you're going to start to see it in the performance. Because you're right now, if you're the Saskatchewan Roughriders, there's nowhere to go but up, right? Mm-hmm. But you don't want to stay where you are.
Yeah. There might be some people in Rider Nation that are worried that they could continue to go down the standings. As much as you say there's nowhere to go but up in terms of the losing streak, that they're worried about this team trying to nudge those close losses over into the win column. So from your perspective, you guys have been around the players, talked to them, on and off the record. How can it actually get done? Because it kind of feels like a little bit of the same script where 4 of these losses during the stretch, fellas, have come by 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, and 4 points, respectively. Ultra razor-thin margin, so it's not like this team's getting blown out, yet they're not getting any W's.
Well, I transfer my thoughts in part to Luke and saying that, you've been in the locker room, you understand what goes on in there. But from my eyes and from what I was hearing this week, it was a much different message from the team, and the fact that, we're just this close. We just need 1 or 2 more plays. We keep hearing that over and over again, and it's been a span of 6 weeks. And to me, there seemed to be action to those words, not suggesting that there wasn't before, but there seems to be more of a sense of urgency. Coach Corey Mace called last week a must-win. This weekend here going forward, he calls must-wins. And in my eyes, from what I saw and heard from this group, is that there was some focus, some refocus, and a lot more of a sense of urgency and compete in the fact that these guys are no longer going to rest on their laurels and allow the narrative to be the narrative that it's become, in that we are just that close.
Well, the one thing that you can take solace in if you're in that locker room or you're part of Rider Nation right now is the way this schedule is going to finish out. 5 of the last 6 games for the Saskatchewan Roughriders are against Western Conference opponents. That's the best schedule possible for the situation they're in. Because you're right, Dave and Justin. I think that after the bye week, if you don't win this game, there's a very high likelihood that you might be in last place coming out of that bye. But, again, you have Calgary in Calgary. Then you've got Ottawa that's a good team. But Edmonton, BC, and Calgary to finish up. Those games, you have your fate in your hand at the moment for the Saskatchewan, and that is a good feeling. So, but again, Dave's right? You can talk about all the little things that, oh man, we did this different, and oh, it feels different. I've been in those situations. Regardless of how you feel during the week, it doesn't matter. You have to string great practices together. You have to watch a ton of film. You have to make sure that you're putting the right things in your body, and at the end of the day, you have to make the play.
What's the weather like out there? And we go to our weatherman, Dave Thomas, for this segment because he's gotten so good at this. The weather brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca. Take it away, pseudo-weatherman.
Well, I would call this cloudy, but it was really smoky when we landed yesterday. Apparently, here in Manitoba, there was much more smoke here earlier on in the week, and it started to dissipate. So there's a level of haze, I would call it. We are not anticipating a whole bunch of sunshine throughout the course of the afternoon as I'm looking across at the horizon just outside here, Princess Auto Stadium. But southwest wind at 19, so it will be manageable. Temperature about 23 degrees. So perfect weather for the first full weekend of September, dare I suggest.
Coming up on the other side, we stick with the guys live from Winnipeg, Dave and Luke, and we get Luke's 3 keys to this Labor Day Classic rematch. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and on our Twitter or X account at SportsCage, plus the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right, visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 18 plus. Use your game sense.
Your Cooperators Advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperators Advisor? Give Jeremy Saxby in Regina a call at 306-359-2699 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Hi everyone, Sean here with Young's Equipment, your MacDon header headquarters in southern Saskatchewan. New or used, red, green, or yellow, whatever drives your farm, Young's Equipment has the MacDon header to lead the way. With MacDon's industry-leading Flex Draper technology, an FD Series header ensures your smoothest and most productive harvest yet. No matter your color, Young's has your header. Young's Equipment, leading the way in a thriving agricultural community.
The Saskatchewan Cancer Agency invites you to join Healthy Future Sask, Saskatchewan's largest health research project. If you're between 30 and 74, you can help us uncover the causes of cancer and chronic diseases. We're recruiting Saskatchewan residents to complete a health and lifestyle questionnaire with an optional visit to our study center. Your participation can have a lasting impact on tomorrow's health. For more information, sign up today at visitHealthyFutureSask.ca. Brought to you by the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. Are you thinking of doing some projects this summer? Maybe building a fence, planting a tree, or doing some other kind of good old-fashioned digging? Whether you're at a work site or in your own backyard, make sure you're planning ahead and getting a line locate before you get started. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
No line locate? No diggity. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
Saskatchewan has been shaped by pioneers, entrepreneurs, and dreamers. Today, we are failing them. With a healthcare system in crisis, a land filled with lawlessness, and a province losing its identity. You deserve better. United, we can build a province where every child can dream big, every family can thrive, and where the spirit of our pioneers lives on. I'm John Rummock, leader of the Saskatchewan United Party, and we will do better.
Authorized by Chief Financial Agent for the Sask United Party.
Back to the Rider Nation pregame show with Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder on the Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Let's go! Game day, Rider Nation. Your Saskatchewan Roughriders on the road in Winnipeg to take on the rival Blue Bombers in the Labor Day rematch. The Riders trying to get revenge after a 35-33 loss at home at Mosaic Stadium in front of the largest crowd ever to be at New Mosaic Stadium. Over 33,000 people packed the building, created a great atmosphere. In Winnipeg, it's going to be sold out at Princess Auto Stadium, or what people in Winnipeg call the Paw. I still don't like that, but whatever. Nonetheless, we go out to the Paw. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder there. And first, fellas, we're going to talk betting the odds, because I feel like, even though Luc doesn't get it right all the time with his pick, he has an idea in terms of the units, right? He's very careful about that when he's talking about mortgages, paycheck, your life savings. He's pretty good at this betting thing. So the Bombers are favored at home by 2.5. The total over under 47.5. Wow. The Riders on the money line, a little bit of value there, plus 128 depending on your sports book. Luc, I go to you. What are you feeling for this one?
Well, I'm not. Listen, I'm not going near that money line bet. At 2.5 for Winnipeg, I'd probably go and take my Western pizza money.
No, not the Western pizza money.
and
Anything but the Western
pizza
money.
No, and our Colin O'Brien bank account on the Winnipeg Blue Bombers to cover that. I hate to say it, guys, but from what we saw out of Winnipeg last week, with how well their defense played and how they found a way to win with a one-dimensional quarterback in Chris Streveler, I feel like they've got a ton of momentum. And the other thing that I'm looking at, guys, is the history over the last 5 years. Like, it hasn't been close here in the last 4 or 5 years, guys. Like, not even close.
Last quarterback to win here in Winnipeg in the Labor Day rematch?
Who?
Zach Collaros.
Zach Collaros, when he played for us.
Played for Saskatchewan.
So I'm taking the Western pizza money, the party money. I'm taking the Colin O'Brien money. And I'm putting it on Winnipeg, unfortunately, boys.
Well, we almost had a situation where that line could have changed, or an anticipated one in my eyes, is Zach Collaros was extremely late coming out for the warm-up, as the Bombers are just actually right over there, just streaming on. And again, for folks listening on the radio, I'm pointing, as of course you can like and subscribe our YouTube channel at the SportsCage. But Zach was a little late coming out. It was Terry Wilson and Chris Streveler that were doing the brunt of the warm-up to our right. But Zach is back, so moot point at the end of the day. Just, it could have changed.
Yeah. I'm also going to take the under on the points.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm going to go under 47. I got it around 42 in my mind.
Luke's feeling it. You know, I got to shout you guys out because Colin O'Brien's Man Shop has you looking so fresh and so clean out there, fellas. Dave, I love the white shirt.
Well, you got to, again, you can't see it in radio, but I slopped my pregame meal on it, so let's not tell anybody.
You covered it up. Nobody
it's always a challenge.
Tell Aaron I'll be there on Monday.
Well, I was just admiring myself in the live stream, telling Dave I look like Daniel Cormier in retirement.
You should admire yourselves. And for people that don't know, yes, we're streaming live on 620 CKRM, the radio app, and of course across your dial. But also, if you want to check us out live in color, youtube.com/@sportscage.com. And we are live streaming on X or Twitter as well. That's @SportsCage. Go to Twitter, give us a follow, get in on the fun there. Go to YouTube, hit that subscribe button, be a friend, tell a friend, because this is the best pregame show in the entire CFL. Ain't nothing about it. Okay, let's get to Luke's keys of the game while I'm fired up. For Pattison Liquid Systems, experts in liquid fertilizer distribution. Fertilizer's just better when it's wetter. Pattison Liquid Systems, expect the best.
Well, there's a reason why I didn't take my mortgage money and put it on the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. I only took the Colin O'Brien account. And one of the reasons why is for key number one. I think that this team, if they can find a way to actually make the play that's in front of them, I think they're going to be all right. That was a huge discrepancy, and one of the reasons why they lost last week is that they just, for instance, they dropped too many balls. They let the Bombers off the hook one too many times. And I think that right now, if you look on tape, offensively, defensively, for sure special teams, there's a number of mistakes that you can take and point at the reason why you took an L last week. So this week, it's all about making the play, executing, being consistent. If the Saskatchewan Roughriders can do that, they can go ahead and take this win, something that they haven't done here in a few years. I think the second key is understanding Winnipeg. They are who they are. Right, we saw it play out in the fourth quarter in the last minutes. We were talking all day about the fact that in the close moments in the fourth quarter, they're going to go to Nick Dembski, right? What happened? They went right to Nick Dembski when they needed it, right? They are a team that is not going to change. This is a team that has been to the last couple Grey Cups for a reason. They're not sitting there being like, oh, man, we need to make a ton of adjustments. No, they're going to come out. They're going to get your vets. They're going to get behind their vets like Patty Neufeld, who returns, and they're going to try to hit you in the mouth, and they're going to continually hit you in the mouth. They're not changing. Understand that, right? Understand that the things that they're going to do are the things that they Always do. Don't overthink this one. You got to play fast. And the third key, I think, is the linebacker play. I think that this game is going to come down to which linebacking core plays the best. And I was really impressed with really both sides last week, but specifically with guys like Tony Jones and Rada Cranby for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. I think the key right now in this Banjo Bowl game is the fact that whatever linebacking core comes out, gets into their drops, understands their defensive assignments, especially in second or anytime they're passing the ball, I think that it's all that is where this result is going to have, or that is the group that is going to have the biggest sort of impact on the win or the loss for the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
That's Luke's 3 keys to the game. Coming up on the other side, your pregame injury report and starting lineups. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and on Twitter or X at SportsCage. Yeah, throw up the X like my man Curtis, plus the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Elevate your baling experience with the Heston by Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler. With a dependable, long-lasting design for challenging conditions and high-speed baling, this machine features swing-away net loading and an optional hydraulic drop floor for easy obstruction clearing. Quality hay production starts today with Heston by Massey Ferguson. See the Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler at Nick's Service in Emerald Park.
Forget brain freeze. It's time to put the chill on your internet bill. Switch to SaskTel and you can get Infinite 150 for just $15 a month for 3 months. That's some frosty savings. Plus, you'll save $25 each month for the rest of your contract. Keep your whole family happy with speed that can keep up with every device. Cheers to savings. Visit SaskTel.com/chill. Conditions apply.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Early booking discounts apply until September 15th.
Meet your new favorite shade of green. At Nick's Service, we offer the Fendt 500 Vario Series tractor that's tailor-made for your farm. Get better stability, ease of use, and comfort with one tractor. Whether you're feeding, tilling, baling, or hauling, this series is built for your farm. Experience up to 163 horsepower with this multi-purpose tractor. Visit Nick's Service in Emerald Park or go to nicksservice.com to get a quote on the Fendt 500 Vario Series.
Premier Scott Moe.
The new provincial budget makes record new investments in our growing province. There's a 9% lift in school funding, so our kids get the best possible education. A 10% increase in health funding, so Saskatchewan people get the care they need when they need it. And a 14% increase for cities, towns, and RMs, so our communities continue to be great places to live, to work, and to raise a family. The new provincial budget. Classrooms, care, communities.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party caucus.
For all your grain brokerage needs, call Johnston's Grain. They're hyper-focused on finding growers the best price in the market. Johnston's will deliver the best bids in Western Canada on special crops, milling oats, malt barley, feed grains, damaged grains, and much more. When you think about marketing, think Johnston's. Their expertise helps farmers secure the highest prices while avoiding risky buyers. They'll help you structure your contracts in a way that is good for your farm. Call 844-324-7778.
Back to the Rider Nation pregame show with Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder on the Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
It is game day, Rider Nation. The rivalry match part 2, we'll call it Labor Day Classic rematch, going down in Winnipeg. That is where Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder are live at Princess Auto Stadium. We bring them in. It is time for your pregame injury report, brought to you by the Saskatchewan Construction Safety Association, which provides cost-effective and convenient training courses online, in person, or on demand anywhere in the province.
Well, what's going to stand out in the injury report is that if you look up and down, there are 6 offensive linemen that are on the 6-game injured list. Peter Godber, Zach Fry, Jacob Brammer, Jamarcus Hardrip, Philip Blake, and Ryan Sevier. And that's a pretty good starting offensive line anywhere in the league.
Dude, that's an awesome starting lineup.
Yeah.
I wish we had that lineup today. Not to say that our guys haven't done well. The guys that have been put into this lineup have played really well. So credit to guys like Coach Harrison on the O-line. But what you read there, that's crazy.
Well, and building upon that, of course, you can see the graphic if you're watching our stream on YouTube or, of course, over on X. But Amari Henderson and Bruno LaBelle, they are going to be 1-game injured list guys, so they're the healthy guys. But the other one that I thought that was intriguing is Anthony Lanier, and the fact that he was much more active this week and really trying out the knee on the sideline during practice sessions. So I don't know that his return would ever have been imminent for this week, but the team is going on a bye, and he's really been, as Coach Mace suggests, really been attacking his rehab. And so, like I say, he was out there doing a number of different agility and mobility drills. So I think that that's an encouraging sign for the Riders, who definitely would love not only just to have his athleticism, his presence on the inside, but another body that they can rotate into that defensive line group that has been decimated as well by injury and retirement.
Well, it's been tough, a tough stretch for Anthony Lanier. I mean, the last 2 years, as good as he's been, he has run into some injury issues, and hopefully this team can get him back. They're a dynamic team, and I think that Miles Brown and guys like Caleb Saunders have done well in his stead. However, he is such an impactful guy, especially in the pass game, that I think that they really miss him.
Your best availability, or best ability, right? Luke, you know this, is availability. Let's go to the starting lineup, brought to you by Visit Minot in North Dakota. Only 4 hours away is your easy getaway to family fun with a zoo, new children's museum, and more. Plan your trip at visitminot.org.
Well, 3 big changes as far as the offensive side of the football goes. Of course, 2 of which are along the offensive line. Noah Zare out of Langenberg is going to get his first ever start at the left guard position. And then Nick Jones is going to slot into the right guard spot. This will be his second start this season in that spot, his 3rd game overall in the CFL season. The receiving core has to be shaken up a little bit, as you also saw that we didn't highlight it, but yes, if you missed it earlier, Dante Myers, who's had such a breakout season when he's been able to be in the lineup, isn't going to play again today, as again he got shaken up, was in a sling this week at practice. So that allows you to draw in Del Duncan Busby into the lineup, and he'll play behind a Joe in the starting lineup. So those are going to be the 2 big changes. So just to quickly run them down for folks that can't see the stream right now on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network, we've got Keyshawn Johnson and Sean Bain Jr. on the outside, Kean Schaefer-Baker, Samuel Emelis on the inside, along with a Joe. Frankie Hickson starts at quarterback with A.J. Olette out again. And then, of course, we've got Trevor Harris in under center. That center spot going to be held by Logan Furland here today.
I don't know what they're paying Logan Furland, but he's been worth every single penny this year. Outstanding contributions along the entire offensive line. And Trevor Reed, who is in his first year, he's also been playing exceptionally well.
And defensively, really not a lot of changes, just 2 intriguing additions to the lineup in the fact that Saskatchewan Husky Nick Weeb is going to get his first ever professional start as he makes his way back into the lineup after suffering a torn ACL in his last game with the Saskatchewan Huskies last season. Jackson Ford, who suffered an off-season workout injury, he's been rehabilitated, and he is going to be back into the lineup. So Deontay Williams, Marcus Sales going to handle the corners. DeMarcus Fields, Roland Milligan Jr. are the halves. At safety, you got Nelson Lacombo backed up by Jackson Ford. The D-line is Carney, Johnson, Brown, and Brian Cox Jr. Brian Cox Jr. had a sack last week, his 5th of the season. And then that linebacking core, which you so brilliantly highlighted in your keys to the game. Adam Auclair, you have on paper Justin Herdman-Reed, which will actually be Jameer Thurman, and then C.J. Rivas.
Yeah, and again, that's the strength of this team, that front 7. The one piece, as well as they played, I mean, they held the best running back in the league in Brady Oliveira to, 48 yards? Right? Yeah. It wasn't very much. The biggest thing that our guys up front need to do this game is keep the pad level down. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers are essentially like the Philadelphia Eagles of 2023, right? They get a ton of their momentum based off of the work and the physicality they put in in the short yardage drill.
Yeah.
Right? And so that's why I liken them to you saw the Philadelphia Eagles just sort of push their way down the field.
Yes, that's
all last year, right? And the Winnipeg Blue Bombers with Chris Streveler are the same way, right? They build a ton of energy and momentum off of that one play. So today, our defensive linemen have to get their pads as low as possible, come out of their hips, and play on the other side of the line of scrimmage, right? Because as funny as that seems, like, you shouldn't be sitting here and being like, man, 3rd and 1 is one of their go-to plays. But realistically, for them, as part of their identity, it's a huge play.
And just for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers lineup, quickly, guys, Patrick Neufeld, the 13-year pro, is back. Of course, he's missed a couple of weeks with an injury, so good to see that Patty gets back into the lineup. Stanley Bryant will not be along the offensive line for a second straight week after sustaining that scary-looking injury out on the road a couple of weeks back. And then Adam Bighill also is going to be a scratch today for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers from his middle linebacker spot.
Let's go to the quarterbacks in the QB comparison, brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea. For all your hunting and shooting needs, visit prairieguntraders.ca.
Well, Trevor Harris is doing Trevor Harris things. He threw the ball 49 times last week and is number 3 in the entire CFL in quarterback rating. Again, he did everything right. He just still needs to get some help from his receivers, and I think maybe a little help in that running game as well.
Yeah, I thought he was fantastic.
Yeah.
He was putting the ball exactly where he needed to be. The problem is the receivers, and you don't want to throw everybody under the bus, but the receivers just weren't making the play when it came to them.
Yeah.
And I think that you're right. The better this team can continue to do with Frankie Hickson, who only had 10 carries and 32 yards last game, the easier it will be on them, because you also have to stay out of the 2nd and 7+ range, right? They did a good job in that range last week. When we were in 2nd and 7+, we didn't have the issues that we had seen in the last few games, but you can't live and die in that section of the game for too long, especially against a turnover-driven defense in the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. And that's the other thing, too. The way these guys are coached on the Winnipeg side, I mean, I know that the Saskatchewan Roughriders are used to getting a ton of turnovers or plus whatever, but the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, they're coached the same way. And eventually, at some point, it's going to start happening for them. You just hope that it doesn't happen today.
And, of course, you want to go ahead and get that run game established so that the likes of Willie Jefferson can't just pin their ears back and not respect the run, right?
Well, look, Willie J had a quarterback sack, 2 tackles for loss. Those are momentum builders for this team.
And Zach Caleros, conversely, before he was removed for precautionary reasons, was 12 of 18, 218 yards, a touchdown and an interception before he left. So he looks like he's picking up where he's left off. The touchdown tosses just haven't come his way, as again, his touchdown-interception ratio is still not where he wants it to be, but Zach is Zach.
Yeah, and we talked about him too. We mentioned last week the amount of interceptions that he's thrown, and it came to fruition last week. He threw another interception. But the thing about Zach Caleros is he's sitting back there and he's like, man, I'm the 2-time most outstanding player. I'm going to keep shooting at you, right? So it's going to, again, this game has all the makings of a classic, but you got to feel like more things have to go right for the Saskatchewan Roughriders right now than they do for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers.
We'll let you guys go and get some food, and if Dave eats before the game, Luke, put a bib or a napkin on him so he keeps that white shirt nice and clean, all right?
Well, that's where we were. We were eating in the media lounge there. And
how many pregame meals do you think I eat, guys? Come on.
Yeah. We're full. I don't think we're going to go for a second round there. Might have some of that popcorn, though.
Oh, yeah, that looked good.
Yeah, they do a good job with the popcorn here in Manitoba.
Get in on it, boys. We look forward to your call. We'll let you get set for kickoff. Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder will have kickoff at 1 p.m. local time for the Labor Day rematch. Coming up next, we talk about the rotating centers that Trevor Harris had to deal with in Labor Day Classic. Not one, not two, but 3 different guys were snapping him the football. It'll be Logan Furland this week. You'll hear Harris's thoughts on Furland and that center position, next. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com, on X and Twitter at SportsCage, and on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Saskatchewan, we're built for seeing the sun rise and for days lasting past sunset. We're built for trials, tasks, and tough times. Redhead Power Sports in North Battleford offers you your next ultimate off-road experience. From Can-Am off-road vehicles, Sea-Doo personal watercrafts, or Ski-Doo snowmobiles, let us take you on your next ultimate off-road experience. Choose your next adventure with Redhead Power Sports. redheadpowersports.ca.
Hey, want to grab a burger?
A what?
A burger.
What's that?
A hamburger.
Sorry, I'm a little lost.
A hamburger.
Maybe if I saw one?
Bread with meat in the middle.
Oh, right.
Yes.
Like a souvlaki pita wrap.
No. Win free OPA for a year and you might just forget what other food is. You could win one of 3 grand prizes of OPA for a year or instantly win wraps, fries, and more. Enter on the OPA app or at opaofgreece.com.
At McDougall Auctioneers, we're not just selling heavy equipment, we're powering progress. Hi, this is Riley McChesney. Our online auctions bring together the best machinery and the biggest network of buyers. Whether it's construction marvels or industrial giants, we sell with expertise and a commitment to value. Choose McDougall Auctioneers for auctions that move as fast as your business does. McDougall Auctioneers, 1-800-263-4193 or visit us at mcdougallauction.com.
Sask Lotteries has 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Help us grow the next 50. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
Take care of your crops with the Fendt Rogator 900 Series sprayer. It's the industry's only rear boom sprayer with 2 height adjustable clearance for late season protection. Go from standard clearance to high clearance in less than 45 seconds and liquid to dry application in under 2 hours for maximum productivity. Your crops depend on spot-on placement, and this is the sprayer to get the job done. See the Fendt Rogator at Owens and Schweitzer in Eston.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. Back to the Rider Nation pregame show with Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Hey, it's game day, Rider Nation. The Saskatchewan Roughriders on the road in Winnipeg for the Labor Day rematch at Princess Auto Stadium as the teams renew hostilities. Less than a week after they played in the Labor Day Classic, the Bombers won that one 35-33. And, you know, got some people atting me on Twitter talking about, well, how could it be the largest ever stadium crowd at, New Mosaic Stadium? And it's because they sold out all the seats before, so there's been a sellout. But what they did was increase the standing room, okay? So it was indeed verified by the franchise themselves, the largest crowd in New Mosaic Stadium history, over 33,000 people. It's going to be sold out at Princess Auto Stadium for the Bombers and Riders. Great atmosphere there that Trevor Harris and his new starting center for the week at least, Logan Ferland, are going to have to deal with. It's not something totally new to Harris, though, because he had to deal with 3 different centers in the Labor Day Classic. Peter Godber, he went out with an injury.
I was actually kind of nervous
Zach
going
Fry
into
then went out. And sorry, we had a little quick trigger there, but then Logan Ferland came into the game, but Harris has got a lot of reps in with Ferland this week.
The game where Peter got hurt and Fry came in because I hadn't really taken too many snaps from him, and then when Fry got hurt, I was like, man, who's going to play center? And then Fry, when Fry got hurt, I see Peter walk out on the field, and in my headset, they're like, get Peter off the field, he's not cleared yet. I was like, Pete, get off the field. He's like, we don't have anybody else. And I was like, we're getting Micah. And I was like, I don't know if he's going to snap. And so it ended up being Ferland, who's great. But it doesn't surprise me with Logan Ferland. He's filled in a tackle, guard, center, and he's just been elite no matter what he's in. It was pretty regular throughout the game, but every snap we've gotten this week has been important, especially with the silent cadence. and getting the rhythm of that, and then the different sort of cadences we have within that are important. So he's been great. Any quarterback will tell you your relationship with your center is always a little bit different, and but Logan's like stud, man. I mean, shoot, he's played tackle, he's played guard, he's played center, and he's truly an elite lineman. We're really lucky to have a guy like Luc Mullinder. There's no question about that. I think the most injuries I've ever seen up front, and so those guys are piecing it together, battling. And shoot, I think somebody told me they were the PFF O-line of the week. So I take pride in that because I feel like I'm part of the O-line, and that's because we're kind of tied together with the amount of sacks we give up. Us going to be putting us in decent situations for running the football, and I almost like feel like an O-lineman. I'm like part of those guys. I love those guys, and I have a great relationship with them. So when they succeed, I love it.
Wes, what's it like for a quarterback to deal with that many different centers? You know what it's like when you're dealing with quarterbacks on quarterback running back exchanges.
Mm-hmm. It's an intimate situation. You got a guy bent over and you're all up in his mix. But as far as beyond that, there's the exchange itself when you're under center. And then most quarterbacks, it's like, just get me a snap that's right in that good region around my midsection so I can get my hands on it, get my eyes downfield, and get to reading this coverage as soon as possible. So I think another big thing about centers is getting the rest of the O-line on the same page. A lot of times, like who's going to be treated as the mic and who's blocking who is dependent on the center's calls. So as long as the quarterback and center are communicating well, he knows that the center's relaying that to the O-line, and he's going to be protected. So I think it's crucial, and I would love for every O-lineman to be able to play a few positions because injuries do happen. But hats off to Fairholm for handling his biz, moving around and making things seem seamless because they're definitely not.
Logan Fairholm, in my opinion, and I have a vote for this, has got to be a CFL All-Star caliber lineman this year. For sure, West Division All-Star, but the thing is, where do you peg him? It's probably going to be that right guard spot where he usually is, but he's shown he can play tackle at a high level, and he looked really good at center last week. Coming up on the other side of these messages, we'll go over to the defensive side of the football. Dave Thomas goes one-on-one with Riders defensive lineman Brian Cox Jr. This is Saskatchewan Roughriders football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and on X or Twitter at SportsCage, plus the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
I view it as Hi everyone, chance. Sean here with Young's Equipment, your MacDon header headquarters in southern Saskatchewan. New or used, red, green, or yellow, whatever drives your farm, Young's Equipment has the MacDon header to lead the way. With MacDon's industry-leading Flex Draper technology, an FD Series header ensures your smoothest and most productive harvest yet. No matter your color, Young's has your header. Young's Equipment, leading the way in a thriving agricultural community.
Forget brain freeze. It's time to put the chill on your internet bill. Switch to SaskTel and you can get Infinite 150 for just $15 a month for 3 months. That's some frosty savings. Plus, you'll save $25 each month for the rest of your contract. Keep your whole family happy with speed that can keep up with every device. Cheers to savings. Visit SaskTel.com/chill. Conditions apply.
This summer, you can look hotter than the sun with a new wardrobe from Colin O'Brien. For everywhere you go this summer, from the golf course to that backyard barbecue to drinks on the patio or a day at the beach. No matter where you go, it'll be all about feeling good and looking your best. Comfortable summer casual wear for the man with impeccable taste. Colin O'Brien Man's Shop. Contemporary, urban, defined. 1825 Hamilton. ColinO'Brien.com.
Hey Rider fans, AJ Ouellette here, running back for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. To be the best, you have to put in the hard work. And at Capital GMC Buick Cadillac in Regina, they work hard every day. They're the #1 GMC dealer in Saskatchewan, always offering the best selection of GMC trucks and SUVs for prices other dealers wish they could match. Whether I'm up early for Breakfast Club workouts or staying up late watching film, I know the team at Capital GMC is always ready to help. They drive Rider Nation.
Saskatchewan has been shaped by pioneers, entrepreneurs, and dreamers. Today, we are failing them. With a healthcare system in crisis, a land filled with lawlessness, and a province losing its identity. You deserve better. United, we can build a province where every child can dream big, every family can thrive, and where the spirit of our pioneers lives on. I'm John Rummick, leader of the Saskatchewan United Party, and we will do better.
Authorized by Chief Financial Agent for the Sask United Party.
Your Cooperator's advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Jeremy Saxby in Regina a call at 306-359-2699 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Back to the Rider Nation pregame show with Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Justin Dunk with you live from the downtown Regina Harvard Media Studios, Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder out in Winnipeg live, getting ready to call this one at Princess Auto Stadium. We'll go out to them around 2 o'clock for kickoff, but Dave Thomas was able to catch up with Rough Riders defensive end Brian Cox Jr. for an exclusive one-on-one that focused, at least to start, on the back-to-back games with the rival Winnipeg Blue Bombers.
I view it as another chance. I mean, we lost the one we just played, obviously, so we just have to use this one as a chance to get back on the good side.
What did you learn about your team and yourself in that last game against Winnipeg and the season thus far?
I understand we got a group that won't quit. No matter how hard it gets, we just got to rally together. We just got to find a way to finish the game and win.
Talking with Luc Mullinder, he consistently praises you for the fact that you look much more comfortable and the game seems to be slower around you, but you're going faster. Would you agree with that in your evolution as a player this year?
Oh, yeah, I'd say that. Being in my second year up here, I had to get adjusted to the game up here. It's a little bit different, and I'm starting to get a little bit comfortable, so I'd say that, yeah.
5 sacks so far this season. Obviously, that's got to feel pretty good. What's going right?
Just the guys around me doing what they're supposed to do. I mean, we're a unit, so DBs have to cover, we have to rush, and then my other guys that are rushing with me are all in their lanes, allowing me to get the quarterback.
Obviously, taking away lanes is going to be a key again tomorrow against a running back like Brady Oliveira. It's not going to be easy to shut him down again, but how do you do it?
We just play team ball, man. Everybody has an assignment, everybody has a gap, everybody has to do that to the best of their ability, and we'll be all right.
Now you're still a younger guy on this team. There's been a lot of talk about cleaning up small mistakes so that you can change the outcome. Is it as easy as that?
I believe so. I believe we got the group to do it. So I think it's just as simple as just cleaning up the small mistakes and just paying attention to the small details and finishing.
So when you watch those small details on film, does it make you cringe? Do you see that and it's like, oh, not again, or no?
I'd say yes to some degree. It depends on if it's like a repeat offender or if it's the same mistake. But oftentimes I feel like it's just a bunch of small little things that are different maybe from week to week that cause us to not, complete the mission.
That was Dave Thomas one-on-one with Brian Cox Jr. going into this game, looking to slow down the Bombers' offense, Zach Collaros and Brady Oliveira. Wes, you obviously were a great running back for the Saskatchewan Roughriders and Calgary Stampeders as well. When you look at Brady Oliveira, what's the key to at least kind of trying to throw him off balance a little bit and not getting running downhill?
Yeah, I think basically you have to get him before he gets going. He's a big back. He's got a little bit of juice, a little agility once he gets out into space. And when you got those smaller guys trying to bring him down, obviously it's a tougher task. So these big boys up front just need to cancel gaps and make sure that they're making him bounce it. And then guys have to rally to the ball and make sure he doesn't get that corner. But he's an athlete, and hopefully they don't, get the screen game going to him. But just cancel that stuff out, fly around, and cancel gaps so that he's not hitting it downhill, gashing your defense. He's having to bounce it and find room on the outside.
On the other side, you'll hear from Trevor Harris channeling his inner Rocky mentality. You're not going to want to miss this next. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming live and in color on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and on Twitter or X at SportsCage, plus the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
From minor repairs to complete rebuilds, Golden West Trailer and Equipment has been your #1 repair shop since 1979. Saskatchewan owned and operated, they have dealerships in Moose Jaw, Saskatoon, and Winkler. They're Canada's only full-line Wilson trailer dealer and the biggest move-all trailer dealer in the country. Be sure to also check out their parts and service section. For your heavy truck and trailer service and parts, all SGI accredited, visit Golden West Trailer and Equipment today.
The Saskatchewan Cancer Agency invites you to join Healthy Future Sask, Saskatchewan's largest health research project. If you're between 30 and 74, you can help us uncover the causes of cancer and chronic diseases. We're recruiting Saskatchewan residents to complete a health and lifestyle questionnaire with an optional visit to our study center. Your participation can have a lasting impact on tomorrow's health. For more information, sign up today at visithealthyfuturesask.ca. Brought to you by the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency.
Is your farm working as hard as you do? Demand more from your data, your productivity, your farm. Ag Expert is the link between your data and decisions. From field to finance and everything in between, the right decision is right in front of you. Demand more, get more at agexpert.ca. Your data working hard like you.
Thanks to feedback from farmers like you, Massey Ferguson raised the bar with the 8S series. To protect you, design reduces cab noise and vibration while improving engine air quality and combustion. The industry-exclusive Dyna VT transmission delivers fuel efficiency with easy travel speed and RPM adjustment. When you have a straightforward and dependable Massey Ferguson 8S series on your farm, the work just gets done. See the MF 8S series at Parkland Farm Equipment in North Battleford.
Beautify your yard this summer with your friends from Windsor Plywood with locations in Regina, Prince Albert, Yorkton, and Saskatoon. From fiber-on and TimberTech decking to beautiful and modern Vista railing, Windsor Plywood has it all. Don't forget about the huge selection of treated lumber for all your outdoor projects. See the pros at Windsor Plywood, Regina, Yorkton, Prince Albert, and Saskatoon.
Windsor, the experts you need to know.
Hey, want to grab a burger?
A what?
A burger.
What's that?
A hamburger.
Sorry, I'm a little lost.
A hamburger.
Maybe if I saw one?
Bread with meat in the middle.
Oh, right.
Yes.
Like a souvlaki pita wrap.
No. Win free OPA for a year and you might just forget what other food is. You could win one of 3 grand prizes of OPA for a year or instantly win wraps, fries, and more. Enter on the OPA app or at opaofgreece.com.
Back to the Rider Nation pregame show with Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
So your quarterback, number 7, Trevor Harris, goes into Winnipeg for the Labor Day rematch, channeling his inner Rocky mentality, sold-out crowd, hostile environment, fans on top of him. But Harris, man, he don't care. He said he wants all the smoke.
Up until probably the last couple of years, since I'm 36-ish, I like playing, with and being able to see my wife and kids in the stands. But like before that, I always preferred road games, and I still love road games with all my heart. And one of my lasting memories, whenever I'm done playing, will be when you throw the ball, you let it go, you get hit, and you can't see if it was caught or not, and just hearing the collective from the crowd. That just to me is the greatest feeling. I just love it. It gives me chills thinking about it, and those are the sorts of things that are really fun during these type of environments, and especially a game like tomorrow, the Banjo Bowl. We know that it's going to be loud. We're not going to be able to use our cadence because the fans are going to be too loud for us to use it. And so what more would you want? You don't want to play in a road game with 8,000 people, so this is going to be all of them against us. But let's go like Rocky IV in a hostile environment in Russia.
Eye of the Tiger, man. That's what I think of when I think of Rocky.
Yeah, you gotta love Rocky, man. I like that he had that concert. I'm still mad Apollo Creed died in that movie, but I gotta love Clubber Lang. I think Rocky 3 going up against Mr. T, Clubber Lang, that's my era. I love that stuff. Good reference, Trevor. Good reference.
I love the mentality, man. What I remember from the Rocky movies is him drinking raw eggs. I get that people do that, but it just seems so slimy and disgusting, man.
Gotta do what you gotta do. You trying to get over the hump. Trying to win. We gotta get it. Let's
do you think Trevor Harris drank raw eggs before the game to get over the hump? Change it up?
He might have tried it once. One time he was like, yeah, this too much.
Dude, I do agree with him. I didn't play in the pros, but at the University of Guelph, the sweetest sound was silence on the road. When you hit him for a big touchdown, you don't even have to say anything at that point, man.
Yeah,
the crowd knows.
Throw the hush finger up. Yeah.
Wes
no,
knows.
it's good time. Hey, I like playing on the road too. I feel like hostile environments make you focus. You kind of zone in, kind of cancel out the noise in your mind. The only time it gets to you is when you're really trying to communicate and you can't hear. But you know, like when everybody huddles up, you can usually get a call out and everybody knows what they're doing. But outside of that, you just, you know whatever the call is, that's what we're going with. We got to make it work. Let's get out here and get it done. And like you said, when you're in a loud environment and then you make a play that like quiets the fans on the road, it's the best feeling.
Corey Mace was preparing his team all week, pumping in heavy crowd noise at Mosaic Stadium that you could hear in areas all around the stadium in Regina to go into this hostile environment at Princess Auto Stadium.
Every team kind of prepares for hostile environments, and, you know, this is certainly going to be that. But that's exciting. You know, that's part of what you love, playing the game and being around the game, for these guys to come out and play in a place where, not very many people are going to be fans of you. So, you know, you got to be at your best, and, you know, communication-wise, you try to prepare yourself for that throughout the week. But we have to be dialed in everything, whether it's communication on the field, on the sideline, with our coaches on the phones, et cetera, to get the job done.
It'll be a sold-out Princess Auto Stadium, over 30,000 screaming fans in there, mostly going to be in blue and gold. So Mace has prepared his team for that atmosphere. Wes, when you're on a losing skid and you go on the road, can that actually galvanize the team together because you have to deal with all of those extra elements? Does it sharpen your focus?
I think it does for sure. I mean, it's kind of when you win at home, it's kind of expected, and then you've got the fans behind you. But when you go on the road and everybody's doubting you, and, you know, the spread says you're going to take a butt whipping, well, this spread is close, but, you know, the spread says you're going to lose. Everybody's rooting against you where you're at, and then you go in there and you defy the odds, literally. Yeah, I mean, it's going to galvanize you, and it should bring you together, and it's something to build off of. So this is a great chance for the Riders to seize the opportunity.
Indeed, it is. The Riders, for what it's worth, 2-3-1 on the season on the road. But when these two teams get together, you can throw the records out the window. In what the Bombers call the Banjo Bowl, Winnipeg is 12-7 all time. So even though lately it hasn't been a great outcome for the Riders when they go in there for this Labor Day rematch, the Riders have actually got some wins in there. Wes, you know what it's like to go in there and get a win. How can they get it done?
You just got to come out ready to go. I mean, it's going to be a situation where obviously there's going to be, like, the crowd's going to get loud and they're going to try to get into it early, but you just got to, like, don't wait for somebody else to make the play. You go make the play, whether you're running down on kickoff or you got a block on kickoff return. If the first play is to you, go make that play. Get up, talking your trash, but stay focused and get back and line up ready to make the next one. It's all about just being ready at the start and then just carrying that momentum. It's the same game. Everybody's got to play by the same rules. You just got a little bit of noise going against you. And if you can block that out and just go zone in, which I think sometimes that hater noise helps you zone in, then it should be fine. You just got to be ready from the start.
Corey Mace seems like he has his team ready, and his commentary brought to you by Saloon Tires. Cars, trucks, or SUVs, Saloon Tire has you covered. Like a championship-winning defense, league-leading value, and performance you can count on. The Riders looking to get a high-level performance today in Winnipeg. Wes, I'll get you out on this, 30 seconds or less. How can Saskatchewan go in there and steal a win in Winnipeg?
Yeah, they've got to play mistake-free football. So the offense has to take care of it. I mean, Trevor's going to check. If he's got to check down, take the easy stuff, take what the defense gives him all day, fine. This defense is great. They're going to make some plays, no busts on the back end, and just relentless pressure, get at the quarterback. And yeah, special teams, we got to clean up the errors. Mistake-free football is going to get it done today.
Wes knows how to get it done. He's done it there in Winnipeg in the Labor Day match multiple times before. Labor Day rematch, that is. Excuse me. On the other side, it is that Labor Day rematch. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder on the call, live from Princess Auto Stadium. This has been the Rider Nation pregame show. We'll talk to you during the fifth quarter, and then Wes will rejoin for the postgame show where we take your calls and texts and all the reaction to what goes down at Princess Auto Stadium. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. SportsCage.com, on X or Twitter at SportsCage, and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
It's time to field your best. Here comes Salford's Spinner Spreaders, gridiron gladiators charging onto the field with a lineup of various sizes and models. Salford Spreaders are constructed with stainless steel and complete the pass with pinpoint accuracy. Select models go long with application widths up to 120 feet. Field your best with Salford.
See them at Eberassa in Assiniboia, Carlisle, Radville, and Weyburn, and Mazer Group.
Sask Lotteries has 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Help us grow the next 50. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Early booking discounts apply until September 15th.
Attention farmers, get ready to meet your #1 canola seed. DeKalb is hitting the field with their strongest canola lineup ever. Their high-yielding, Straight Cut Plus hybrids come standard with club root resistance and are designed to deliver a faster, smoother harvest. Looks like Saskatchewan isn't the only team you should be keeping an eye on this season. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to get DeKalb in your winning lineup. Always read and follow label directions.
The new Case IH Steiger 715 offers power with purpose. Tackle rough terrain and any field challenges with the new Case IH Steiger 715 tractor. With an impressive 778 horsepower, new hood design, enhanced lighting, improved visibility, and hands-free steering you've come to rely on. See your local Redhead Equipment dealer for details. redheadequipment.ca, making tracks since 1948.
Saskatchewan has been shaped by pioneers, entrepreneurs, and dreamers. Today, we are failing them. With a healthcare system in crisis, a land filled with lawlessness, and a province losing its identity. You deserve better. United, we can build a province where every child can dream big, every family can thrive, and where the spirit of our pioneers lives on. I'm John Rummock, leader of the Saskatchewan United Party, and we will do better.
Authorized by Chief Financial Agent for the Sask United Party.
Rider Nation, it's game day. Saskatchewan Rough Rider football is brought to you by Bayer Crop Science, Unifor Local 1S and 2S, the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency, Salford Equipment, SegaPlayNow.com, Quality Tire, Redhead Equipment, McDougall Auctioneers, Claws of America. Stay up to date on everything Riders at SportsCage.com. Now to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Time now for the first quarter on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Well, with Selena Gomez pounding through the speakers of the stadium when we arrived, I thought it was only apropos to bring you words from Selena. I believe in second chances, but I don't believe in third or fourth. That's the mindset of today's visitors here in the Manitoba capital. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dave Thomas alongside Grey Cup champion Luc Mullinder and our technical producer Jason here at Princess Auto Stadium in Winnipeg, Manitoba for a Labor Day rematch. The message has been the same from the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Calm down. The last 6 weeks have been tough with a new challenge presenting itself each and every game, leading to a half-dozen game winless drought. The green and white need to correct the small mistakes and play a full connected 60 minutes if they want ice cream to head into the bye week with. For the Bombers, the Wolves were out 4 games into the season with the team winless to start the campaign. But the blue and gold said, come and get it, not willing to flinch or turn their backs on the systems that have propelled them into the last 4 Labor Day games. The Bombers haven't exactly killed them with kindness, but they're poised physically, and execution has put them in the top spot in the division. Today, these two rivals wrap up their season series with the victor getting a leg up in the battle for playoff spots and a nice souvenir when the final gun sounds. As we get set for this afternoon's national anthem from Princess Auto Stadium.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Well, a wonderful tribute to a late member of the Manitoba Grand Council before today's anthem here at a beautiful sun-soaked, all of a sudden, Princess Auto Stadium in the Manitoba capital. Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder getting set. Of course, the Roughriders come in looking for a much-needed victory to break up a 6-game winless drought, which, of course, is much advertised and much talked about. And close only counts in grenades and manure fights, I've been told. And with the Riders in those 6 games only having a point differential of 4, it hurts. But it's got to change, and it's got to change quickly.
It's got to change quickly, and again, we talked about it in the pregame show. The Saskatchewan Roughriders have a lot of good things that are lining up for them in order to get into this playoff picture. I'm not saying they're out of it right now, but the fact that the 5 of the last 6 opponents that they face are Western Conference opponents allows for 2 things. You can keep your fate in your hands, and as we all know, this final third part of the year is all about getting in that frame of mind and playing your best level of football. But as you stated, Dave, things have got to turn around now. They've got to turn around quickly, and it's going to go a long way if the Saskatchewan Roughriders can just find a way grasp, some consistency, and finally make the plays that have been in front of them that they've been missing out on and have been causing them to fall into the loss column.
So referee Ben Major is assembled at center field for the coin toss for Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca. It is won by the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, who have chosen to defer as there is a bit of a breeze coming into Princess Auto Stadium. It will be from the right to left as we see it here, Luke, or from the south end zone here in Winnipeg. So it shouldn't be a huge factor, but it is enough that it will affect definitely the punting game if those kicks get up above the lower bowls. So that will be a factor.
Well, that and the crowd noise, right? You and I were talking a little bit about it today when we got in the building. Is Princess Auto Stadium, it's almost like a car garage, as a matter of fact, because they've got these huge metal just sort of shingles that flow across the sides of both grandstands, and the sound just reverberates off them and travels back down. So you've got a number of factors against you if you're the Saskatchewan Roughriders today.
So the Roughriders are going to defend the north end zone, or the end zone to the left as we see it here at Princess Auto Stadium. They are going to receive the opening kickoff as they'll send Thomas Bertrand Udon along with Mario Alford back inside their 20-yard line to take this kickoff from Sergio Castillo, who averages 68.7 yards per kick for the 8-year pro out of West Texas A&M, as he'll put the ball down on the 30-yard line just beyond the left-hand hash, as he's put it about a yard towards the middle of the field, as the crowd is going to come to life and the Riders are going to get the ball to start the football game. It's a Labor Day rematch. Cards are on the table. Belly up, folks. We got 3 hours of fun coming your way, and it starts off the foot of Castillo, who will kick it to Mario Alford, who will take it back at his 9-yard line here on the near side of the football field. He'll dance up towards the 20 to the 25. Going to be brought down there right in front of our broadcast location. Getting downfield to make the tackle was Tanner Cadwallader, and it'll be 1st and 10 for the Saskatchewan Roughriders offense as they come out onto the field for the first time.
Cadwallader is one of the guys in their depth, and that's one of the things that makes this Blue Bomber squad so good. They've got such great depth, and they're so well coached at the special teams level.
Rider new look offensive line will have Logan Ferland at center today. Noah Zur and Nick Jones are the guards. Travion Tate and Trevor Reed are the tackles. It's 1st and 10 for the Riders, right-hand hash. Harris in the gun on 1st down. Signals his receivers to the line, fakes a handoff, swings it out near side to Joe. He's got it, will carry a man up beyond the 30 to the 32-yard line for a nice gain on 1st down for the green and white.
One of the things that Darian Durant said when we had an opportunity to call the game with him last week is if he's in Trevor Harris's shoes, he talks about just going and getting 1st downs. Well, I'll tell you what, if you continue to get 6 yards on the 1st downs that they just did there, they're going to put themselves in a great position to come out on top today.
Joe is number 2 in the CFL when it comes to yards per reception, averaging 17.8. He'll get 6 there. It'll be 2nd and 4, Saskatchewan on their own 32-yard line. Backfield empties for Harris. Swings it out far side. Frankie Hickson's got it and has some room to run on the far sideline. Finally forced out of bounds up around the 52 of Saskatchewan. But a big Bazandowski agency's 1st down for the Riders.
It's a good job by the Saskatchewan Roughriders. We get a mismatch here when it comes to Hickson going into the flat. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers, Tony Jones doesn't go with them. And the reason why you get more yardage on that is because he's got 5 yards of space between him and the first defender when he does get the ball. It's a good start from Saskatchewan.
Ball now on the left-hand hash for the Riders on their own 52. It's 1st and 10 after the Bazandowski agency's 1st down. 5 receivers set. Harris back to pass, swings it out far side. Once again, it's complete to Joe, but up to make the tackle right away was Retta Cramdy, and it'll be a minimal gain on 1st down.
We talked about one of the key games being linebacker play for both teams, and I thought Retta Cramdy last week had a great game. Here he starts off with a defensive tackle. You get Joe out into the flat. Really nothing available past Joe there, so only thing that Trevor Harris had to throw at.
They're going to mark it as a loss of 1. 2nd and 11 now, Saskatchewan on their 51. Left-hand hash, 3 receivers far side for Trevor Harris. Snap, dribbles back to him, picks it up off the turf, and that timing is off and it's incomplete, intended for Samuel Emelis, but the snap didn't get to Harris from Logan Ferlin, who taps him on the shoulder, says, "My bad," on their way off the field.
Yeah, you got to feel for Logan Ferlin. Nothing's his bad today. I mean, he's played every single spot. This is simply a dig route coming back in towards the problem with Emelis, and the reason that they couldn't connect with Harris after he picked up the ball was Emelis floated up a bit. Oh,
and now
it's
Korsak's
blocked.
punt is blocked by Willie Harris. Bombers have it at midfield, returning it back to the Rider 50, down to the 43-yard line before finally making the tackle there for the green and white was Jordan Herdman-Reed. But it's going to be Winnipeg football when we come back. Blocked punt, 12:35 to go. Bombers will have it in Saskatchewan territory. This is Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Your Cooperators advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Dylan Holmson in Regina a call at 306-359-2660 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
For 65 years, we've sown the seeds of Saskatchewan's innovative nature. We have supported farmers here at home and around the world and helped feed the future together. Today, Nutrien is the province's largest private sector employer and the largest producer of potash in the world. Join us as we celebrate 65 years of potash production, as well as the hard work and dedication of the people of Saskatchewan. From Saskatchewan to the world for 65 years. Nutrien.com/celebrating65.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Of Zach Caleros start on your side of the 50 is tough.
Absolutely, and the Riders will have to defend from 43 yards in. There's 12:35 to go in the opening quarter. It's going to be 1st and 10 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers at the Saskatchewan 43 on the right-hand hash for Zach Caleros, who again, after leaving the game due to precautionary reasons or prior to doing so, was 12 of 18 for 218 yards 1 week ago. On the season's completed 67.5% of his passes. I know he'd like that number higher. Yeah. The number that he does want to get back, though, are the 13 interceptions that he's thrown. But when you couple that with 7 TDs, he seems to be on the right trend.
Yeah, and I think that Winnipeg has just been getting better game after game after their slow start.
So 1st and 10 for the Bombers. 2 receivers come in motion to the near side of the field. There's an extra tight end along the offensive line for Caleros, who's back to pass. Here comes the rush, and getting home, it's once again Brian Cox Jr., Malik Carney both there. Big sack for Quill Plains and the Riders to start the football game.
The Riders get an opportunity to pass rush with 4 defensive linemen on the first snap. Winnipeg is in shotgun formation, and neither defensive end, Carney or Brian Cox Jr., is worried about the run here. They get great get off on the snap and bend the corner. They essentially meet at Zach Caleros at the same time. Now it's 2nd and 14.
Long field ahead here for the Bombers. 5 receivers set. Caleros back to pass. Has 3 to the near side. Dumps it underneath to Oliveira. Gets away from Rivas, but then he's wrapped up by Marcus Sales. Also, Roland Milligan Jr. come in to make the tackle up around the 37, 38-yard line of the Riders, still well short of the first down.
Yeah, and Castillo's going to come out here, and if you're running to the sideline as a defensive player right now, all the offensive guys in green and white are going to be saying, hey, great job. That is a huge win for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. You get some tough news on the break. They start the possession on your side of the 50, and you hold them to a 2-and-out and a field goal attempt from 46. That's a huge win for the Riders.
Castillo, 36 of 43 on the year. He's nailed more 60-yard field goals than anyone in CFL history this season. From 46, puts his boot to it. And the end-over-ender sails through the uprights. The Bombers open the Labor Day rematch with a field goal to make it 3-0 for Winnipeg Rider football when we come back. 11 minutes to go in the first quarter. It's Winnipeg 3, Saskatchewan no score on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Forget brain freeze. It's time to put the chill on your internet bill. Switch to SaskTel and you can get Infinite 150 for just $15 a month for 3 months. That's some frosty savings.
Plus, you'll save $25 each month for the rest of your contract. Keep your whole family happy with speed that can keep up with every device. Cheers to savings. Visit SaskTel.com/chill. Conditions apply.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code Green200. That's right, visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Another possession here starting on the Rider side of the field.
Well, we'll try this again. 10:32 to go in the opening quarter. Winnipeg leading Saskatchewan 3-0. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
When you think about it, Connexus is exactly like the Rough Riders. We both have a fearsome lineup, a solid game plan, and deep pride in Saskatchewan. Okay, maybe we're not exactly alike, but with Connexus, you've got a team behind you committed to your success and the success of everyone in Rider Nation. So whether you're saving for season tickets on the 50-yard line or saving for your retirement, visit Connexus.ca to get a real home field advantage today. Now, can somebody help me up? I think I sprained my ACL.
Premier Scott Moe.
The new provincial budget makes record new investments in our growing province. There's a 9% lift in school funding, so our kids get the best possible education. A 10% increase in health funding, so Saskatchewan people get the care they need when they need it. And a 14% increase for cities, towns, and RMs, so our communities continue to be great places to live, to work, and to raise a family. The new provincial budget, classrooms, care, communities.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Just nailed themselves together after such a brutal start.
Well, Tyrell Ford's 5th interception of the season, and like you said, 5 defensive tackles last week. So the Bombers are set up nicely inside Rough Rider territory yet again. They'll scrimmage 1st and 10 at the Riders' 40-yard line.
And they came out with their first snap as a pass. Looks like here they're going to run the ball.
So in the gun is Zach Caleros, going to hand it off to Brady Oliveira. Goes to his right. He'll be met by Adam O'Clair, but not before he gains 7-8 yards up near the Saskatchewan 32-yard line.
Eric Lofton played a few snaps for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Here, he works with returning guard Patty Neufeld on the right side, and it's a good job of Brady Oliveira just attacking downhill. He starts going east-west, but then plants his outside foot, gets back downhill, and he's such a tough runner. He manages to get them 9 yards. And again, this is one of those situations where the Bombers excel in. They love these short yardage opportunities.
And it is going to be an extremely short yardage opportunity as we got some problems with one of the members of the chain gang just down in front of us. Well,
you got to have your head on a swivel out there.
Wow.
When you're on the sideline, right? And unfortunately, I don't think the CFL ref or sideline guy saw it coming, and in the wake of all the disaster is also one of those cardboard cutouts with the sponsors' logos on them.
So 2nd and short for the Bombers. Streveler into the game. Delayed snap. Riders get a good push, but it was only a yard, and Streveler should have it.
Yeah, Streveler falls forward, and he's going to get this. I felt like it was a little bit better job with the pad level there. But as you stated, Dave, it's 2nd and about a millimeter. Wasn't that far to go. And Caleros checks back in.
1st and 10 for the Bombers at the Saskatchewan 30-yard line. 9:17 to go in the opening quarter. Winnipeg leading 3-0. First Rider possession ended in a punt block. Second one was an interception by Harris. This is the 3rd opportunity for Caleros and his offense. Fakes a handoff. Now back to throw. Throws it out far side. That's complete. Maybe for a yard, potentially 2. Great coverage there by the Riders, stopping the play in its tracks. It was Kenny Lawler on the far side that hauled it in.
Well, you got the run-pass option look, and Brian Cox Jr. has been playing these a lot better as of late. He stays on the line of scrimmage, doesn't get sucked down in on the run fake, and that enables him to just explode upfield when Zach Caleros keeps the ball and goes to his right. And then it's a good job by Marcus Sale just recognizing the action in front of him. He sees the receiver in the flat and goes and cancels it out. Great job on first down.
And now we've got an injury with Malik Carney taking a knee at his own 30. Of course, injuries for WorkSafe Saskatchewan. Workplace and health and safety is everyone's responsibility. Let's make Saskatchewan workplaces the safest in Canada. So Malik Carney is going to get some assistance again at his own 31-yard line or so, and that really plays into the fact that the Bombers are depleted, or the Riders, are depleted along the defensive line, and their rotations are going to be affected.
Well, you've got Habakkuk, Baldonado, and you're right. They are depleted. They've been into their fortunately not as bad as the offensive line, but you've got Haba Baldonado, who's played really well in spots. I love the work motor he's got. You've got Caleb Evans, who's slowly coming along, and Lake Corte Moore. I mean, when the Saskatchewan Roughriders winning, he was getting a ton of playing time. We haven't seen him out there as much as of late. But obviously, when a guy like Scoop goes down, he had 5 defensive tackles in the Labor Day Classic last week, you're going to need to pull your bootstraps up. Go to work.
I tell you, how about Baldonado? You look at the frame the man has, 6'5", 260 in his second year out of Pittsburgh. Of course, 7 defensive tackles, a special teams tackle, and a knockdown thus far this season. And again, he's done everything that he can to get him on the roster playing special teams, and he'll have an opportunity here, but it's Caleb Sanders, Miles Brown that'll move outside here. Micah Johnson stays in the middle for the Riders on what will be a 2nd and 8 for the Bombers from the Saskatchewan 28-yard line.
Yeah, and in this spot, especially when it is 2nd and 8, again, our second key to the game is know your opponent, right? You've got to understand where Nick Dembski is right now, right? Especially if he's in and around the tackle box, right? They usually work him into the flats. They might go with an out and up on him, but you got to understand where number 10 is here at all times.
So 2nd and 8 coming up for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. We've got a bit of a delay here in the stadium as Malik Carney has been helped off the field onto the Riders' sideline. I didn't see the injury tent go up, so hopefully that's a good sign as there is an injury tent here in Winnipeg. They also have the air conditioners going on the sideline, but as I look right now, it's Malik Carney discussing what ails him with Greg Mayer across the way on the Rough Rider bench here at Princess Auto Stadium. So they're about to whistle play back in. Again, it will be 2nd and 8 for Winnipeg from the Saskatchewan 28-yard line as they break huddle. 8:39 and counting to go in the opening quarter. Winnipeg leading 3-0. It's a 5-receiver set for the Bombers, 3 to the far side. Riders load up the line and show blitz by rushing 5. Caleros reads it, dumps it underneath. That's complete to Brady Oliveira. Makes a man miss to the 25. 20 of Saskatchewan down to the 10-yard line before finally tackled by Jameer Thurman, who gives him an extra shot on the way up. And a flag comes out as there's some tension and emotion between these teams.
Yeah.
And that one's going to hurt the Riders.
Or hurt is probably an understatement here. So the Riders actually do a good job. They throw 6, they show 6, and they only bring 4, but nobody.
After the play, we have a misconduct foul. Saskatchewan, number 6, will go up half the distance. It's going to be first down for Winnipeg.
Nobody really sees Brady Oliveira slip out just to the left of his left tackle, and Zach Caleros waits it out, and nobody's available downfield, so Zach Caleros waits it out, gets it to Oliveira, and here's the key. You got to do more than one-arm tackle this guy. He walks right through the one-arm tackle, and now with the penalty, they're on the 5.
First and goal for the Bombers inside the Windsor Plywood red zone. Ball's on the left-hand hash as the quiet comes to a hush as the Bombers approach the line. Oliveira, the lone back in the backfield. 3 receivers go to the far side of the formation for Winnipeg, who's got an extra offensive line in. Handoff goes to Oliveira. Gets across the 5, down near the 3. Pile keeps shifting, but the Riders do well to hold it there. And 2nd and goal coming up for the Bombers from the Rider 2.
Well, again, know your opponent, right? So the Bombers, who are known to throw an extra offensive lineman in here, they bring him into the set. And what do the Riders counter with? They counter with a double eagle look, which is essentially 5 down offensive linemen and with 1 over top of the center. That way you're able to cancel more gaps initially on the line of scrimmage. Now they check Strevler in, so you've got a myriad of options here with Strevler. You can just go straight forward, or you can try to get to the edges, or maybe come with a QB option.
Backfield empties for Strevler, 2nd and 2. He'll go to his left, pushes behind the O-line, and finds the end zone. Bombers get into the end zone first in the Labor Day rematch, and it's Chris Strevler. with his league-leading 10th touchdown of the season.
Yeah, no surprise here. I mean, he only had 2 yards, and they're so good in these situations. We actually do a little bit better with the pad level initially here, but unfortunately, the Bombers do even better with pad level. Guys are getting knocked back. None of our linebackers are able to stay on the line of scrimmage. That equates to being down 9 in this first quarter, possibly 10 with this convert.
Point after attempt to come. Castillo lines it up. Kick is up. Splits the uprights, and it's 10-0 Winnipeg early on. 6:58 still to go here in the opening quarter. We'll take another break from Princess Auto Stadium. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn-out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca.
From right here in Saskatchewan to farms around the world, we're helping feed the future. That's something we're celebrating. Over the last 65 years, Nutrien has become the largest producer of potash in the world and the largest private sector employer in the province. Join us for this milestone, one that's only possible thanks to the people of Saskatchewan. Nutrien, from Saskatchewan to the world for 65 years. Nutrien.com/celebrating65.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
All right, we're back here at Princess Auto Stadium. Again, our great team is doing a good job to keep us on the air back in Regina and, of course, across Saskatchewan.
So does that mean they missed my fantastic analysis of the plane?
I might have. That's a podcast waiting to happen.
Yeah.
Okay, Riders are on the field now. After a return from Mario Alford, the ball is at the 34-yard line of the Riders. Handoff, first down to Frankie Hickson. Gets across the 35, up near the 39-yard line. It'll be a gain of 5. 2nd and 5 upcoming for the Riders.
Frankie Hickson had one of his receivers in a queen set, so a wing set, and he went across the formation. I think it was Keyshawn Johnson, but whoever it was, no, it was number 80, Joe. The reason I bring it up is if Hickson had followed Joe across the formation, he would have had a lot more room. Instead, he started out and just went north-south right away. It was like he was just pressing a little bit too hard. If he had followed Joe, there would have been lots more room.
So 5:57, 2nd and 5 for the Riders. Harris looking to find someone, slings it underneath for Keyshawn Johnson. He'll have a first down for Cooperators Bazandowski Insurance, and a big one for the Riders up near their 49.
Listen, again, we talked about it. 3 of the 5 starting linemen for the Riders weren't even on this roster about a month ago. Here, they've held up well, giving time for Trevor Harris to get through all of his progressions. Finally finds Keyshawn Johnson, his last resort, coming across the middle at about 5 yards, and they convert.
1st and 10 Riders. Ball on the Saskatchewan 49-yard line, right-hand hash. Extra bodies in along the offensive line. Hickson, the lone back in the backfield. Fake the handoff. Now swing it far side. That ball incomplete. Willie Jefferson may have got a hand on it at the line of scrimmage. It was intended for Johnson on the far side. 2nd down coming up for the Riders.
Willie Jefferson, I mean, we talk about his athleticism, but he's got such great football IQ. He really knows what that quarterback's thinking here. He predicts that Trevor Harris, off this 3-step drop, is going to throw it right away. He stops his rush, gets his hands in the air. 2nd and 10 Riders.
Ball right-hand hash. 3 receivers, now 4 go to the far side of the formation for Harris, who signals them to the line in the deafening noise. Snap back from Perlin is a good one. Harris back to pass. Has time. Looks up. Over the top. Has Bain Jr. He's got it down to the 10-yard line of Winnipeg. Sean Bain Jr. Big reception for the Riders on 2nd and long. It has got them set up in the Windsor Plywood red zone.
Again, the protection is awesome. Trevor Harris, such patience. He's watching Emelis all the way down here as Emelis goes through the numbers to the hash on the left side. just gets up the seam between the two safeties and reels it in. That's what we're talking about, Dave. What do we talk about? Make the play, right? When it comes to you, catch the football. Good job by the Riders.
Samuel Emelis on the reception for the Riders. Pardon me on that. It's 1st and 10 for the Riders just outside the Bomber 10-yard line. First down. Handoff goes to Frankie Hickson. No room there. Jamal Woods, Jake Thomas squeeze off the gap in the inside of the line, and it'll be 2nd down for the Riders.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the Saskatchewan Roughriders are trying to accomplish here with the run. I think that you're in that sort of no-need zone on the 10-yard line. You've got 30 yards of end zone, or sort of 30 yards of real estate to cross the end zone. You got a 20-yard back touchdown area. Throw the football on 1st down there.
So 2nd and goal from the 9. 3 receivers, 4 to the far side for Trevor Harris. He's back to pass, feels the pressure, scrambles near side, looking, end zone, touchdown, Riders! Keyshawn Johnson, 4 touchdowns, 4 games, Riders on the board.
This is a great job by Harris. Harris gets flushed out of the pocket. He comes right. Now, the thing that you love about this is that the Winnipeg Blue Bombers are actually used to seeing him use his legs a little bit from last week. So he gets to the outside because there's no contained man. As he floats to his right, he's got one option to the corner, but he just sits there and waits for Keyshawn Johnson to settle into the space between the defensive backs and underneath the linebackers. Good patience, good execution, good job by the Riders. They're looking like they convert this, and they got 7, so it'll be 10-7.
Lothar's kick is through the uprights, and indeed it is 10-7 with 3:03 to go here in the opening quarter. Affiliate stations, we are experiencing some technical difficulties here in Winnipeg. We will stay with you until quarter time. So with 3:03 to go, I would suggest one of the most important drives of the Saskatchewan Roughriders season. Of course, touchdown drives for Nelson GM and Assiniboia and Avonlea. They'll find a vehicle to match your lifestyle. Proudly serving Southern Saskatchewan for over 65 years. But, boy, that was a critical drive for the Riders to answer.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because you're down 10, and it seems like the Bombers are getting some momentum. They've got an answer for the things that you've done thus far. So you needed some type of points coming out of there. And that was a spectacular drive. And more importantly, we talked about one of the keys to the game. The most important one is make the play, right? When it has, like, we see too much inconsistency, especially in that receiving core, dropping balls that you know can extend the sticks. Here, they make no mistakes in any part of that drive. And it's the reason why they get to register a touchdown.
So the Riders will kick it off again, now trailing by 3 here in the Labor Day rematch with 3:03 to go in the opening quarter. Sold out Princess Auto Stadium here in Manitoba as the cloud has started to take over a little bit. But for Trevor Harris, that last touchdown pass was his 14th of the season. And Harris, in today's football game, has got an opportunity at history, as he's now 6 of 9 for 96 yards, which means for Trevor Harris, he has just surpassed Darian Durant and moved into 16th all-time in the CFL passing yards list. He only needed 71 yards to do it, and now being 6 of 9 for 96 yards. Congratulations to Trevor Harris for accomplishing the milestone.
Well, and when we listened to Durant last week, during our call, you heard the respect and admiration that number 4 had for Trevor Harris, right? And the way he talked about his cerebral approach. So 2 great quarterbacks now side by side on the history list. Hopefully one of these quarterbacks can continue to play well here today.
Well, Zach Collaros also is right behind as he came into the game needing 440 yards to eclipse Darian and Trevor Harris.
Well, the problem with the 440 is that Zach is completely capable of throwing that in one game.
Yeah, isn't that true? As the kickoff by Lothar is taken by Lucky Whitehead just inside his 20-yard line. Comes up the near side. Going to be met at about the 39. Jackson Ford came flying in. Not sure how much of a piece of Whitehead he got, but for the first time in the football game, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers will start a drive from inside their own territory at the 39-yard line.
Yeah, this seems so far back comparative to where they've started the first couple drives. See Stanley Bryant and a couple legendary offensive linemen stalking the sidelines. You know that they wish they could be in this game. We're thankful that they're not.
But happy that, again, it was such a scary incident with Stanley
Right.
Bryant. It's great to see that he's engaged and mobile. As they'll fake a handoff to Dembski, Collaros rolls fuller side, looking to load it up across the far side, and it's incomplete. Intended for Wolotarski. He was in an epic battle with Marcus Sales. Fans want a flag, none forthcoming. It'll be second down after the incompletion.
Yeah, I don't think Wolotarski and Collaros are on the same page here. Collaros is expecting him to go deep. Lake Corte Moore is the reason why this play even has a chance. He loses contain as the edge player on the left side, but Wolotarski stops short. Zach Collaros is launching it, and Wolotarski goes back to the huddle saying, hey, man, my bad. You're not going to get any of the 404 you need in that play.
Yeah, Corte Moore into the game for Malik Carney, who was shaken up earlier. It's now 2nd and 10 for the Bombers at their own 39. 2:20 and counting to go in the quarter. Collaros calls out the cadence, now back to pass, looking near side, dumps it underneath to Oliveira once again. He'll get up across the 45, near the first down, before being wrestled down by Jameer Thurman, but indeed, he'll move the sticks.
Well, one of the things that you're seeing right away from Buck Pierce at the beginning of this game in the first quarter is they said, hey, listen, they did a great job against the run game last week. Let's loosen them up a bit. Hey, Oliveira, if there's nobody to block, leak out. Give Zach Collaros one more option. And when he's leaked out the last couple times, Zach Collaros has found him. So
Provide quality post-secondary education for Indigenous and non-Indigenous students within a culturally supportive environment you won't find anywhere else. First Nations University of Canada campuses are located in Regina, Saskatoon, and Prince Albert. To learn more, visit their website at fnuniv.ca.
Saskatchewan Roughrider Football, brought to you by the Cooperators, Western Ag Professional Agronomy, SaskTel, AgCo, Capital Auto Group, Saskatchewan Party Caucus, Sask Lotteries, Redhead Equipment, Quality Tire. Stay up to date on everything Riders at SportsCage.com. Now to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. And now, the second quarter on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Scrimmage detached from him. He's usually really good at just staying as close as possible to the butts of his offensive linemen in these short yardage situations. But because he created some separation, that's where the Riders had the opportunity. They're going to probably go for it again.
Yeah, 3rd and short now from their own 48-yard line. The Bombers on 3rd and short are 5th in the league. And again, Strevler runs into the line. The Riders throw him back, but he'll be close to a first down pending the spot. He needed just shy of the actual 50-yard line, and that's where the official's foot is. But Ben Major wastes no time, signals first down, and the Bombers will get a clean set. And going to leave Chris Strevler in at quarterback as Zach Calero stays on the sideline.
Yeah, so obviously with Strevler in the game, and here's a big thing for tendencies, right? Not only did they keep Strevler in, they put their extra offensive lineman, Eli Asatui, into the football game as a tight end. So this is a run-heavy look.
Ball right at the Bomber 49-yard line. Back to passes. Strevler's trying to roll out near side. Pressure comes. He'll throw it as flags come down as he takes a hit from Nelson Lacombo. He was looking deep for Nick Dembski. We'll wait to see what the flags are. It's incomplete, though.
Well, it'll be pass interference, I think, on Haba Baldonado, who just essentially grabs the slot by the throat. This is a good play by the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. It turns into a little pseudo shovel pass to the right of Strevler, and Haba Baldonado, who sees the wide receiver come across his face.
Saskatchewan, number 95.
Yeah.
It's a 10-yard penalty. makes it a first down for Winnipeg.
Just grabs, I think it was Wolotarski as he was trying to break into the flat to either get the ball shoveled to him from Strevler or to just add to the blocking surface. Sorry, it's Brady Oliveira here who just comes across, and I don't blame Baldonado for grabbing Oliveira there. You just got to, I mean, you're allowed to get away with probably like a hit. If you knock him off track, you just can't grab him. But I don't blame him for playing him because he knew.
1st and 10 Bombers, ball on the Rider 51, handed off to Oliveira. He's met by Baldonado, who got into the backfield quickly. Also right there, Caleb Sanders, and there's not much gaining there for Brady Oliveira.
We talk about Caleb Sanders. He's playing a little bit better with the more reps that he gets, and here he just plays on the other side of the line of scrimmage, gets out of his hips early. He's able to separate himself from right guard Patty Newman and gets in on Oliveira. All those big backs, Dave, if you hit them early, that's the key, right? You got to hit them early, hit them often.
2nd and 10 for the Bombers. Now on the left-hand hash at the Rider 51-yard line. 5 receivers set for the Bombers, 3 near side. Caleros back to pass, feels the pressure, dumps it off underneath to Oliveira. Makes a man miss, stays on his feet inside the 40 of Saskatchewan for a first down.
Yeah, this is heartbreaking because Saskatchewan's doing everything right. The fact that they continue to go to Oliveira, it's a win-lose situation, right? You're forcing it to Oliveira, which is a win because it means your coverage is doing really well against some talented receivers. But the problem is, again, Oliveira is leaking out. He's figuring out, okay, do I have to block someone? Are they bringing pressure? If not, I'm going to skate. And every time he's skated so far, Zach Caleros has found him.
1st and 10 Bombers at the Saskatchewan 40-yard line. Back to pass is Caleros on first down. Fires it over the middle. It's complete down inside the 20-yard line. Nice catch there by the Bombers and a first down for Wolotarski, who's met by Nick Dembski, and a big chain mover for the Bombers who are in business.
Dembski lines up on the right on the numbers and runs a quick, skinny post right between those numbers and the hash on the right, and Zach Caleros is right on the money. He's got time to throw. Dembski catches it between the hash marks, and the Bombers continue their offensive momentum.
10 minutes to go in the second quarter. Winnipeg leading Saskatchewan 10-7. Ball is 1st and 10 for the Bombers at the Riders' 17-yard line inside the Windsor Plywood red zone. Caleros is in the gun. Receivers approach the line. He'll hand it off to Oliveira. He's tackled in the backfield as Micah Johnson got the first arms on him, and Oliveira not going to have much room to run.
Yeah, you were rolling with your play-by-play, but I was going to say, hey, here comes the run, and the reason why you knew it was coming is they bombered with their receivers early, did the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, and Micah Johnson keyed on it, and he didn't even bother messing with the actual offensive lineman. He just swam the old lineman, got into the backfield, and disrupted the whole play. Unfortunately, Patty Neufeld has gotten the best of that play. Someone rolled up on his back leg, making the tackle, and Neufeld, who just got back into the lineup, is down again.
We'll take a timeout. Of course, injuries this season brought to you by WorkSafe Saskatchewan. There's 9:20 to go in the second quarter. Winnipeg leading Saskatchewan 10-7. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Forget brain freeze. It's time to put the chill on your internet bill. Switch to SaskTel and you can get Infinite 150 for just $15 a month for 3 months. That's some frosty savings. Plus, you'll save $25 each month for the rest of your contract. Keep your whole family happy with speed that can keep up with every device. Cheers to savings. Visit SaskTel.com/chill. Conditions apply.
What's Gleaner's secret to harvesting? Actually harvesting. Because if you're in need of maintenance, you're not harvesting. And if you're not harvesting, you're losing time and money. That's why Gleaner makes the industry's most reliable combine. Year after year, it gets the job done no matter what. Be ready to actually harvest. See the Gleaner S9 combine at AgriLink Equipment in Moose Jaw and Brownlee. It's gotta be Gleaner.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Luke, did you see someone in Saskatoon won that 50-50 on Labor Day? That was insane, right?
You know what? I don't really want to talk about that,
Okay,
Dave. I was planning on winning that myself.
Oh, you know what? We got another chance now, man.
Oh, good. Well, it's not $1 million now.
No, it's $74,000.
Still a lot of money.
Yeah, that's right. And, of course, it benefits the Rider Foundation. Get your ticket now online at riders5050.ca. That's riders5050.ca. Again, that jackpot continues to climb, even here on the road. $74,639.
I was planning to blow all of the winnings on buying like a solid gold T-shirt saying I won the Rider 50-50.
Oh,
that's where it was going.
That's where it was going, eh?
Yeah.
2nd and 10 for the Bombers as we resume. Patrick Neufeld makes his way to the sideline under his own steam. Ball on the right-hand hash for Collaros. Back to pass his time. Looking into the end zone. He's got a man, but it's going to be overthrown and incomplete. Looking for Wilson, who runs into the sidelines in a heck of a collision as the two players ran out of turf right in the end zone to our right.
Corey Mays has a real tough challenge here in front of him. And the reason I say that is the Riders aren't getting much pressure on Collaros rushing forward. They're trying a bunch of stunts. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers offensive line, they're sifting through them and playing their stunts well. And here's the challenge with Mace. It's like, hey, do I send my strong side blitz? Do I send my weak side, right? But they're so good, and more importantly, Collaros is so good at seeing those blitzes that you get the feeling that Mace is just sort of in a no-win situation. Right? I blitz, he's probably going to find the outlet. Shoot, he's finding the outlet even when we don't blitz.
Yep.
Right? And if I stay and rush 4, Zach Collaros just has all day to throw.
So Castillo is on after the incompletion on 2nd down. This is a 26-yard attempt that you can hear goes through the uprights. And the Riders now trail by 6 after that field goal. But again, with everything that's transpired, the Riders have showed some character. Now they need to find yet another bounce-back drive.
Yeah, they're showing some character, but that's the problem, right? Is you feel like the Bombers offensively are now in just full momentum mode, right? They're just doing whatever they want to get downfield. And you don't get the feeling that the Riders are able to keep pace with that, right? We're able to string a couple drives here and there, but the Bombers, they've just got this wave about them right now that's almost impossible to slow down. Whereas the Riders, you sit there and you say, man, we just need these drives, right? We need to keep the momentum. And that's a tough thing against a really good defense. And I get a feeling that it's a defense that knows right now that the Riders are one turnover or one bad play away from starting to reel.
We're going to take a break. 8:42 to go in the second quarter. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers leading the Riders 13-7. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn-out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right, visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 18 plus. Use your game sense.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Riders have the ball, 1st and 10 from their own 40. Going to hand it off to Frankie Hickson, who cuts to the left and gets across the 45 before being tackled. It'll be 2nd and medium for the Riders.
Good job by Evan Holm here from the Bombers. He is the strong side halfback, and he adds himself on the end of the line of scrimmage at the last minute, taking Frankie Hickson out at the legs. You know, the other problem with the Riders right now is you get the feeling that if you don't get the run game going here, you're going to get behind in the scoreboard to where it's not even going to be an option for you.
Second down and 5 for the Riders on their own 45-yard line. 8 minutes to go in the second quarter. Winnipeg leading 13-7. Harris calls his receivers to the line on a silent count. He's back to pass. Pumps once. Now underneath. That's complete to Kian Schaefer-Baker, who spins to the outside. Up to midfield to the 50 of Winnipeg. Forced out of bounds there as he'll take a hit as he steps out of bounds by Michael Griffin. But it is a big Bazendowski Agency's first down for Kian Schaefer-Baker.
Well, this is such a good play from KSB. Schaefer-Baker is to the right of Trevor Harris between the numbers of the hash. He cuts in at about 5 yards, and as soon as he gets the ball, he realizes the momentum of all the defensive backs is traveling inwards, cuts outside on a dime, gets to the first down marker and more. Good job by one of our big playmakers, number 89.
Ball on the Winnipeg side of 70 on the Winnipeg side of center on the 51 of the Bombers. Harris on first down, hands off to Hickson. He'll go to his right, gets across the 50, down around the 48, gain of about 3.
And I really feel like if Hickson follows his lead blocker, in this case it's Kian Schaefer-Baker, there's a lot more room for him on the left side, but it just feels like he makes a premature cut, and chooses the right side right away, and that sticks the Riders in a 2nd and 7 situation.
Ball is on the Winnipeg 48-yard line, right-hand hash. Harris in the gun, sends 3 receivers and a Joe, Sean Bain Jr. and Emil is to the far side. Kian Schaefer-Baker and Keyshawn Johnson on the near. Bombers show blitz, only going to rush 3 though. Harris slings it far side, that's complete. Emilis has it up around the 43 of Winnipeg. He needed the 41 for the first down, and it looks like Brett Lothar is going to be called upon for a long field goal attempt.
And I don't like this. I think the Riders should go for it. Over the last couple of weeks, I've said that I feel like if I'm the head coach, which I'm not, by the way, I would be going for it in these 3rd and short situations with the way Lowther has been kicking the ball. If he can find some consistency, I'm fine with it, but this is a makeable down I think that the offense should be on for.
50-yard attempt for Brett Lothar. It's on the right-hand hash. Lucky Whitehead in the returning position in the end zone. Good snap back. Lothar's kick end over end through the uprights.
Yeah.
He's money.
Well, yeah. Hey, color commentator, shut the hell up. I'm going to kick this. That would have been good from 65. Great job, 12.
Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals bring you field goals all season long, serving southern Saskatchewan for over 50 years with short-term flexible contracts. Call 522-5866. Back with more from Winnipeg in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Hey, this is Trevor Harris, quarterback of your Saskatchewan Roughriders. When I'm not on the field, I trust Capital Ford Lincoln for all my vehicle needs. Whether it's buying a new or pre-owned vehicle, getting service, or finding the right parts and accessories, Capital Ford Lincoln has it all. They're also great supporters of the Roughriders and Saskatchewan. That's why I'm proud to be part of their team. So if you're looking for an amazing experience, visit Capital Ford Lincoln. You'll be glad you did.
Capital Ford Lincoln in Regina. We drive Rider Nation.
Your Cooperators Advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like the, we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperators Advisor? Give Dylan Holmson in Regina a call at 306-359-2660 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Stats are brought to you by Opus Souvlaki. Zach Collaros and the Bombers offense coming back onto the field after the successful Brett Lothar field goal, Collaros is 7 of 10 for 79 yards as far as Brady Oliveira getting some yards on the ground. 5 carries already for 21. Last week, he had 12 runs for just 42 yards.
Yeah, so he's essentially halfway to where he was last week, but it hasn't been the run game that they've relied on Oliveira for. He's done a great job of assessing, hey, are the Saskatchewan Roughriders sending a little bit more pressure than our offensive line is able to handle? And if the answer's been no, he's just found spots to the left and the right of his offensive tackles, and Collaros has waited it out because the coverages have been good and found them for major downs.
Yeah, 4 yards for 51, or 4 receptions for 51 as the handoff underneath to Lucky Whitehead. Trying to get around the corner. Great job there by Marcus Sales, as well as DeMarcus Fields coming up to stop that in its tracks. Maybe a gain of 1 for Whitehead on the carry. It'll be 2nd and long, Winnipeg.
This is a great read and good job in the film room here by the Rider defensive side. every time you see a gadget guy and a punt returner like Lucky Whitehead in the game, you know that there's a high likelihood of being him being involved in the play in some way, shape, or form. Fields plays this perfectly. He sees him from the far side coming across the formation, adds himself to the edge, and makes a tackle.
2nd down and 9 for the Bombers on their own 41-yard line. 5:20 to go in the second quarter. Bombers in front of the Riders 13-10. Riders show blitz, all kinds of pre-snap movement. Micah Johnson pointing right at the center. We'll wait to see what the penalty assessed is.
Yeah, you got Colin Kowski, Liam Dobson, Patty Neufeld down there back, and one of them jumped. I think it was Dobson first.
Jameer Thurman is shaking his finger right now as Ben Major sorts this out, with his officiating crew.
Hey, listen, you got to do everything you can to convince the refs they're making the right
Winnipeg,
call.
Number 64. It's a 5-yard penalty. It's still 2nd down.
So it's left guard Liam Dobson, Luke, that takes the penalty.
Good to see Patty Neufeld back in the game, though.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, Saskatchewan, we love hearing from you. I understand that 40% of the crop is in the bin, which is sensational, and we wish you a safe and happy harvest. If you're out there, hit us up on the B&A Petroleum text line. Of course, you can weigh in, have your say and more at 306-936-6262. It's their 2nd and 14 here for the Bombers as Caleros, empty backfield, back to pass. He'll flinch once, now he'll drop it underneath to Dembski. He'll get across the 40, near the 41, which was almost the initial line of scrimmage. It should bring up a 3rd down, and here comes the punter, Jamison Sheehan, for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers.
Well, this is all Micah Johnson. The Riders rush 3. Because it's 2nd and 14, the Rough Riders rush 3 here. 2nd and 12. And Micah Johnson, who's in the middle as the nose tackle, just walks right through the guard and center double team and forces Caleros to throw it early. He doesn't want to go to Dembski here. Dembski's sitting at like 5 yards. He wants to wait for his receivers to get open, and he can't because Micah Johnson looks like a train just coming directly at him.
So Sheehan will stand at his 27-yard line to punt this one away into what little wind there is here at Princess Auto Stadium. Mario Alford back at his 20-yard line. Clean snap. Sheehan's punt's a good one. It's going to spiral right down to Alford at his 24. He'll cut towards the middle, but then tries to cut back, and he's met right there. Good downfield coverage. Michael Griffin makes the play for the Bombers, and a long field for Trevor Harris and the Rider offense, who come out with 4:04 to go here in the second quarter.
That's the thing. I know we talk about 3 keys to the game for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, but you also have to figure that the Blue Bombers every game go into their opponents with a few things that they want to do to keep the other team from gaining momentum. And one of them is always, hey, listen, we got to make sure that number 2 doesn't have an impact on the football game.
Volume comes up here at Princess Auto Stadium on 1st down for the Riders at their own 28. Left-hand hash is where the ball is spotted for the Riders, who send out 5 receivers into formation, 3 to this near side. Harris in the shotgun, going to fake the handoff. Now going to sprint it near side. It was intended for Emelis. He took a shot at the end of the play as Willie Jefferson didn't bite on the fake. Yeah. There are flags, though, down on the far side of the field.
We were offside. We were hit with procedure. You name it, we did it in that play.
Offside.
There you go.
Saskatchewan, number 15. Penalties decline. It's going to be 2nd down.
So it'll be a 2nd down and 10 now after the incompletion for the Riders. 3:42 to go before half. Trailing by 3 here in the Labor Day rematch.
It's going to be interesting to see if Richie Hall, Jordan Younger dials up some pressure here. It looks like a 3-man front initially.
Here comes the 4th.
There's going to be someone to add. No, they're going to stay with 3 here.
Harris back to pass. Here comes extra blocking to his left. Harris has time, steps up in the pocket, looking downfield, swings it far side. That's complete up near the 35. Diving ahead is the receiver, but nothing doing when it comes to stretching out and extending for Frankie Hickson. He'll be shy of the 1st down, and it'll be a kicking situation for the Riders.
Harris does a good job moving around the pocket, adjusting the launch point, but just there's nobody available downfield. The Winnipeg secondary is glued to every single wide receiver like white on rice, and he's got to throw it to the flat. There's nothing there. Punt situation.
Gorsak, an end-over-ender that'll take a bounce Saskatchewan's way down to the 26, where Lucky Whitehead has it for the Riders, but good downfield coverage. Riders get there in a hurry, and a nice job there by the Riders and Jordan Herdman-Reed to come up with the tackle down at the Bomber 30. As we've got 2:47 to go. The 3-minute warning is coming out here at Princess Auto Stadium. We'll take a break. It's Saskatchewan 10, Winnipeg 13. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
The Saskatchewan Cancer Agency invites you to join Healthy Future Sask, Saskatchewan's largest health research project. If you're between 30 and 74, you can help us uncover the causes of cancer and chronic diseases. We're recruiting Saskatchewan residents to complete a health and lifestyle questionnaire with an optional visit to our study center. Your participation can have a lasting impact on tomorrow's health. For more information, sign up today at visithealthyfuturesask.ca. Brought to you by the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency.
Johnston's Logistics. That's the name for your truck freight forwarding needs. They offer you the best quotes in the industry on bulk hopper, deck, van, and reefer shipping within Canada and into the United States. Next time you're looking for a freight rate to haul grain or fertilizer, think Johnston's. Next time you're looking for a rate to move a piece of machinery, think Johnston's. Next time you're looking to move van or reefer cargo, you know the name, Johnston's. For a highly competitive quote, call 844-324-7778.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
3 Minute brought to you by Brett Young Seeds. Get the seed selection you need from a brand you can trust. To explore our wide selection of canola hybrids, visit brettyoung.ca. The Bombers will have the ball, 2:47 to go before halftime at their 30-yard line, and an opportunity for both teams to make a statement, Luke, going into halftime.
You said it best. Critical stand here for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Again, we haven't seen much pressure. I think that eventually, especially if this drive gets going here and they manage to get a first down or two, you've got to start thinking about it at some point. Do you get there with pressure faster than Caleros is able to get it to the receiver he needs to go to?
Malik Carney, the 4-year pro, still not back in the lineup for the Riders. They put Baldonado and Corte Moore on either side of the defensive line. It's first down for Winnipeg. 4 receiver set, Dembski in motion, fake the handoff, swing it far side, and it's incomplete. It was a wide receiver screen for Ontario Wilson, and Caleros just threw it about 4 yards in front of him.
Yeah, and even if they had connected on this, Roland Milligan had already blown up the play. Him and Deontay Williams are over there on the short side working together, and there was no way that the receiver was going to get anywhere if they did catch the ball. As a matter of fact, probably would have been a loss of 2. So Manitoba, fortunate, and I said Manitoba, to not catch the ball that time.
2nd and 10 for the Bombers. 2:26 to go here in the second quarter. Ball's on their 30-yard line. 3 receivers far side. Lots of pre-snap motion. No flags. Ball dumped underneath to Wolotarski. And he'll have a first down beyond the 40 up near the 41. C.J. Rivas in coverage as well. The tackle made on the play by Adam O'Clair, who came across. And Wolotarski is slow to get up.
Yeah, Wolotarski slow to get up. Here's where I talk about the blitz, right? You rushed 3 and dedicated the majority of your staff on the field to coverage there, and they still managed to find someone coming across the middle for a first down. So if that's the case, why don't we just incorporate some blitz and take some chances in a critical place of the game? Because I'd really like to see the Riders get the ball back here. But if the Bombers come and just sort of nonchalantly walk down the field here and kill all the time, you're not going to be able to do it. And I think that that's probably one area with Corey Mace that can be improved the most, is his ability to get his teams to finish the first half specifically.
Well, here's the converse side of that conversation. The coin flip, if you will, is the fact that the Riders last week gave up 2 40-plus yard receptions. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers in big play offensive gains over 30 yards are 4th in the Canadian Football League. They allow 22. The Riders are 8th. They've given up 25 thus far this season as Wolotarski makes his way off the field. So
yeah, but here's the other, so the converse to the converse, right, is that we're also not coming anywhere close to the turnovers that this defense relies on the way we're playing at the moment, right?
True. It will be a first down for the Bombers at their 42-yard line as play is whistled in. 2:15 and counting to go in the second quarter. Winnipeg up by 3. It's 13-10. Riders going to show 3, now 4 down linemen. 5 receivers set for Zach Caleros, who's in the shotgun formation. Riders going to bring the blitz. Handoff goes to Oliveira, who crashes through the line up across the 45 near the 46-yard line. Call it a gain of 6, maybe, or 5. It'll be 2nd and medium for the Bomber offense.
Yeah, so Mason now is starting to think a little bit more about it, right? Here he's bringing 6 to get 7th and 8th in the box. That may have been more of them just anticipating a run, though. So here on 2nd and 5, again, I take your chances. Because if the Bombers go run, there's no surprise, as they still have a ton of time left on the clock if they get the first down, right? So the Bombers can go either or here. I personally would throw some pressure.
5 receivers set for the Bombers. Collaros back to pass. Pumps once. Now going to dump it underneath, and it's incomplete. Oliveira couldn't get it as the pressure got to Collaros, and it is going to be a 3rd down.
Well, there you go, right? Now we see Eau Claire blitzing. So Mace says, you know what, let's do that. And Collaros finds the right guy, but he has to throw it to him early because Baldonado is clean because of the fact that the Riders are adding the extra man. He can't find Oliveira that time, and we end up with a punt. So great strategy there from Mace. Let's see if he can continue that.
Jamison Sheehan on to punt, standing at his 33-yard line. Sunshine glistening off his helmet as he's right in the point of the field where the shadow meets the sun. Mario Alford standing in the sun back at his 15-yard line. Good snap.
Oh, we almost got it.
Boy, it was close. And Mario Alford going to take the driving kick at his 20. Cuts to the near side, then cuts back. Dives across the 30. And here comes Trevor Harris in the offense. They'll have 83 seconds to operate before halftime, trailing by 3, starting at about their 30-yard line.
Thomas Bertrand provides us with a valuable lesson here on blocked kicks. He is free after making a really good inside move, but he tries to block the ball up. He puts his hand. Kids, if you're listening to this and watching the replay, you've got to take your hands out, and you've got to attack the foot, not the ball. You got to take the ball off the foot of the kicker. We could have blocked that.
So the Riders looking for a score before halftime, trailing by 3. It's Harris in the gun, 5 receivers set, 3 targets to this near side of the field, his left. He's back to pass. Looks far side, dumps it underneath. It's a great catch, but it's only going to be for about 4 yards. As Harris a little off the mark, but he was able to find Emelis for a first down completion. It'll be second at about 6.
Yeah, I think he's hoping that he finds Hickson out here towards the sticks. He's also got Keyshawn Johnson to his right. He's forced to come back down inside, and it takes a great effort for us to even get a hold of that football, and it's Emelis who's got to make the diving catch. Still, though, 2nd and 7 here.
Harris signals his receivers to the line using a silent count as the volume's turned up at Princess Auto Stadium. Harris back to pass. He's got time. Slings it far side. It's incomplete. A low throw as Harris goes ahead and puts his hands down on his chest. He was intending it for Emelis. Falls incomplete. It would have been close to a first down. Instead, it's a kicking situation now for the Riders.
Well, the Bombers are doing a fantastic job. They get a little bit of pressure, but more importantly, this is a delivery from Trevor Harris that we don't often see. It's an indecisive one. He throws the ball, but he doesn't step into it. He doesn't put a lot behind it. And one of the reasons why is the coverage of the secondary here in Winnipeg has been supreme.
So Corsack on to kick. He'll stand back at his 20-yard line. Lucky Whitehead to return for the Bombers. Corsack, an end-over-ender that'll force Lucky Whitehead almost over his head. He bobbles, catches it, though, at the 21. Stumbles across the 30 to the 32, no more, as the Rider cover team will do a nice job of wrapping him up. And 44 seconds left before half for Zach Collaros and the Winnipeg offense.
You come out here, you're up by 3, you've got 44 seconds, but you're going to get the ball on the 30. So traditionally, we've seen offensive coordinators in this throw a run play in here and say, okay, well, if they don't get anything, we'll just let the clock bleed. But if we do, we'll hurry up, get into something to where we may be able to come out with a field goal at minimum. Not sure what they're going to do here. They look like they're going to come out and pass.
5 receivers set for the Bombers. Manning Clarcius in motion pre-snap. Collaros pumps once, now dumps it out near side. It's complete to Oliveira in the flat up near the 35. He'll stick the ball out and head out of bounds up at the 37-yard line. So a gain of 4. It'll be second down.
Yeah, so they come out and pass like we thought they would, and Oliveira gets to the flat right away. He just bubbles out. Zach Collaros finds him because he's being pressured. And unfortunately, we missed the initial hit from DeMarcus Fields, and is Oliveira to get out of bounds and stop the clock.
Ball now at the Winnipeg 37-yard line. It's second down and 6 for the Bombers. 37 seconds to go. 4 receivers far side of the formation for Collaros. That's the wide side of the field as he's back. Retrieves the ball, throws it far side. It's complete, but it's going to be shy of the first down. A nice job by Collaros to get rid of it to Dembski, but Dembski is about 4 yards shy of a first down.
Yeah, that's a great stand by the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Look like they'll get in the half. Lake Corte-Moore is got unblocked, and he gets up in the air and then also pushes Zach Collaros But because of the fact he was unblocked and got up in the air, Collaros had to change the trajectory of the throw. And that's why it was an errant throw, and that's why they're punting.
Sheehan is back to punt it from his 26-yard line. Mario Alford standing back at his 20 for Saskatchewan. It's going to be a kick into what little wind there is here at Princess Auto Stadium here late in the second quarter. Clock is ticking. Good snap. Riders brought pressure, couldn't get there, and Sheehan's punt going to dribble its way to Alford back at the 21. He'll try to make a man miss, does get to the corner, going to be pushed to the bounds at the 29-yard lines, given a rough ride out, but no flags, and the Riders will have the football now with 3 seconds to go before half.
That's what us defensive players in the business like to call facilitated, Dave. You facilitate the guy out of bounds near to the sponsorship side.
That sounds so nice and
yeah,
kind.
Exactly. Yeah,
the fact that
it avoids the penalty.
As it really goes ahead and downplays the fact that you were just ridden into a sandbag on the sideline.
Yeah, exactly.
Congratulations.
But because you used the word facilitate,
yep,
the ref doesn't throw the flag.
There you go.
We're going to go into victory formation, so hopefully a precursor to the full quarter.
All right. 3 seconds to go. Collaros in right under Logan Ferland. He's going to wait for the clock to expire. Now we'll take a knee, and the flag will be waved as at the half on the Quality Tire scoreboard. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca. It's Winnipeg 13, Saskatchewan 10. Hang tight, Justin Duncan. Your halftime programming is coming up next. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
The professionals at Thrive Wealth Management are dedicated experts in financial and wealth planning.
But we're also proud members of Rider Nation.
We offer our members exceptional service, specialized attention, and access to advanced investment products.
And on game day, we bleed green and white, baby.
So for expert advice,
for big fans like you,
visit thrivewealth.ca today.
And go Riders!
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. From right here in Saskatchewan to farms around the world, we're helping feed the future. That's something we're celebrating. Over the last 65 years, Nutrien has become the largest producer of potash in the world and the largest private sector employer in the province. Join us for this milestone, one that's only possible thanks to the people of Saskatchewan. Nutrien, from Saskatchewan to the world for 65 years. Nutrien.com/celebrating65.
This is the Rider Nation Halftime Show, brought to you by Flamin Sales, McDougall Auctioneers, Saskatchewan Cancer Agency, Johnston's Grain, Bayer Crop Science, Unifor Local 1S and 2S, Connexus Credit Union. Back to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Here's Justin Donk on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Saskatchewan Roughriders in another tight battle with their rivals, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. 13-10, the home team leads at Princess Auto Stadium in Winnipeg. Been a close game throughout this one. Trevor Harris so far 10 of 17 for 127 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Frankie Hickson hasn't got going on the ground yet. 4 carries for 13 yards. Samuel Emelis leads the way from a receiving standpoint. 2 catches for 56 yards. And how about Keyshawn Johnson? 4 straight games with a touchdown catch for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. Halftime is brought to you by Flamin Sales, a family business with family values in a small town feel in Swift Current, Moosomin, Yorkton, Southie, Prince Albert, and Saskatoon. We ran down the numbers, but it's time to hear the halftime highlights. This is your rewind brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca.
It's a Labor Day rematch. Cards are on the table. Belly up, folks. We got 3 hours of fun coming your way, and it starts off the foot of Castillo. Collaros, who's back to pass. Here comes the rush, and getting home, it's once again Brian Cox Jr., Malik Carney both there. Big sack. Snap back from Perland is a good one. Harris back to pass, has time, looks up, over the top, has Bain Jr. He's got it down to the 10-yard line of Winnipeg. Sean Bain Jr., big reception for the Riders. 3 receivers, 4 to the far side for Trevor Harris. He's back to pass, feels the pressure, scrambles near side, looking, end zone, touchdown Riders! Keyshawn Johnson, 4 touchdowns, 4 games, Riders on the board. Yard attempt for Brett Lawther. It's on the right-hand hash. Good snap back. Lawther's kick end over end through the uprights.
Yeah.
He's money.
Well, yeah, that would have been good from 65. Great job, 12.
Luc Mullinder was right. There was lots of room to spare there for Brett Lawther. Too bad he couldn't hit from 60 yards last week, but nonetheless makes that one from 50 to pull the Riders within 3, 13-10 at halftime. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com, on Twitter and X as well at SportsCage, and on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Considering your university options for the upcoming year? Consider First Nations University of Canada. Built on a meaningful foundation of Indigenous knowledge systems and tradition, they provide quality post-secondary education for Indigenous and non-Indigenous students within a culturally supportive environment you won't find anywhere else. First Nations University of Canada campuses are located in Regina, Saskatoon, and Prince Albert. To learn more, visit their website at fnuniv.ca.
Your Cooperators Advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like the, we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperators Advisor? Give Kirsty Griffiths in Regina a call at 306-359-2667 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Hey Rider Nation, this is AJ Ouellette, running back for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. I am so pumped to be here in Regina. I am pumped to be with the Riders, and I am pumped to be dealing with Crestview, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram in Regina. These are awesome dudes to talk to if you want a truck, car, or Jeep. Anything to get you down the road. When you want a new ride, deal with the team Thor deals with.
Crestview, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, a proud part of the Capital Automotive Group. They drive Rider Nation.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Communications has long been trusted to bring technology to rural Saskatchewan. Access offers you a complete rural home solution with internet upload and download speeds up to 350 megs. Plus, you can watch TV at home or on the go with Access Next TV Stream. And keep an eye on things in real time with Access Rural Security. It's a complete rural home solution at a completely affordable price. Visit myaccess.ca today.
Premier Scott Moe.
As you drive around Saskatchewan, you may run into a lot of highway construction. That's because your Saskatchewan party government is fixing a lot of highways. We've already repaired over 19,000 kilometers of highway, and we're improving another 1,000 this year. So if you're driving home from the game or traveling on our highways for any other reason, watch out for the orange zones and slow down so that everyone can stay safe. Safer highways, that's growth that works for everyone.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
When you need precision agricultural equipment, you need Claws. Discover how a Claws combine can give you the superior harvesting efficiency you are looking for. Claws Lexion pre-owned combines are an engineered mix of efficiency and convenience. With low-rate finance options, there's never been a better time to buy. See your local dealer for details. Be the best in your field with Claws. Made for more.
Hi, this is Riley McChesney with McDougall Auctioneers, the largest privately owned auction company with the most locations across Canada, specializing in agriculture and heavy equipment. For over 4 decades, we've set the standard in asset auctions, appraisals, and consulting services. Our experience and commitment to innovation and transparency have made us the first choice for customers across the nation. Our expert team of over 90 staff is ready to serve you, and we ensure every auction is a success. McDougall Auctioneers, where every bid counts.
Is your farm working as hard as you do? Demand more from your data,
your productivity, your farm. Ag Expert is the link between your data and decisions. From field to finance and everything in between, the right decision is right in front of you. Demand more, get more at agexpert.ca. Your data working hard like you.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
It's a close one in Winnipeg between your Saskatchewan Roughriders and the rival Winnipeg Blue Bombers. The Bombers lead 13-10 at halftime. We already went through the Roughriders' offensive statistics, so let's run them down on the other side from the Bombers. Zach Collaros, 11 of 16 for 103 yards. Brady Oliveira, 6 carries for 26 yards, but he's done the majority of his damage as a receiver in this game. Oliveira, 5 catches for 55 yards, some of those on second and long situation checkdowns that have given the Bombers first downs and enabled them to put up 13 points on the board. Defensively for Saskatchewan, Adam O'Clair leads the way with 4 tackles. Roland Milligan Jr. has 4 as well, as does CJ Rivas. Brian Cox Jr. continues his ascent this season, gets after the quarterback, has 1 defensive tackle and 1 sack of Zach Collaros as well. It's going to be a game that feels like it's going to come down to the end yet again, but the Riders have to cut out the mistakes. Willie Jefferson blocks a punt. That leads directly to points, and then I know Keyshawn Johnson fell down, but Trevor Harris gets that interception. It goes the other way for a touchdown. Riders got to clean it up in the second half. With your call of the final 30 minutes, Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder on the other side. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and on Twitter or X at SportsCage, plus the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
The Rough Rider and Children's Hospital Foundation's lottery is back and better than ever. Imagine sliding behind the wheel of your new Porsche or basking in tropical Bora Bora with 10 incredible grand prizes, including your best chance to win $1 million. It could be you. Plus, there are over 1,000 more prizes, including luxury vehicles, travel, and fantastic rider prizes. Help Saskatchewan kids. Get tickets at riderschildren'slottery.ca. Lottery license LR240034. Please play responsibly.
Morris knows the pressure farmers face when up against a narrow planting window. We built the 10 Series air cart to relieve this pressure with the seeding experience you need. Maximize your acres per fill and seed with confidence with scales under each tank. The high-quality 10 Series air carts looks the part with powder coat paint and stainless steel in all the right places, with overbuilt, maintenance-free, electric-driven metering. The 10 Series air cart is designed to run for years. For more information, see morrisequipment.ca.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn-out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. Premier Scott Moe.
As you drive around Saskatchewan, you may run into a lot of highway construction. That's because your Saskatchewan party government is fixing a lot of highways. We've already repaired over 19,000 kilometers of highway, and we're improving another 1,000 this year. So if you're driving home from the game or traveling on our highways for any other reason, watch out for the orange zones and slow down so that everyone can stay safe. Safer highways, that's growth that works for everyone.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Attention farmers, DeKalb is hitting the field with high-performing canola hybrids, like the new 400 series, which delivers high yield potential, improved pod shatter genetics, club root resistance, and powerful herbicide flexibility, all in one bag. Looks like Saskatchewan isn't the only team you should be keeping an eye on this season. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK. Always read and follow label directions.
Your Cooperator's Advisor can help find home insurance you feel at home in. Like the, our house is far from cookie cutter, so why should our insurance be? Plan. Talk to a local advisor today about home insurance that fits you as comfortably as your own home.
Looking for a local cooperators advisor? Give Tom Bamford in Regina a call at 306-949-6633 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
The Saskatchewan Cancer Agency invites you to join Healthy Future Sask, Saskatchewan's largest health research project. If you're between 30 and 74, you can help us uncover the causes of cancer and chronic diseases. We're recruiting Saskatchewan residents to complete a health and lifestyle questionnaire with an optional visit to our study center. Your participation can have a lasting impact on tomorrow's health. For more information, sign up today at visthealthyfuturesask.ca. Brought to you by the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency.
Saskatchewan has been shaped by pioneers, entrepreneurs, and dreamers. Today, we are failing them. With a healthcare system in crisis, a land filled with lawlessness, and a province losing its identity. You deserve better. United, we can build a province where every child can dream big, every family can thrive, and where the spirit of our pioneers lives on. I'm John Rummock, leader of the Saskatchewan United Party, and we will do better.
Authorized by Chief Financial Agent for the Sask United Party.
Saskatchewan Roughrider Football, brought to you by SaskTel, Claws of America, AgCo, Unifor Local 1S and 2S, Saskatchewan Party Caucus, SegaPlayNow.com, Salford Equipment, Sask Lotteries. Stay up to date on everything Riders at SportsCage.com. Now to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Time now for the third quarter on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder at Princess Auto Stadium in Winnipeg, Manitoba. It is the Labor Day rematch, Luke, and for the seventh time this season, the Saskatchewan Roughriders are going to have to come from behind in the second half as the Riders are 2-4 thus far this season when trailing at halftime. The Bombers, meantime, are 5-1 when they hold a halftime lead. However, the Riders look like they're going to get the football back here to start the third quarter as the Bombers, of course, elected to defer the win in the opening kickoff.
Well, it's been a defensive matchup, neither side conceding a ton. I think that Winnipeg's managed to march its way downfield a few times, but the Riders have done a good job just keeping them out of the end zone when they could. So, fortunately, you're only down 3. And it really feels like maybe the first turnover wins the football game, right? So you never want to be in that spot. However, when you have a defense that's near the top of the league in that category, it makes you feel like you got a shot.
Sergio Castillo marks off his approach to start the second half of the Quality Tire kickoff. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca. Back to return Thomas Hudon-Bertrand along with Mario Alford standing just inside their 10-yard line. Riders will move from right to left wearing their white jerseys with green pants and green socks. Bombers in blue with gold pants and blue socks. The Riders will have the wind to their back here in this third quarter. Castillo approaches. High end over end. Are going to chase Alford back inside his 5 down to the 4-yard line, and here he comes up across the 20. Near the 25, forced out of bounds. A flag comes out at the end of the return, and the Riders are going to be starting deep in their territory for Trevor Harris here in this second half.
Yeah, looks like an illegal block to the back maybe, or a hold.
During the return, holding Saskatchewan number 25. It's a 10-yard penalty. It's going to be first down.
So Rakovic is penalized, and Trevor Harris, who's 10 of 17 for 127 yards on your Opa Souvlaki stat line, will come out to set the Riders in motion here to start the third quarter, all the way inside his 15-yard line down to the 14.
Frankie Hicks has only got 13 yards on the ground. Got a feeling in a close game you're going to need your run game, so doesn't look like they're going to come out. Actually, they're probably going to run on this unless Ratkovic is not going to be the fullback, which he usually is.
Well, he's in motion, heads towards the line as Harris turns to his right, fakes the handoff. Now he'll sling it far side up across the 20-yard line. Nice catch there by the Riders. Not much running room after the reception by Joe, but it is a gain of about 7 on first down.
Yeah, no big plays yet for either offense. Right here, they fake the run down in Ratkovic, and again, they're such a run-heavy team when 25's on the field that the Bombers almost had to play close to the line of scrimmage, but they had good coverage everywhere else. That's the thing. This Bomber defense has come to play today. There's not a lot out there.
Second down and 4 for Saskatchewan, just outside their 20-yard line. Fake a handoff. Harris back. Has time. Has a Schaefer Baker open to midfield. Baker cuts back to the near side. Trying to deke out Alexander. He will to the 25. Still going 15, 10. Down to the 7-yard line. Kian Schaefer Baker. First down Riders. Huge play.
When you need a big-time play, your big-time guys have to come up for you. Here, Baker's to the left of Harrison. Absolutely routes Terrell Bonds out of his shoes. It's a fantastic. He leans toward the sideline, comes back in towards the middle, and then separates from the safety. Harris puts it right on the money. This couldn't have been a better throw from Trevor Harris. Great first play here to open the second half.
YAC Auctions bring you Yak Yards. Kian Schaefer Baker, 81-yard reception as the Riders set up in the red zone. Harris to pass, has time, looks to the near side, touchdown, Riders! Samuel Emelis hauls it in 11 yards deep in the end zone, and the Riders, 3 plays, 1 touchdown, take the lead.
You couldn't have asked for anything better. Again, Trevor Harris, all the time in the world to make this throw. More importantly, Emelis has the time to come inside and then cut back outside towards the corner of the end zone in the back. And that's the second direct bullseye from Trevor Harris. And your 2 guys, Emelis and Kian Schaefer Baker, the 2 guys you'd want to step up in these moments, they do.
Point after attempt from Lother is good. The Riders in front, 17-13 with 12:45 to go in the third quarter. We'll take a timeout from Winnipeg and come back with more. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Hey Rider fans, AJ Ouellette here, running back for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. To be the best, you have to put in the hard work. And at Capital GMC Buick Cadillac in Regina, they work hard every day. They're the #1 GMC dealer in Saskatchewan, always offering the best selection of GMC trucks and SUVs for prices other dealers wish they could match. Whether I'm up early for Breakfast Club workouts or staying up late watching film, I know the team at Capital GMC is always ready to help. They drive Rider Nation.
It's time to revolutionize the way you harvest. The new Fendt Ideal Combine has been precision engineered to give you better real-time monitoring. A 485 bushel grain tank that unloads at 6 bushels per second. Plus the industry's best warranty, service, and loaner program. The new Ideal Combine. It's Fendt. It's time. Learn more at idealharvesting.com and schedule a demo. See the Fendt Ideal Combine at Ag World Equipment in Canistano.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Your Nelson GM touchdown drive in Assiniboia and Avonlea. They'll help find a vehicle to match your lifestyle. Proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for over 65 years. 3 plays, 96 yards, touchdown Saskatchewan. Samuel Emelis hauling in his 4th of the season, and the Riders are in front 17-13.
Well, and you just go back to the play before that with Kian Schaefer Baker getting matched up. The Bombers were forced to go into man defense, and it matched up Schaefer Baker on Donovan Alexander. I thought it was Terrell Bonds at first, but tell you what, one of the better routes you're going to see this week in the Canadian Football League. Absolutely took him out of his cleats. And then there wasn't many defenders back there to try to rope him in after that, and then Emelis did the rest. What a great sequence of events here for Rider Nation.
So Lother counts off his approach for another quality tire kickoff. He'll be kicking it away to Lucky Whitehead. He'll advance towards the ball and take it at his 14-yard line, far side of the football field. Whitehead cuts back towards the middle, met right at the 35-yard line. Nice job getting downfield by C.J. Avery for the special teams tackle. And here comes Zach Caleros for the first time in the third quarter and for the first time in the ball game, trailing.
C.J. Avery and A.J. Allen, they've been doing a great job on special teams. And obviously C.J. Avery hasn't been in the lineup as much as he was used to at the beginning of the year because of the ratio challenges the Riders have run into due to injury. But it's still great to see them contributing at a high level on special teams.
Opa Suvlaki stat line on Zach Caleros, 11 of 16 for 103 yards in the first half. It's First and 10 for the Bombers at their own 35, left-hand hash. 3 receivers approaching the line. Caleros fakes the handoff, back to pass, loads it up, looking over the middle. He's got Wilson up to the midfield stripe and down to the Saskatchewan 51-yard line. Jameer Thurman makes the tackle, but a big gain for Ontario Wilson and a first down.
Well, the Riders start this formation out as a 3-man front, and what they want is a 4th rusher, but the 4th rusher comes from the linebacker depth far too late. And the result of this is Zach Caleros getting into his drop and having a few extra seconds to wait for Ontario Wilson to come back down towards the hash. He finds him, and it's the Winnipeg Blue Bombers' opportunity and chance to take a chunk out of the sticks.
So Caleros now to the Saskatchewan 51, first and 10. Back to pass, looking, has time, finding, over the near side, it's Kenny Lawler up to the Saskatchewan 35. Roland Milligan Jr. had slipped in coverage, but he recovers to make the tackle.
We haven't heard much from Kenny Lawler today, and that's because he spent a lot of time going one-on-one with Roland Milligan Jr. Here, he's running a comeback route at about 10 yards, and when Milligan's on top of him, he manages to create a little bit of,
Caleros going in a hurry-up offense, dumps it off underneath for Dembski. Great coverage there by the Riders as he gets ridden out of bounds by Marcus Sales after a gain of maybe 2.
Sorry about that, Big Dave. Yeah, the Bombers came out and snapped the ball as quick as possible in an effort to try to get the momentum back on their side offensively, but C.J. Rivas with a great reaction holds them to, 4 yards? Or maybe 3, 2nd and 7.
Ball on the Saskatchewan 32-yard line, right-hand hash for Caleros and the Bombers.
Sales in there too.
3 receivers come to the near side. In this second down formation for the Bombers as the crowd quietens. Caleros back to pass. He's got time. Looks, dumps it underneath. Oliveira's got it up to the 30, down to the 29, but he's going to be stopped short. C.J. Avery in on the tackle with help from Marcus Sales.
Stop short, and right away the Bombers just sort of maintain their composure. They're going to check out how much field they have to work with on this 3rd down. It's about 2.5 yards, so they're going to send Castillo on, who's been kicking well as in the last 2 weeks for them. The field goal attempt's going to be about 35 yards.
He's been good, 2 of 2 so far, 46 and 27. This one will be from the right-hand hash of what would have been a 3rd and a long 2 for the Bomber offense. So Castillo lines it up. This will be into the breeze. Again, it's minimal, but it's still there. Sheehan on the hold. Good snap, good hold. Kicks up. And Castillo puts it through. We got a 1-point game. It's Saskatchewan in front of Winnipeg 17-16 with 9:50 to go in the 3rd quarter. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
The fields are being harvested. The work is almost done. Before you store your equipment after another busy year, take it to Redhead Equipment for a winter works inspection with genuine Case IH parts and service. Book now and take advantage of free trucking. Also, ask about our block labor promotion. Act fast. Seating will be here before you know it. Winter works inspections and genuine Case IH parts and service at Redhead Equipment. Making tracks since 1948.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right, visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 18 plus. Use your game sense.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
306-936-6262 is the B&A Petroleum text line. It's with Current, Assiniboia, Gravelburg, and many other locations serving southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. See B&A Petroleum today for all your fuel needs as we send shout-outs to Kyle Mooney out in the combine near Liberty. We've got Norm and Rhonda on their combines taking the crop off north of Weyburn. Brady and Tyson are listening in to the game from Crake out there combining away, and they're doing some thrashing of the canola is Adam Thompson and the crew out on the fields today. So again, Saskatchewan and Rider Nation, we appreciate you joining us no matter where you may be listening in or streaming online, or of course you can watch the game and check out all of the interviews and everything and more at our brand new YouTube channel. Search out the SportsCage, and we're glad to have you along no matter where you're listening on the Cooperator Rough Rider Radio Network. Riders going to get the football back after the 35-yard field goal. It'll be 1st and 10 at the 40-yard line. Riders choose to scrimmage it on their right-hand hash. Riders going to use a 4-receiver set. Ratkovich in along the line as a tight end. Hickson the lone back in the backfield. Bombers going to bring 5. Harris underneath. That ball complete on a little play action, and it'll be up around midfield for another Bazandowski Agency's first down, complete to Keyshawn Johnson.
Yeah, this is going to have to be a big part of the Rough Riders' approach here from this point on, the run-pass option. If you're not actually being able to run the ball, you still got to be able to threaten the team with Frankie Hickson along the ground. So adding that run look at the start of the play still does a little bit to keep the linebackers sucked up.
Riders load up the line on first down. Hand it off this time to Hickson. He'll get submarined when he gets to the midfield stripe after about a yard. Coming in was Retta Cramdy. It'll be 2nd and 9 for Saskatchewan.
Yeah, and you've got Kean Schaefer-Baker coming into the fray here as an extra blocker. He just goes to the second level a little bit too quickly, and what it does is it allows the edge of the defense for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers to ascend down onto Hickson. Retta Cramdy's been playing well all year, and we're in 2nd and 8.
Ball on the Bomber 54-yard line, right hash, 3 receivers and a 5-receiver set to the left of Harris or the near side of the field. Bombers going to bring 4. Harris back to pass, dumps it underneath. That's going to be incomplete as Harris took a hit as he was able to get it away to Kean Schaefer-Baker. And I heard whistles well before Schaefer was actually wrapped up and wrestled to the ground, but he's going to be well shy of a first down.
Well, the worst part of this play is that this situation is one where Saskatchewan can actually go long and maybe wait out some options for Trevor Harris. The problem is Winnipeg's able to get pressure on Trevor Harris quickly out of a 3-man rush. Taiwan Garbut at the right side of the defense puts a fantastic swim move on spin move on Reed, and it's what beats him. And again, Harris might have had some open guys, but just the pressure got to him way too quickly.
3rd and 6 for the Riders. Bombers bring blitz as it looked like the Riders had something up with their punt team out on the field. Instead, Korsak's punt going to settle down at the 1-yard line of Winnipeg. Picked up there by Lucky Whitehead, only able to advance it 8 yards up to the 9. Great kick by Korsak, and the Bombers have a long field with 7:25 to go in the third quarter. Saskatchewan leads by a point. It's 17-16 here on the Saskatchewan Roughrider Radio Network. Cooperator Rough Rider football on 620 CKRM.
The Saskatchewan Cancer Agency invites you to join Healthy Future Sask, Saskatchewan's largest health research project. If you're between 30 and 74, you can help us uncover the causes of cancer and chronic diseases. We're recruiting Saskatchewan residents to complete a health and lifestyle questionnaire with an optional visit to our study center. Your participation can have a lasting impact on tomorrow's health. For more information, sign up today at visithealthyfuturesask.ca. Brought to you by the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency.
The leanest, meanest prices in the crop input industry, call Johnston's Grain. Johnston's offer the best prices in Western Canada. A huge range of products including seed treatments, inoculants, glyphosate, pre-burn tank mixes, in-crop herbicides and insecticides, fungicides, plant growth stimulants, water conditioners, desiccants, and more. Johnston's has low overhead and top-notch logistics so they can deliver products at ultra-competitive prices. Call 844-324-7778 and ask to speak to an agronomist.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
I don't want to call you out, but I know that last week we made a wager. You still owe me $5, but if you give me $3 more,
dang it, I do.
We could get the Rider 50-50 up
right,
over $100,000. That's right. It's an away game, but we still got the Rough Rider Foundation 50-50. You can get in on the winning now by getting your ticket. Go to riders5050.ca. That's riders5050.ca. Get your ticket. Albeit a road game, we still have an opportunity to win with the Saskatchewan Roughriders and the Saskatchewan Roughrider Foundation. As the Riders going off the field, is that Jackson Ford that was shaken up on the play?
Yeah. He just got back onto the roster.
Yeah. He jogs off, so everything should be all right. So the Bombers will have a long road to hoe as they're going to spot the ball for Winnipeg at their own 10, right-hand hash.
Well, if the Riders can stop them here, they've got an opportunity for some great field position coming back the other way.
So 1st and 10. Bombers hand the ball to Oliveira. He'll get up to the 12, met by a Jameer Thurman, and he'll be pushed back there. Nice job by the Rider defense to converge as C.J. Avery also gets involved in the tackle. Not before Oliveira gets 5. It'll be 2nd and medium for the Bomber offense.
And this is where Winnipeg is just so good. Just getting the little extra yards off contact. Oliveira picks the right side to go on. He's following his left guard and tackle, Liam Dobson and Kendall Randolph. And he's able to get to Jameer Thurman just beyond the line of scrimmage and then just drive Thurman back towards the rest of his teammates. And 2nd and 5 is a lot easier to manage than 2nd and 7+.
Trips receivers to this near side of the field for the Bombers at their own 15. Caleros looks to pass here. Here comes the rush. Back into his end zone. He'll throw it up near side. Right at the sideline. Incomplete. Josh Johnson had his foot on the sideline when he made the catch. He would have been about a yard or 2 shy of the first down. Needless to say, it's incomplete. But the Bombers bench looking at Mike O'Shea and whether or not he's going to challenge this. I don't think it would be successful.
Lake Corte Moore and Habel Baldonado supplied the pressure on Caleros that forces him out of the pocket and to make a quick throw just to hope and pray that he gets something. They're looking at it. It looks like it was out of bounds when Josh Johnson caught this football. But again, as I was saying before we started, this is a fantastic job opportunity for the Riders to get some great field position to start this drive.
Jamison Sheehan to kick it away from his 1-yard line. Riders load up the line. They've had some good pressure on these punts. We've already had one punt block, but it was by the Bombers on the Riders' opening possession of the football game. This time it's a good snap that's going to spiral backwards. It's short, and it'll skip out of bounds at the Rider bench up around the 48 of Winnipeg. So the Riders have a short field ahead of them as here comes Trevor Harris and the Rider offense for their 3rd possession of this 3rd quarter. First one went for a touchdown. Second time they got near midfield. This time we'll see what they got.
Well, it seems like it's been forever since the first drive of that beginning of the 3rd quarter.
Well, the crowd comes to life. We've got 5:52 to go in the 3rd quarter. Saskatchewan in front by a point.
Defensively, if you're Jordan Younger, you're just asking yourself, first of all, you're staying out of the 3-man front, I think. But you're saying to your big guys up front, hey, look, man, let's get some pressure on Harris here.
Pre-snap motion for the Riders since 4 receivers far side. That's where Harris looks, pumps. Now here comes the pressure. Harris, he's going to float it to the far side. It's incomplete as Harris was just throwing it away in the vicinity of Sean Bain Jr. on the far side.
Yeah, just as we talked about it, right? The goal probably coming out Younger was to get some pressure, and that's exactly what they do on Trevor Harris. We see the run-pass option look, right? Doesn't fool anybody. Jake Thomas does a great job of just bull rushing through Noah Zur, and that's what initially forces Harris to take an extra step backwards that he didn't want to take and lose focus on a receiver that he wanted to go to. So we're in 2nd and 10.
Bombers 48-yard line, right hash. 3 receivers near side. 5 receiver package for the Riders. Here comes Willie Jefferson on the outside. Harris, though, loads it up. Looks for Kean Schaefer-Baker, but Baker turned the wrong way. And it falls incomplete as had Kean made the adjustment to the ball in the air as we've got a meeting of the minds near the quarterback, but it's incomplete.
Yeah, Harris had just enough time to get this ball off. He's throwing to the outside shoulder of Kean Schaefer-Baker. Problem with Schaefer-Baker is he leans towards and he looks inwards as he's at the top of this route. And Harris is expecting him to graduate more to the corner right away. Instead, he takes a couple steps upfield before making his cut, and that's what forces the errant throw.
Corsack on to punt again for the Riders, just inside his 50. Another end-over-ender that Lucky Whitehead is going to look as it'll bounce this time 1 yard into the end zone and roll towards the back and out the back of the end zone for the ever-popular Rouge, and the Riders' lead extends to 2, 18-16 with 4:46 to go. It's Bomber football. When we come back, this is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
At Redhead Equipment, we know that long hauls can take a toll on both trucks and their drivers. That's why we want to make your drive a little easier with the Mack M-Drive automated manual transmission. It detects changes in grade, torque demand, and vehicle weight to change gears and optimize performance and fuel economy. The smooth and accurate shifting maximizes comfort and minimizes driver fatigue. Let Mack's M-Drive work for you so you can stay focused on the road ahead. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
The professionals at Thrive Wealth Management are dedicated experts in financial and wealth planning.
But we're also proud members of Rider Nation.
We offer our members exceptional service, specialized attention, and access to advanced investment products.
And on game day, we bleed green and white, baby.
So for expert advice,
for big fans like you,
visit thrivewealth.ca today.
And go Riders!
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
4:46 to go in the third quarter. Saskatchewan in front 18-16 after the punt single from Adam Korsak that goes through the back of the end zone. Now the Bombers get the ball and they get better field position starting this time at their 40-yard line as opposed to down inside the 10 where their last drive started from. Caleros waiting to walk towards the huddle with his team.
Yeah, I would expect Caleros and the Winnipeg Blue Bomber offense here to I think that they got to come out and try to figure out a way to get Brady Oliveira continually and consistently involved in the game. He was such an asset for them in the pass game. I wouldn't be surprised if they run the ball here.
Well, they do bring in an extra offensive lineman along the line to load it up. Riders put 3 down linemen down, but they've got 2 linebackers right up on the line.
Nope.
Caleros, though, drops back to pass. Here comes the pressure hit as he throws. Complete far side, and that's Kenny Lawler by the looks of it right in front of the Rider bench. He'll have about 7, perhaps 8 yards and no more as he was brought down on the play. Nice job by DeMarcus Fields to get there. Pardon me, that was coming over on the tackle was Deontay Williams.
Well, Caleb Sanders and Micah Johnson with great pass rushes here from the interior. Caleb Sanders actually hits Zach Caleros, but it's after Zach's already stepped into his throw. And they have 8 yards. So 2nd and 2. Again, you've got the entire playbook for Chris Strevler here. They're probably just going to mow forward with it.
Well, Kenny Lawler is way wide to the right for Strevler. He's back to pass. Looking, takes a shot. It's up, and it's knocked down. Marcus Sayles, what a great job of getting in front of Kenny Lawler and knocking him down, but also knocked down on the play is Strevler, who's back in a heap at his 40-yard line with a flag down beside him.
It's going to be Miles Brown. Miles gets in late, and he gets thrown into Strevler. He gets thrown into Strevler by his own offensive lineman. And Strevler is clutching his knee. He's been clutching it since he's been down. But again, with so much focus on Miles Brown already.
Roughing the passer, Saskatchewan number 90. It's a 15-yard penalty. Automatic first down for Winnipeg.
Yeah.
Well, the Riders are pleading their case here. And with Strevler down, of course, injuries brought to you by WorkSafe Saskatchewan. The Riders want to talk with referee Ben Major, and there is time for the command center to look at this. And
I really should have seen this coming. This is my fault. It's 2nd and 2, and it's the reason why they're able to throw this football. If it was 3rd and 2, they'd just be going forward with it. But it's 2nd and 2, so it's a smart idea to take a shot at the end zone, especially when you have single coverage on one of the best receivers in the league in Kenny Lawler.
And it looks like the Riders have thrown the challenge flag as Corey Mace saw the look that I did where it looked like Brown got him above the knees.
He got him above the knees, but again, he's thrown into him by his own player.
Now, Corey Mace this season, when it comes to coaches' challenges, is 2 of 6.
Saskatchewan is challenging that there should have been offensive pass interference on the last play. The play will be reviewed.
So now we've got the 2 teams as Chris Strevler is drawing a flag perhaps as he limps off the field after engaging with the Rider defense. As this game is unraveling quickly, so there's a review on the play. As you heard, the Riders want to check out pass interference from Kenny Lawler on Marcus Sayles. I thought they might challenge the pass interference call. But they're not going to do that, they being the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Miles Brown is leaving the field. I think they're just trying to get cooler heads to prevail here. So they've taken Miles Brown out of the game. Mace is a former defensive tackle. He's probably saying, look, man, I know, but this is a league that's trying to protect its quarterback. I get it. Now you got the defensive lineman coach telling them the exact same thing. I get it too. Malik Carney also saying, yeah, man, that's some BS, but it's good to get Miles Brown over to the sideline, right? Because the offensive line for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers is probably irate.
Yep. And
again, you don't see a lot of.
Well, there was a flag that came out at the end of it, so I wonder if Brown was called on the penalty. But again, the coach's challenge that's out right now is Sales went and, Lawler hauled him down on the play as he went up for it. And Lawler had a grab of the right arm of Marcus Sales as we get an in-stadium replay here at Princess Auto Stadium. So this is going to be interesting as they're sorting it out now. The officials are breaking up their huddle, and it looks like they're going to march the Bombers back as Coach Mace continues to converse with the officials,
and then
nothing. Here we go.
Chris Strevler taken to the injury tent, unfortunately.
Upon further review, the ruling on the field stands. Saskatchewan loses their challenge and their first team timeout. However, we also have a misconduct penalty against Winnipeg number 68. We'll go back 10 yards. It's going to be first down for Winnipeg.
So Micah Vandertool is going to take this. So the Riders lose the challenge. The ball is marched back to the Bomber 53-yard line.
I still don't know why we challenged it, to be honest with you. I would have thought the better challenge was to actually look at Miles Brown's penalty. But anyways, the result of the play at the end of all of that hullabaloo is that the Bombers have the ball on the 53.
And Zach Caleros comes back into the game on the left-hand hash with 3:35 and counting to go in the third quarter. Bombers trail the Riders 18-16. Now the Bombers are going to load up the line here on first down. Lucky Whitehead in motion. Handoff goes to Oliveira, cuts to the left, back to the right. He'll be spun to the ground right at the line of scrimmage as the Riders, Deontay Williams, Jameer Thurman, all in on the tackle. It's going to be second and long for the Bombers.
Such a great cut here initially. Like, in all honesty, folks, Brady Oliveira should have lost 4 yards there.
Yep.
And he evades an initial tackle from Caleb Saunders. And I'm not sure how he gets out of it, but he did. And he still managed to only pick up it's second. Well, they've screwed up the sticks too.
Yeah, it's second down and 9.
Second and 9.
So 5 receivers set for Caleros. He's back to run. 4-man rush. He'll dump it off. That is complete. It looks like Josh Johnson up around the 47 of Saskatchewan, which will be close for a first down.
Yeah, so now you've got third-string quarterback Terry Wilson, who they really like. They like this kid. They like his athleticism. They think he might have a chance to be a guy in this league, but he's going to go navigate these 3rd and 1 situations now for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers.
So that was Wolotarski on the catch, and yeah, it is 3rd and short.
Yeah, and again, you got to keep your pad level low here if you're the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Miles Brown's back in there, so
Wilson in under center. He'll go straight ahead, should have the first down just outside the Rider 45. But again, we've got all kinds of people flying and talking at the end of the play as emotions are running high here at Princess Auto Stadium. It's going to be a first down, though. First downs for Cooperators Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services, your first choice for insurance.
It's a good job by Terry Wilson. Just gets nice and low, drives forward, right?
Look
Felt
at this
like
spot,
we played
though.
it well. Yeah,
he didn't get much.
No.
Didn't get it by much. First and 10 for the Bombers now at the Saskatchewan 46. Left hash.
We're starting to see Winnipeg go into their close-them-out offense, though.
Yep.
Starting to see them grind the ball out, right?
All receivers in motion to the near side on first down. Fake a handoff. Caleros over the middle has a man. That's complete down to the Saskatchewan 25, down to the 20-yard line before finally being wrestled down on the play. Coming up with the catch was Kenny Lawler, and it's a big first down for the Riders near the green red zone.
So they give you a heavy run set, and this is what I mean. They're in that close it down mode, and they let Lawler match up against DeMarcus Field, but they only have Lawler and Wolotarski and Dembski really as the guys that are along. Wolotarski and Lawler are probably the only receivers that are past 10 yards there. So Winnipeg's now gradually moving into their close-it-out offense, which involves a lot of tempo, a lot of ball control, and varying throws.
5 receivers for Collaros. 1st and 10 on the Rider 20. Fake a handoff, sling it foot near side. That's complete to Lawler, who loses his helmet when Jameer Thurman came up to make the tackle. Nothing doing as far as a penalty, which is what Lawler wants. It's going to be a gain, though, of about 7.
RPO look that Zach Collaros has to get rid of really quickly because they finally got some pressure up on that run-pass option look that Winnipeg's been running. They got 2 receivers to Collaros' right, and before he's allowed to even consider the deep route into the end zone, he's got to throw it low, otherwise he loses about 6-7 yards.
Lawler only given 4 on the play, though. It's 2nd and 6 for the Bombers on the Riders' 16. Collaros has got 5 receivers in the set, 4 of which are to the far side. Now in motion is Dembski near side. Watch for him to get open in the slot. Collaros back to pass, looks towards the near slot, and it's complete down to the 7-yard line.
Wow.
Nice catch there by the Bombers, and a big chain mover as Kenny Lawler hauls it in for a first down.
Yeah, this is a great catch by Lawler. Collaros is watching him and Dembski. So if they don't get low on Dembski, he's going to go to Lawler, and he sees Lawler up top. Lawler's gradually moving towards the hash mark on the right side. Collaros throws it behind him, and Lawler reaches back and essentially double clutches the football. What a catch on Roland Milligan, who's blanketing him perfectly.
On the Quality Tire scoreboard, it's Saskatchewan 18, Winnipeg 16, but the Bombers are threatening. Quality Tire, 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca. Come back for the fourth quarter in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
This is AJ Ouellette, running back for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. In this province, people love their trucks. And so do I. Whether you need one for hauling your camper, going to the lake, or just driving around town, you'll get a great deal at Capital Ford Lincoln in Regina. They'll hook you up with the best-selling line of trucks in Canada for over 50 years, the Ford F-Series. All the best trucks are available now at Capital Ford Lincoln, a proud part of the Capital Automotive Group. They drive Rider Nation.
Attention farmers, get a sizzling deal on the highest performing DeKalb canola lineup yet. Save up to $45 a bag on DeKalb TrueFlex and DeKalb Liberty Link canola, and up to $65 a bag on DeKalb TrueFlex Liberty Link canola when you book a minimum of 500 acres by October 11th. Visit your retailer to book now or dekalb.ca/SK. Always read and follow label directions.
Hi folks, Tim from Young's Equipment, your genuine Case IH parts and service dealer. Harvest is moving fast, so let's plan for next year. There has never been a more critical time to have your equipment ready. Book winter inspections on Case IH combines, tractors, and sprayers. Take advantage of our reduced inspection pricing, 10% off all genuine Case IH parts installed with the inspection. Special trucking rates and Young's loyalty program. Slots are filling fast. Contact Young's Equipment to avoid disappointment. Check youngs.ca today. Conditions apply.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football, brought to you by the Cooperators, McDougall Auctioneers, Capital Auto Group, Connexus Credit Union, Bayer Crop Science, SigaPlayNow.com, Saskatchewan Party Caucus, Quality Tire, Redhead Equipment. Stay up to date on everything Riders at SportsCage.com. Now to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. And now, the fourth quarter on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
First and goal from the 6 for the Bombers to start the fourth quarter. They trail by 2. Collaros is in the gun. Fakes a handoff, rolls far side, throws it, complete touchdown. Kenny Lawler, 3 straight catches for the Bombers to find the end zone and put Winnipeg back in front in the Labor Day rematch.
Yeah, this is a personnel group issue for the Riders. They got Eliaso Tui in as their 6-0 lineman and fullback here. And he's in the queen set, so really you can see the linebackers and the D-line, they all think the run is coming. And then they get Lawler just sitting a bit outside our right tackle. And Caleros, give credit to him here. He's got to throw it a lot earlier than he wants to, but he makes the connection. And the Riders are down by potentially 5 points if this convert goes.
Sergio Castillo on for that convert. It goes up and it goes through. And the Bombers retake the lead now 23-18. Just 41 seconds here into the fourth quarter in Winnipeg.
There's a lot of game left here, Dave, and it feels like, I'm not sure if you feel it, I feel like it's just starting to open up.
Absolutely. As both offensive coordinators Buck Pierce and Mark Mueller are making their adjustments and reading and reacting to what they see as the Riders are going to get a chance to get the football back.
And you're starting to see Winnipeg, they're still trying to get their run game going, right? Yep. But both teams are using the threat of a run via their run-pass option look. It's just Saskatchewan is definitely not handing the ball off.
No.
Out of that look. You think that Winnipeg is a lot more open right now to running the football out of that look. It's just, again, both defenses are doing a good job. There's not a ton out there for each team.
Yeah, just 5 carries on the afternoon for Frankie Hickson for 15 yards.
So that makes 17 total carries in 2 games.
Quality Tire kickoff from Castillo is taken by Mario Alford back at his 2-yard line. He'll start near side, look to go to the far side. Has some blocking in front up to the 30-35, and that's where he's hauled down. His players are flying, flags are flying, and the Riders would have the ball at the 36 pending this penalty, which likely is going to push them back further.
Yeah, things are picking up out here in Bomberville, Dave.
Yeah.
Got the fur flying. Hey, listen, that's what you get out of the Labor Day rematch.
During the return, holding Saskatchewan number 17. It's a 10-yard penalty. It's going to be first down for Winnipeg. Check, first down for Saskatchewan.
So the ball is being marched back to the Riders' 20-yard line.
We have yet to see Winnipeg declare a zero blitz. They always do at some point. We have also yet to see the Winnipeg Blue Bombers threaten both linebackers between the A-gaps. I'm talking about the Mike and the Will, and that's a big part of what they do. So is this the series with the crowd on their side and the backs of the Riders towards their goal line? Is this the series where Jordan Younger comes out and decides to take both linebackers, the Mike and Will, and blitz them?
They move the ball back now to the 9-yard line for Saskatchewan to start this drive. Extra bodies along the line, 4 down linemen for the Bombers. Handoff goes to Hickson. He'll cross the line up to the 15, near the 17. He's wrestled down from behind, but a late flag comes down as well after a gain of almost 5.
I keep seeing Jesse in Breaking Bad. You can't get away with this.
And it looks like
we're going forward, so it's a good thing.
It's going to be interesting.
We have tripping, Winnipeg number 91. It's a 10-yard penalty. It's going to be first down for Saskatchewan.
So Jamal Woods gets the call, moves the ball up to the 19 of Saskatchewan.
Jamal Woods had a sack last week, couple tackles.
Bombers show 4 down linemen on a first down play for the Riders.
I'm telling you, if I'm JY, I'm blitzing the Riders right now, especially out of this formation. They got a tight end look.
2 receivers to either side of the set for Saskatchewan. Handed off to Hickson.
There
Makes a move across the 30 to the 31-yard line. His longest run of the day. It's Frankie Hickson and a big first down.
So for some reason, JY just refuses to throw the linebackers at the line of scrimmage, especially when you have Clint Ratkovic, and the Riders seem like they're 90% run out of this formation. The linebackers just sort of hang back, and what it does is it allows the linemen to get little chip blocks to the second level where the linebackers are. And Hickson now showing some life in the run game for the green and white. I like this.
1st and 10 for the Riders on their own 31-yard line. 12:57 to go in the fourth quarter. Pitch it underneath. Kean Schaefer-Baker, little shovel pass up to the 35, and Schaefer-Baker will get near the 36-yard line for a gain of 5. It'll be second and medium.
They give Schaefer-Baker, the ball in a pseudo shovel coming left to right out of the backfield, and Tanner Cadwallader does a good job tracking this because he's really the linebacker that they're hoping bites on the initial fake or toss to Frankie Hickson.
Second and 5, Saskatchewan on their 36 right hash. 3 receivers far side of the set. Bombers show blitz. They're going to bring it. Harris throws it complete far side. That's up. Going to be good for a first down. Nice second effort by the Riders. Diving ahead was the receiver in Kean Schaefer-Baker, and it's a big first down for Saskatchewan.
KSB is stepping up. He has been all day, but specifically here in this second half, they've been going to him a lot. You got to think that eventually Emilus will get involved too, as he scored the last touchdown. But I love the fact that the Riders are deliberately running the football here.
First and 10 for the Riders on their 43 after the first down for Schaefer-Baker that puts them over 100 on the day. Pitch, toss far side for Hickson. Makes a man miss up to midfield into Bomber territory down to the 50. Frankie Hickson, big carry, big first down for the Riders into Bomber territory.
And it's a great call from Mark Mueller because this is a tendency breaker. You've got the double tight end set look, and normally they're just downhill. Here, they quick toss it to the left, and Hickson gets just outside the tight end look, evades one tackle from Diedrich Nichols, and then does the rest. The Riders started this drive with their backs against the end zone and are now at the 50 of the Blue Bombers.
Yeah, this started at their own 9-yard line. Ajo being moved in motion by Harris pre-snap. Crowd on their feet. Harris hands it off. Hickson jump cut, but he'll slip and fall right at the line of scrimmage. It'll be a second down as he fell right at the feet of Terrell Bonds.
Yeah, Terrell Bonds read this run well, and the reason why he was able to clue in is because the guy Terrell Bonds was lined up over, he got involved down near the line of scrimmage, so Bonds simply just says, hey, I'm gonna be the last man on the line of scrimmage if my guy's adding in. He stands there, and Hickson's got nowhere to go. Second and 10, humongous down. I think that the Bombers are going to dedicate everybody to coverage here.
5 receiver sets, Saskatchewan, 3 down linemen. That's all the Bombers will rush. Harris looks, finds, first down to the Bomber 35. It's Sean Bain Jr.
And they fail. So they come with a 3-man rush, and in an effort to just take away all these zone looks, take away all the space just in and around the linebackers, and Harris has all the time in the world to make a good throw. What a drive this is turning out to be.
Down to the Bomber 34-yard line after the Bazendelski Agency's first down. It's first and 10, Saskatchewan. At the 34, right-hand hash.
Are you going to see a run again here?
Rakovic lines up along the offensive line. 4 receivers for the Riders. Bombers. Goes to the line. Harris looking for Emilus. It's up and it's incomplete. Emilus went up for it, but he couldn't haul it in. Right on his tail was the coverage of Tyrell Ford.
Yeah, the Riders were lucky to not get hit with a procedure call here. They moved early. Trevor Reed, who lined up over or right on top at Willie Jefferson. Emilus just can't win the route deep. He's got great coverage from Tyrell Ford, and we almost gave it up to the safety. So another loud second down here for Trevor Harris and his crew.
Right-hand hash of the ball on the 34 of the Bombers. 9:08 to go in the fourth quarter.
Another 3-man front here.
Saskatchewan trails by 5. Backfield empties. Harris back to pass. Steps up, has a man underneath. Sean Bain Jr. gets inside the 30 near the 26. He'll still be shy of the first down.
And we're really fortunate here not to get a holding penalty when it comes to Willie Jefferson on Trevor Reed. I think the only reason because Willie beats Trevor Reed on the inside, and the only reason we don't get a holding penalty is because the arm Reed was holding with was really low. Normally you get that call every time if it's up around the neck, but either way, it's a field goal attempt at 35 for Brett Lowther.
101 from 50 yards out. This is for Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals. Left-hand hash for Lowther. Good snap. Korsax holds nice, and Lother's kick is better. Goes through the uprights, and the Riders cut the lead to 2 with 8:14 to go in the fourth quarter. It's Winnipeg 23, Saskatchewan 21. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Your Cooperator's advisor can help find life insurance that suits your lifestyle. Like the Let's Keep Granny's Cottage in the Family plan. Talk to a local advisor today about life insurance designed to fit your life and give you greater peace of mind.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Dylan Holmson in Regina a call at 306-359-2660 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
When you think about it, Connexus is exactly like the Roughriders. We both have a fearsome lineup, a solid game plan, and deep pride in Saskatchewan. Okay, maybe we're not exactly alike, but with Connexus, you've got a team behind you committed to your success and the success of everyone in Rider Nation. So whether you're saving for season tickets on the 50-yard line or saving for your retirement, visit Connexus.ca to get a real home field advantage today. Now, can somebody help me up? I think I sprained my ACL.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder back at Princess Auto Stadium as the Bombers are going to elect to take the ball at their 40 after the Brett Lothar 35-yard field goal. Brett's 2 for 2 in the afternoon. Of course, field goals for Reliance Heathwater Heater Rentals, serving southern Saskatchewan for over 50 years with short-term flexible contracts. Call 522-5866. As the Riders' defense now needs to stand tall as Zach Caleros and the Bomber offense get set to go. Riders are without Malik Carney, who went down early in the first quarter and has not returned. And they also don't have Miles Brown, but I think that Miles has just been substituted out as it's Baldonado, Micah Johnson, oh, there is Brown, and then Lake Corte Moore on the defensive line. First down, Caleros back. Play action pass. Now he's scheduled, runs away from the pocket, gets it away to Wolotarski, who takes a big hit up near the 48-yard line. And he'll be close to a first down, about a couple of yards away, but Wolotarski once again slow to get up.
Well, they've got the run-pass option fake here again, and it holds everybody at the line of scrimmage. And I'll tell you what, if Habakkuk Baldonado isn't able to get off a block and get some pressure on Zach Caleros has a receiver who's about to pop wide open out near the 30-yard, near the Winnipeg sideline. And if he and he was about to throw it to him. If he did, it would have been a touchdown.
We'll take a break. Come back with more from Winnipeg. It's 23-21. The Bombers leading your Riders here on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Trevor Harris, quarterback of your Saskatchewan Roughriders. When I'm on the field, I need a strong team to back me up. When I'm off the field, I need a reliable vehicle to get me around. That's why I trust the experts at Mercedes-Benz Regina. They have the best selection and the best service anywhere. For a luxury vehicle that any MVP would be proud to drive, make your way to Mercedes-Benz Regina and score a touchdown deal. Proud vehicle suppliers of the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Mercedes-Benz Regina. We drive Rider Nation. Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right, visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 18 plus. Use your game sense.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Drew Wolotarski gingerly makes his way off the field right to the Bomber bench, where he's greeted there by Zach Caleros, who gives him a tap on the helmet. It's going to be a second down and a long one for the Bomber offense, who trot Terry Wilson back out onto the field, the freshman or rookie out of New Mexico.
Well, and here's the thing, right? So we probably should have saw it coming on the last 2nd and 1, but this is a down where now the Saskatchewan Roughriders are actually thinking about the possibility of the Winnipeg Blue Bombers throwing this ball off of the quarterback sneak fake. Now, if you're Buck Pierce, do you have the same confidence to do it? with your brand new quarterback? 85% of the time, the answer is no.
Under center, Wilson gets set up right at the line, then spun away. He should have enough, though, on the surge for the first down for the Bombers with 7:41 and counting to go here in the fourth quarter. Winnipeg leading the Riders 23-21.
Well, you said it, Dave. I mean, initially he's held up here because the Riders do a good job between the tackles with their interior and just holding the line of scrimmage. But then Wilson's able to gradually fall to his left, and that's where he finally gets across the line of scrimmage for the first down. And Zach Collaros will obviously check back in here.
1st and 10 for the Bombers at their 50-yard line. 7 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. It's going to be 1st down and 10. As 3 receivers swing far side for Collaros. Now 4th with Dembski in motion. Oliveira, the lone back in the backfield. Riders show blitz. Handoff goes to Oliveira. He's met by Baldonado after a couple of yards, and it'll be 2nd and 7.
Yeah, so that's the first time today we've seen the strong side linebacker blitz from Corey Mace be implemented. Zach Collaros is looking right at it. This is probably another run-pass option look. And if this isn't a CJ Rivas blitz off the strong side, Zach Collaros probably keeps this football and looks to the flat on his right side. He was able to anticipate it well there, and they end up getting about 4 yards.
2nd down and 6 for the Bombers. 5 receivers set, 3 near side. Ball right-hand hash. Back to pass. Collaros throws it up, has Dembski, but it's going to be incomplete as Dembski stopped his route, and now we got a player tackled in Baldonado down on the ground. No flags come out. Jameer Thurman can't believe it.
This is the example of why I was wanting them to blitz a little bit more. This is zero blitz. There's no safeties. It's straight up man-to-man, but Saskatchewan's bringing the house. Zach Collaros essentially sees he's about to get smacked and just throws it up in the air, and he's hoping that Nick Dembski can beat the one-on-one coverage of Nelson Lacombo, the safety. Again, there's no other safety help because it's a zero blitz. Fortunately, the Riders able to navigate their way out of this and force a punt. Now they have some momentum, especially after that last series. Maybe they can string another drive together.
Sheehan on to punt this one away to the Riders. 2 returners back, and Bain Jr. and Alford standing at their 15. Sheehan. Kick going to be traveling sideways towards Alford, who fields it at his 11. He'll start on the near side. Now he's going to try to get to the corner. He's got a man to beat. Tries to get around to the 20. Going to be spun out of bounds to the 25 as he's wrapped up neatly. Nice pursuit by Tyrell Ford. And the Riders will have the ball at the 25 with 5:36 to go and trailing by 2 points. We'll get to that when we come back. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
When you need precision agricultural equipment, you need Claws. Discover how a Claws combine can give you the superior harvesting efficiency you are looking for. Claws Lexion pre-owned combines are an engineered mix of efficiency and convenience. With low-rate finance options, there's never been a better time to buy. See your local dealer for details. Be the best in your field with Claws. Made for more.
Is your farm working as hard as you do? Demand more from your data, your productivity, your farm. Ag Expert, the link between your data and decisions. From field to finance and everything in between, the right decision is right in front of you. Demand more, get more at agexpert.ca. Your data working hard like you.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
The text line is sponsored by B&A Petroleum, Swift Current, Assiniboia, Gravelburg, many other locations serving southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. See B&A Petroleum today for all your fuel needs. The number, 306-936-6262. Shout out to Todd listening on his Harley. We've got combines going on around the Moose Jaw area with Kelly. Dylan and Darren are combining wheat and Kendall. We've got Kurt and the boys thrashing Durham south of the Regina. Nick from Zenon turning in on the combine. Bill and Lori from Carlisle on the way to Regina for the Queen City Marathon tomorrow. Hey, good luck, folks, and congratulations on that. Dean and Deb out in Waskasiu on the water.
Queen City Marathon, that's a nightmare when it comes to traffic. All those runners just shutting down the main roads.
I thought you were going to say I'm going.
Absolutely not.
First down for the Riders. Crowd comes to life. Ball on their own 25. Handoff goes to Hickson. He'll try a jump cut, nothing doing. He'll get a yard, maybe two. It'll be second and long, Saskatchewan.
Yeah, really good job identifying the run look from Winnipeg. Riders down here with two tight ends again, and they just collapse. Tony Jones does a good job cleaning it up off the edge. 2nd and 9 in one of the loudest buildings in Canada.
Jake Thomas checks out on the defensive line for Winnipeg. They've got 3 down linemen on 2nd and a long 8 from the Riders, 26. 3 receivers near side. Backfield empties. Caleros back to pass, pitches it underneath. Nothing doing. Riders had a lot of motion going pre-snap, and they pitched it underneath. I believe that was a Joe. And he's going to be stopped shy of the first down. And sorry, it's Kian Schaefer-Baker, pardon me.
Listen,
and we've got another conversation.
This is a fantastic job by Taiwan Garbutt and Willie Jefferson. They explode out of their stance on this 3-man rush because they are obviously trying to beat the tight end or the tackles upfield. But as soon as they realize Trevor Harris is gearing down to hand this ball off, they both plant their outside foots, get back down in, and cancel out any opportunity to run the football. Great execution.
Corsack on to punt from his 50. This one's going to go to the far side of the field. Lucky Whitehead takes it in the air at his 42. Makes the first surge miss, gets across midfield to the Saskatchewan 53, and that's where the Bombers offense comes out onto the field with a short field and a 2-point lead.
Well, and you're coming into this last 3 minutes of the game where the Riders were beating everybody at the beginning of the year in the first third of the season, and in that second third of the year, they were the ones getting beaten in the last 3 minutes of a game. And right now you got 3:55. You got the Bombers with the ball right around midfield. You got to hold them to a field goal, if anything, here. Obviously, we'd like a turnover. And we talked about it, Dave. We felt like the first turnover might win it.
Well, here's an opportunity for the Rider defense as they show blitz. Swing it out near side. Dembski has it in the flat up to the 50, and then he's dropped there. Nice job by the Riders to converge in the open field and make the tackle. Coming up with it was DeMarcus Fields after a gain of maybe 5.
Yeah, you have Kevin Clercius and you have Josh Johnson over on one side. The Bombers are essentially 3 for 3. So they've got two receivers and they've got Nick Dembski. So they got 2 blockers on 3 defenders, and it's DeMarcus Fields who takes on the initial block and just runs through it and cuts out all options for Dembski. They only get 4 out of it.
So 2nd and a long 6 on the Saskatchewan 49 for Winnipeg. 5 receiver package. Caleros back to pass. He feels the pressure, swings it underneath. Dembski's got it, but he's going to be stopped shy of the first down. CJ Rivas in to make the tackle, and the Bombers look like they've got a kicking decision to make, and they'll do it after the 3-minute warning. And when we come back, it's Winnipeg 23, Saskatchewan 21. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Good luck with this decision.
From the job site to the farmyard, Redhead Equipment is all about productivity. That's why we want to offer you one of our most capable backhoe loaders, the Case N Series. With an upgraded power drive transmission, these machines can tackle steep inclines and carry heavier loads at ease. And models with the optional power lift feature can give you up to 40% more lifting power than other brands. Break new ground with Case N Series backhoe loaders. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
The Rough Rider and Children's Hospital Foundation's lottery is back and better than ever. Imagine sliding behind the wheel of your new Porsche or basking in tropical Bora Bora with 10 incredible grand prizes, including your best chance to win $1 million. It could be you. Plus, there are over 1,000 more prizes, including luxury vehicles, travel, and fantastic rider prizes. Help Saskatchewan kids. Get tickets at riderschildren'slottery.ca. Lottery license LR240034. Please play responsibly.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
3-minute warning brought to you by Brett Young. More bushels per acre. We can get behind that. Visit brettyoung.ca for canola hybrids that are the best fit for your farm. They've respotted the ball during the 3-minute break. inside the Rough Rider 45, near the 44, which instead of a 3rd and 2 is now 3rd and a long yard, and the Bombers have put their offense back out onto the field with Terry Wilson into the game.
Yeah, you got Terry Wilson, who hasn't looked great on these short yardage plays. Here's the first thing, Dave. The only thing that matters right now is being onside. After being onside, obviously, it's coming out low pad level, especially on that interior.
Well, we'll see if the Bombers try to draw the Riders offside. It is a long yard on 3rd down.
You know what? I've never liked the Canadian Football League teams trying to draw the guys offside. I always felt like they have just as much as
Wilson goes straight ahead on the 3rd down gamble, and he's going to spin his way to a 1st down, a gain of almost 3. The Moose Creek Red Angus 3rd down gamble works out for the Bombers.
Yeah, sorry, I've always felt like teams have just as much of an opportunity to get themselves offside when trying to convince other teams to go offside. So
the clock will continue to count. 2:38 to go.
What is Eric Locke? How come he wasn't that much of a tough guy when he played for us?
3rd-year pro, second in the Bomber Blue, is Lofton at right tackle today. It's 1st and 10. Ball at the 41 of the Riders.
They got a run set here.
Caleros in the gun. Oliveira going to hand it off to Lucky Whitehead. He'll get to the outside, has some room across the 35, puts his shoulder pads down and dives to the 33 of Saskatchewan for a gain of almost 8.
Yeah, they get that run set, and what they do is they don't give away the motion of Lucky Whitehead. They line him up as a slot closer to the line of scrimmage so that he's got a smaller distance to go. And what happens is you're not, as a defensive back and linebacker, you're not able to say, hey, watch Lucky, he's coming down. It just happens so quickly. There, Lucky Whitehead turned that into an 8-yard gain. It's 2nd and 2 on the Rider 33.
2:14 to go. Riders take a timeout. It's 2nd down and 2. Sorry, no timeout there.
Yeah, they've got 1 left. The clock is running.
And the Bombers are in the shotgun. 2nd and 2. Oliveira the lone back in the backfield. There's some problems.
No.
But they'll hand it off to Oliveira as he's going to get close to the line before being thrown back, and it looks like he'll have the yards to gain.
Yeah, that fooled nobody. So Zach Caleros tried to make it look like this was like the Philly special in the Super Bowl with Nick Foles. Zach Caleros tried to make it look like there was a problem and walked off yelling stuff, but their efficiency was their own worst enemy there. Everybody knows that they're never not on the same page, so nobody fell for Zach Caleros' shenanigans. They get a quick snap to Oliveira, which catches us offside a little bit. 1st down and 10. Now the clock is going to turn into a real concern. It's 1:42 on it with the Bombers up 2.
1st down and 10. Caleros in the gun. Hands it off to Oliveira, looking for a hole. Finds one and gets up near the Saskatchewan 25 for a gain of almost 6. It'll be 2nd and 4 with 1:31 to go.
Yeah, so when you're in 1st down now, if you're the Winnipeg Blue Bombers and I'm Corey Mace, I'm blitzing all day. And the reason why I'm blitzing on 1st down all day is because Winnipeg is in close-it-out mode, and that involves Brady Oliveira 9 times out of 10.
Riders take their their timeout now. They are without.
Yeah.
With 1:31 to go, 2nd and 5, ball on their own 25, with Caleros and the Bomber offense looking to run this clock out.
It's the obvious play here to use your timeout. And again, what do you do, right? 2nd and 5, there's a whole boatload of plays that are designed here for Brady Oliveira. You could get him in the flat, you could just hand it to him and give him a fullback look, right? Quick throw. Kenny Lawler's got something to say to Caleros as he leaves, so you got to watch that.
Riders going to load up the line. They'll bring the house, fake the handoff, and now Caleros is just going to slide down, seeing nothing, and he'll get down at about the 31, so it will go as a Quilt Plain sack, but it's going to be an opportunity for the Bombers to extend their 2-point lead with 1:27 left.
Well, it changes the whole complexion of the next drive for the Riders. You go from needing a field goal to win it to needing a touchdown. And what they're going to do here is, as soon as the whistle gets blown, they're going to take the last 20 seconds of the clock off. So it'll be about 1:06 when he does kick it.
So Castillo is 3 for 3 today. This is an attempt from 39 yards. Winnipeg leading by 2. It's 23-21 with 1:14 and counting. As you mentioned, the play clock can go down to 1:06. Ball's back. Good hold. Castillo kicks it, and he nails it. 39-yarder is good from Castillo. The Riders are going to have to field a kickoff, and it's going to be paramount that they do it cleanly with just 65 seconds to go and trailing by 5.
Cool. And if you're Jordan Younger, you love this situation because your whole defense is predicated on being okay with giving up short yardage plays here. So right now, Jordan Younger is literally wherever the ball starts. First of all, they're going to let Saskatchewan run if they want to. But second of all, they're going to give them everything under 5 yards, right? What they're not going to do is they're not going to get beat deep here. That is the way Richie Hall designed his championship-winning defense, and that is the tutelage that Jordan Younger got as an assistant defensive coordinator while Richie Hall was in that seat. So they're well-equipped for this. They've probably run through the scenario, as a matter of fact, 5 times this week in practice alone.
Played out 1 week ago where the Riders had an opportunity and did score, just couldn't convert on a 2-point conversion.
And if you're Trevor Harris, you're used to getting the ball out quick. So now you're able to switch your mentality to, hey, I'm going to have a little bit more time.
Castillo's kick is taken by Mario Alford. A quality tire kickoff handled by Alford up to the 35, and that's where the Riders' offense comes onto the field with no flags. And you can bet that Coach Mace told his team, do not take a penalty in this situation. So the Riders looking to find a way, trailing by 5, 59 seconds to go. They need a touchdown as the fans come to life here at Princess Auto Stadium.
So JY has come out here in their Tiger front. What their Tiger front is 3 defensive linemen and an extra nickel to defend against the pass. They're going to allow you everything intermediate.
First down and 10. Harris. 4-man rush for the Bombers. Harris underneath. That's complete. Kean Schaefer-Baker has it up at the 48.
Well,
First down.
That's not intermediate. That's good for the Riders. Great get off by Willie Jefferson. Harris is under immense pressure immediately, but he just finds Lawler between both.
54 seconds to go. 5 receivers for the Riders. Harris, quick drop, throws it up. Incomplete, looking for the same play with KSB, but it falls incomplete. Cramdy in coverage. Second down. 46 seconds to go.
Can't imagine how loud the building is right now for this offense.
I can barely hear you. 46 seconds, 2nd and 10, ball on the Riders' 48-yard line.
You don't need it all here. You can get 5 yards out of this. It's okay. There's still 46 seconds left on the clock as well.
5 receivers far side for Harris, signals them to the line in the deafening noise. Hickson leaves the backfield. Harris back to pass, looks far side. It's up, it's intercepted. Ford has it up to the 50-yard line, and his second interception of the day is going to salt this one away for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers.
Told you, man. They're going to give you anything intermediate, and they're not going to let you get anything deep. We got away with it once with Kean Schaefer-Baker. Winnipeg makes no mistake the second time. They're going to put their victory formation defense in, and the Riders are going to go to the bye feeling really insecure about themselves and potentially coming back after the bye in last place in the West. This is probably worst case scenario that they could have imagined.
Tyrell Ford, second interception of the day. Trevor Harris's stat line on Opus Souvlaki stats, 21 of 33, 287 in yardage, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions.
What did we say? We said the first turnover was going to win it in that second half. And who got the first turnover? The Winnipeg Blue Bombers.
Victory formation for Collaros, who takes a knee with 34 seconds left on the clock. Ball on the Bomber 52. Going to reset the clock, allow it to roll. Bomber bench urging the fans to come on loud, and they've done that in the sold-out building in the Labor Day rematch. Collaros allows the clock to tick, will take a knee twice more.
It's the most frustrating play as a defensive lineman, man. You just sort of sit there and you're forced to watch the offensive lineman having a laugh. Probably talking a little bit of junk.
Yep.
And you just got to sit there and take it.
Zeros now on the clock for Collaros, who's in under center. one final time, takes a knee, and the Bombers win the Labor Day rematch. Make the final on the Quality Tire scoreboards. Winnipeg 26, Saskatchewan 21. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. See them at qualitytire.ca. Coming up, we go live to the locker room and more. The Bombers win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Considering your university options for the upcoming year? Consider First Nations University of Canada. Built on a meaningful foundation of Indigenous knowledge systems and tradition, they provide quality post-secondary education for Indigenous and non-Indigenous students within a culturally supportive environment you won't find anywhere else. First Nations University of Canada campuses are located in Regina, Saskatoon, and Prince Albert. To learn more, visit their website at fnuniv.ca.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. Are you thinking of doing some projects this summer? Maybe building a fence, planting a tree, or doing some other kind of good old-fashioned digging? Whether you're at a work site or in your own backyard, make sure you're planning ahead and getting a line locate before you get started. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
No line locate? No diggity. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
Rooted in tradition, leading in innovation, McDougall Auctioneers is your first choice for farm auctions. Hi, this is Riley McChesney. At McDougall Auctioneers, we understand that selling your farm equipment is more than just business. It's about peace of mind. That's why we offer a unique guarantee, a minimum value for your auction, ensuring you sell with confidence and comfort. Our promise is your security. Choose McDougall Auctioneers, where your satisfaction is not just expected, it's guaranteed. McDougallAuction.com.
The game is over. Time to break it down. This is the fifth quarter postgame show brought to you by KFC, Western Ag, Saskatchewan Cancer Agency, SaskTel, Johnston's Grain, Sask Lotteries, Ag Co, Quality Tire, Capital Auto Group, Salford Equipment, SegaPlayNow.com. Back to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Here's Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
After an 0-4 start to their season, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers are now above break even. They're 7-6 on the season, while the Riders dropped to 5-7-1 after a 26-21 setback in the Labor Day rematch here at Princess Auto Stadium. How did we get here? It's time for your post-game rewind. Brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea. For all your hunting and shooting needs, visit prairieguntraders.ca. It's a Labor Day rematch. Cards are on the table. Belly up, folks. We got 3 hours of fun coming your way, and it starts off the foot of Castillo.
Up a bit. Oh,
and now
it's
Korsak's
blocked.
punt is blocked by Willie Harris. Bombers have it at midfield, returning it back to the Rider 50, down to the 43-yard line before finally making the tackle there for the green and white was Jordan Herdman-Reed. Coleros, who's back to pass. Here comes the rush, and getting home, it's once again Brian Cox Jr., Malik Carney both there. Big sack from 46, puts his boot to it. And the end-over-ender sails through the uprights. The Bombers open the Labor Day rematch. Backfield empties for Strebler, 2nd and 2. He'll go to his left, pushes behind the O-line, and finds the end zone. Snap back from Perland is a good one. Harris back to pass, has time, looks up, over the top, has Bain Jr. He's got it down to the 10-yard line of Winnipeg. Sean Bain Jr., big reception for the Riders. 3 receivers, 4 to the far side for Trevor Harris. He's back to pass, feels the pressure, scrambles near side, looking, end zone, touchdown, Riders! Keyshawn Johnson, 4 touchdowns, 4 games, Riders on the board. This is a 26-yard attempt that you can hear goes through the uprights. 3-yard attempt for Brett Lawther. It's on the right-hand hash. Good snap back. Lawther's kick end over end through the uprights.
Yeah.
He's money.
Well, yeah. That would have been good from 65. Great job, 12.
Fakes the handoff, rolls far side, throws it, complete
wow.
touchdown. Kenny Lawler falls back, good hold. Castillo kicks it, and he nails it. 39-yarder is good. Hickson leaves the backfield. Harris back to pass, looks far side. It's up, it's intercepted. Ford has it up to the 50-yard line, and his second interception of the day is going to salt this one away for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. And the Bombers win the Labor Day rematch, make the final on the scoreboards. Winnipeg 26, Saskatchewan 21, Quality Tire. The Postgame Rewind brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea. For all your hunting and shooting needs, visit prairieguntraders.ca. Momentarily, we'll be joined by Justin Dunk to analyze this 26-21 victory by the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Of course, Luc Mullinder is also headed downstairs, and he will be live in the Rough Rider locker room. That is coming up here on the fifth quarter postgame show momentarily. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Hi folks, Tim here. Now is the time to purchase a quality used Case IH combine from Young's Equipment Incorporated. Did you know that on qualified used combines, we offer an interest waiver and a protection plan? Wow, talk about the total package. But most of all, the peace of mind knowing that you purchased your used Case IH combine from Young's Equipment Incorporated. Priceless. Guarantee a smooth harvest. Check out Young's Equipment today.
Forget brain freeze. It's time to put the chill on your internet bill. Switch to SaskTel and you can get Infinite 150 for just $15 a month for 3 months. That's some frosty savings. Plus, you'll save $25 each month for the rest of your contract. Keep your whole family happy with speed that can keep up with every device. Cheers to savings. Visit SaskTel.com/chill. Conditions apply.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Early booking discounts apply until September 15th.
Hey Rider Nation, this is AJ Ouellette, running back for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. I am so pumped to be here in Regina. I am pumped to be with the Riders, and I am pumped to be dealing with Crestview, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram in Regina. These are awesome dudes to talk to if you want a truck, car, or Jeep. Anything to get you down the road. When you want a new ride, deal with the team Thor deals with.
Crestview, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, a proud part of the Capital Automotive Group. They drive Rider Nation.
Power meets precision with a T9 series with PLM intelligence from New Holland. The 6-model T9 lineup delivers up to 699 peak horsepower, a redesigned cab, and new levels of precision technology, including optional dual IntelliView 12 display. Get more of everything in a T9 with PLM intelligence from New Holland. Check out our new lineup at Redhead Equipment, your new New Holland dealer. RedheadEquipment.ca, making tracks since 1948.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder back at Princess Auto Stadium in Winnipeg. The Blue Bombers have defeated the Saskatchewan Roughriders 26-21 in the Labor Day rematch here this afternoon. Is Luc Mullinder ready to go? I'm just looking for Jason to give me the thumbs up. Yes, Luc Mullinder is set to go downstairs. I believe he's likely got the coach. The coach's post-game comments brought to you by KFC. New spicy and original recipe snacker wraps are here, and right now you can get 2 for just $5. Luke?
Well, we don't have coach yet.
Okay.
So it'll be a second. But you know what? I mean, obviously down here it's a tough scene. But I thought that Coach Mace brought a message that's really needed. It's hey, look, we're still in control of our own fate, but we need to get our ish together here. So I'll let you guys know when Coach Mace is here.
Thanks so much, Luke. We will check in with you momentarily. Of course, we'll get to our Opasuvlaki stat look as well. First, though, let's go back down to Regina in studio. Justin Dunk, of course, will be handling your calls coming up on the radio roundtable. But first, here on the fifth quarter postgame show, Dunk, your thoughts on this football game as you saw it. 26-21 win for the Bombers here today.
I hate saying this because it's cliche, but it feels like the same story throughout this winless streak. Close, but not good enough to get the win. Key mistakes that gave the Bombers some points, especially that punt block on Adam Korsak. I know Willie Jefferson is a freak, but you just cannot have those kinds of things happen in professional football, with close margins. So the Riders need to figure out a way to make these plays.
Well, let's head downstairs now. I believe Luke has got Coach Mace with him. Luke?
Coach, I'm not sure what you tell a team when you continually come so close to pulling it out, but what is that message, especially going into a bye week?
Yeah, I think, just hitting the obvious in the face. I thought, even today, penalties, I thought it was going to be a chippy game. I do believe we lost the penalty battle, but I don't know. I think we had 5 or something like that. It's just timing of when we do it, you know what I mean? It puts us in a tough jam. And I think we lost the turnover battle today, which, those are 2 key ingredients to success. We didn't come out on the other side of that. It's just tough, man. You got to tell everybody, look themselves in the mirror, myself included. I know it's cliche, but it has to be done. But also, hey, we just went 10 straight. Go rest up, come back with a new focus, some accountability, and we got to start swinging because we're still in position to make a playoff push.
It's interesting you say that, right? Because that's what you do on bye week, especially, when you've been frustrated with the results, is you look and you say, what can I do? Coach, right away, what are some things that you think that you can bring to your game to put them in a position in a better spot?
Yeah, I think, first things first for myself, just understanding the full flow of the game, always constantly trying to get better at clock management stuff. There's a couple situations here where, I was thinking maybe we try to kick a field goal, but then, we could pin them deep. It was a success for us, and you got to take into all the weather stuff and, playing with the wind, playing without the wind. So just constantly working on things like that. And then, as a play caller defensively, just, continue to understand the situations where we can't give up 7 or, potentially get them out of field goal range, et cetera, et cetera. So there's 100 things, man, and we constantly do that. So just asking the players nothing more than what we would ask of ourselves as coaches to do.
And you still have essentially control of your destiny just because of the way your games are tilted towards the Western Conference as you close the year out.
Yeah, that's what we've known. It's unfortunate. We talked about it for the last couple of weeks, to be honest with you, but we still just can't find a way quite yet to get over the hump. But the bond is strong in the room. The guys, I still believe that they can still get the job done. And we're still in that part of the season now where if we come out of the bye week, we start piecing it together, we get hot. As you said, everybody in the West is kind of in front of us right now. So we can go ahead and try to push ourselves into the playoffs feeling a little bit different than we do right now.
You guys have been slugging it out injury-wise. How'd you come out today?
Yeah, we'll see. I know, Malik Carney got banged up, wasn't able to finish the game. I know guys that had different bumps and bruises, but again, I think time into the bye week for us right now, specifically just the amount of bodies that we have are banged up. It'd be really nice for them to just have a week to rest, and then we'll see how that looks after the bye week.
Enjoy your bye week, Coach. Thanks.
Appreciate you, man. You too.
Head coach Corey Mace downstairs with Luc Mullinder. We'll come back with our offensive and defensive game stars in a moment here on the 5th quarter postgame show. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
You need a versatile utility tractor that won't let you down. The Massey Ferguson Global Series tractors are built to withstand your toughest demands on just about every operation, with up to 125 horsepower, whether you need it for hay production, dairy operations, loader work, or out in the field. See the Massey Ferguson Global Series tractors at Parkland Farm Equipment in North Battleford.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right, visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
Tractorland Kubota is the home for all your Kubota, turf, construction, and agriculture products. They've got a sweet lineup of tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, mini excavators, skid steer loaders, compact track loaders, wheel loaders, stand-on compact loaders, tractor loader backhoes, track carriers, agricultural implements, construction attachments, and more. Stop by and visit them. They'd love to meet you. Proudly serving the prairies and conveniently located at 705 Henderson Drive, Regina. Tractorland Kubota, committed to doing it right.
Complete your application field goals with the new AB640 90-foot air boom applicator from Salford. The AB640 is 28% more coverage per pass, getting you to the goal faster. Spend more time on the drive and less time on the sidelines with double the capacity of most floaters. Check out the new AB640 at your local Salford dealer or online at salfordgroup.com. See them at Eberassa, in Assiniboine, Radville, and Weyburn, and Mazer Group.
Oh, our man is down after that hard tackle. Here comes the stretcher. Looks like the medic's saying he needs to put something cool on his knee. Here they come with the York air conditioner and a generator to plug it in. Okay, folks, a York air conditioner from Regina Plumbing and Heating is the best on the market, but it's not meant for... Well, our man is back up, helmet on, and he's back in. Look at that.
When the Saskatchewan Roughriders need to stay cool, they call Regina Plumbing and Heating to take care of all their air conditioning needs. ReginaPlumbing.net.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
We'll go down to the locker rooms with Luc Mullinder again momentarily for our offensive and defensive game stars. First, your Opa Souvlaki stat line. In this football game, the Saskatchewan Roughriders were out first downed, if you will. Winnipeg had 18 to Saskatchewan's 14. Rushing yards, 46 for the Riders to 62 for the Bombers. Passing yards, 287 by the Riders, 231 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Turnovers 2-0 in favor of the Bombers. Of course, they picked off Trevor Harris' passes twice. Sacks allowed. The Riders were able to bring down Zach Caleros twice. None given up by the makeshift patchwork offensive line, which is a big win there if you are the Saskatchewan Roughriders. So also of note, the penalties, as Coach pointed out in his post-game commentary. 5 penalties for 49 yards for the Riders, 3 for 25 for Winnipeg. We'll continue that in a moment. First, though, let's go downstairs with one of our game stars and Luc Mullinder for Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca. Luc?
Shave and bake. Last week in the Labor Day game, we were talking to you after because you were the player of the game then, too. But you talked about brick by brick, continuing to work hard. You came out here, we talked about guys needing to, the big-time players needing to step up. You felt like you did that today. Talk a little bit about how the locker room feels right now after another frustrating loss.
Yeah, it's never easy being in a situation like this, but even you just said it yourself, I don't even see this as a loss. I just see this as a lesson. And, this is just an opportunity for all of us to grow together and to get better from it. So many lessons are going to be brought back from this game. We're going to turn on the film and see all the little corrections we got to make in order to come out, not next week, but the week after that, to go 1-0 again.
Felt like the offense started clicking really in that second half, especially. What was the change? What was the change there?
Just trust and believe. Just believe in the guy beside you, knowing that he's going to do his job, and trusting that, no matter whose name is going to be called, that the guy's going to step up and make a play. And that's what we continue to just build our offense around, is just staying together and trusting the guy beside you. And
you really got the offense going here with the first, or probably second play of the second half. Ran a fantastic route against Brandon Alexander. Talk us through that.
Yeah, we got the look we wanted. He was kind of manned up in me over the middle, gave him move, and Trevor threw a great ball. O-line was able to protect and give him enough time. Running back made the right block. And, it doesn't even come down to it's all 12 of us having to do our job again. And whoever the ball goes up to, whoever's carrying the ball, we know that person's going to make the play. So we just got all of our faith and trust into the guy beside us.
What do you got to do? What do you got to do moving forward here into the bye week? How do you look at it as a leader?
Yeah, just staying together. You just touched upon it yourself, is just making sure the guys all stay together, just doing little things to make sure we're growing. It's easy to get beat up and down on yourself over a loss like that, but again, I don't even believe in losses. There's only lessons from this. So it's a week for all of us to get healthy and come back not even hungry no more. I think we all going to come back starving.
There it is, man. All right, well, have a good bye week. Get healthy, man, and thanks for spending some time with us.
Appreciate it a lot. God bless.
Kian Schaefer-Baker, our Quality Tire offensive game star, downstairs with Luc Mullinder. 6 receptions, 120 yards, including that long of 81. Our defensive game star still to come. We'll join Luc for that in a moment. We'll take a break, though. This is the fifth quarter postgame show and the home of Rider Nation. Of course, the Riders drop a 26-21 decision here in Winnipeg. We'll be back with more. This is the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Forget brain freeze. It's time to put the chill on your internet bill. Switch to SaskTel and you can get Infinite 150 for just $15 a month for 3 months. That's some frosty savings. Plus, you'll save $25 each month for the rest of your contract. Keep your whole family happy with speed that can keep up with every device. Cheers to savings. Visit SaskTel.com/chill. Conditions apply.
The Fendt 500 Vario is the right fit for your farm. Whether you have a large cattle or dairy operation, mid-sized grain farm, or hay production that defines your operation, the Fendt 500 has the ability to adapt to meet the needs of your farm to increase the bottom line. And that means more money in your pocket. See the Fendt 500 Vario at Full Line Ag in Saskatoon, Swift Current, and Purdue.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code Green200. That's right, visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
Take control of your soil and residue management playbook with Salford's Halo VRT high-speed disc. Protect your soil while you tackle tough straw using the VRT's 5-inch spaced blades at the 2-degree blade angle. When you spot ruts coming down the field, call an audible and hydraulically adjust the blades up to a 15-degree angle for maximum leveling power. Visit your local Salford dealer or see the Halo VRT online at salfordgroup.com. See them at Eberassa in Assiniboia, Carlisle, Radville, and Weyburn, and Mazer Group.
Is your farm working as hard as you do? Demand more from your data, your productivity, your farm. Ag Expert is the link between your data and decisions. From field to finance and everything in between, the right decision is right in front of you. Demand more, get more at agexpert.ca. Your data working hard like you.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
The Riders fall 26-21 here in Winnipeg tonight. Time for our defensive game star for Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca. Luc Mullinder in the locker room. Go ahead.
Well, hey, you know what? We've talked about the Riders' injury situation. There's guys been moving in and out of the roster. One of the guys who's really starting to come along here, I thought we'd visit with Caleb Saunders out of South Dakota State University. Caleb, man, talk a little bit about the way you've improved snap after snap. Today you had a few pressures, but just talk about your progression here as a player.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I had a good camp, start the season, started out on the P squad. So, I mean, just right there, that's motivation to get better every day. You always want to get up. So once I got that opportunity, I just had to say I got to go get it. So I went and did that. And every week I've been trying to improve. Got guys like Micah, guys like Miles, guys like Ant that do a great job of just telling you how you can tweak your game a little bit just to make yourself better in every aspect.
What was the one adjustment, other than the 1 yard off the ball thing, what was the thing that you wanted to tweak in your game coming out of camp?
I'd say the run game. I'm not the best with my hands in the run game, so that's just been my number one priority is just get good hand placement, be able to get good knockback.
You guys have done a heck of a job over the last 2 weeks. I know you haven't come out to win. That's the main thing always. But you just played one of the best backs in the Canadian Football League. Talk about what your goal was coming in here, especially against the run like you just mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, we knew we were number one in the run as a team. So if you stop the run, make a team one-dimensional, makes it hard for them to win. So that's always our goal, just to make them one-dimensional.
You're going into the bye week. The team's got to get healthy. How do you approach it?
I mean, just take the time to relax. Go visit family. Just relax and get your body healthy. Hit the tubs if you need treatment, get treatment. But just the number one thing is just get your mind off of football and just be able to reload and just have a fresh start.
We talked to Coach Mace about, and he's talked about guys needing to find one thing to get better at, right, day by day. When you come back from the bye week, what is Caleb Sanders going to be better at?
Like I said, just being more stout in the run game. That's my number one thing I need to work on. I think I already have good pass rush, so just being stout in the run game and being able to hold my own and just be able to make plays.
The Riders have need their defensive line rotation to step up. This is one of the guys who's done a great job. Hey, man, thanks for spending some time with us.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Caleb Saunders, our defensive game star. Luc Mullinder, our broadcast game star, my friend. Heck of a call today. We will talk to you soon. We're going to take one more break, come back with more of the Riders' fall to the Bombers, 26-21 here in Winnipeg. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Since 1972, Rightway has combined innovative design with quality and workmanship. From rock pickers to harrows to the greatest selection of land roller sizes to fit every field, Rightway engineers incorporate advanced technology, strength, and versatility into the equipment you need to get your field ready. A proud Saskatchewan company, Rightway helps you get the job done. See the full list of products at rightwaymfg.com and farm the right way with Rightway.
Sask Lotteries has 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Help us grow the next 50. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Communications has long been trusted to bring technology to rural Saskatchewan. Access offers you a complete rural home solution with internet upload and download speeds up to 350 megs. Plus, you can watch TV at home or on the go with Access Next TV Stream. And keep an eye on things in real time with Access Rural Security. It's a complete rural home solution at a completely affordable price. Visit myaccess.ca today.
Revolutionize your operation and get more power with a Fendt 1100 Vario MT. The Fendt 1100 Vario MT not only touts the highest horsepower in the industry, but is the only track tractor of this size to feature the revolutionary Vario CVT transmission. Get uncompromising performance and reliability with Fendt. See the Fendt 1100 track tractors at KMK Sales in Humboldt.
Wondering what your equipment is really worth? Hi, I'm Riley McChesney from McDougall Auctioneers, your go-to appraisal experts. With our finger on the pulse in today's market, we offer the most accurate, up-to-date valuations for your machinery. Planning to expand or thinking of selling? Get the real value of your equipment with McDougall Auctioneers. Over 42 years of expertise at your service. Call us at 1-800-263-4193 or visit us at mcdougallauction.com.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Back one final time at Princess Auto Stadium before we turn things over to you, Rider Nation. And, of course, the ever-popular Rider Roundtable, where you have your say with Justin Dunk, Wes Cates, and more. Hang tight for that. One last look at the Opus Luvlaki individual stats from that football game. Throwing the football, Trevor Harris, 21 of 33, 287 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Zach Caleros, meanwhile, for Winnipeg, 24 of 31 for 231 yards and a touchdown. Running the ball, not a lot to give. Frankie Hickson, 9 carries for 46 yards. Brady Oliveira, 11 touches for 43. Receiving, we talked to Kean Schaefer-Baker. He was targeted 8 times, caught 6 of those passes for 120 yards and 81-yard bomb. being the long run for him. Samuel Emelis, 4 for 66. Keyshawn Johnson extended his touchdown streak with 3 receptions for 33 yards. For the Bombers side in receiving, Nick Dembski, 7 receptions for 46. Kenny Lawler, 6 for 64 in the touchdown. Brady Oliveira, 6 touches for 60. Defensively, Jameer Thurman, 7 defensive tackles. Roland Milligan Jr. had 6 defensive tackles and a special teams tackle. CJ Rivas, 6 tackles on the day for the Riders. On the other side, Griffin for the Bombers had 6 defensive tackles with 2 special teams tackles. Dietrich Nichols was next with 5 defensive tackles and a knockdown, and of course the 2 interceptions that go to Terrell Ford this afternoon here in Winnipeg. The final score again, 26-21 from the McDougall broadcast booth here in Winnipeg. That's going to do it. On behalf of color analyst Luc Mullinder, our technical producer Jason here in Saskatoon, Curtis, Colson, Mosh, and the whole crew back home in Regina and operators around the province, I'm Dave Thomas saying so long from Mosaic Stadium. But don't go anywhere. Coming up next, it is the Radio Roundtable with Justin Dunk and Wes Cates live from our downtown studios and on the web at our YouTube channel. Hit a like and subscribe while you're there. Follow us on X too. It's all here on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Hi folks, Tim from Young's Equipment, your genuine Case IH parts and service dealer. Harvest is moving fast, so let's plan for next year. There has never been a more critical time to have your equipment ready. Book winter inspections on Case IH combines, tractors, and sprayers. Take advantage of our reduced inspection pricing, 10% off all genuine Case IH parts installed with the inspection. Special trucking rates and Young's loyalty program. Slots are filling fast. Contact Young's Equipment to avoid disappointment. Check youngs.ca today. Conditions apply.
Homes in Regina are selling fast, which makes it tough for buyers. Many buyers are putting in offers on multiple homes and still coming away empty. When you're looking for your next home, why not get what you want and build instead? Uncommon Developments is your local builder. They seamlessly blend the warmth of tradition with the clean lines and open spaces of modern architecture for a fair price. For your next home, stop losing out on offers and win big with a new build from Uncommon Developments. uncommondevelopments.ca.
The Massey Ferguson 4700 series was designed for smart, ergonomic, and long-lasting operation. Heavier than the competition, a Massey Ferguson 4700 series tractor won't flinch when it comes to pulling larger implements and balers. Tested in the harshest conditions across the globe, these tractors can handle all the tough jobs you throw at them. Stop by Nick's Service in Emerald Park today or visit nickservice.com to learn more about the Massey Ferguson 4700 series.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Early booking discounts apply until September 15th.
Forget brain freeze. It's time to put the chill on your internet bill. Switch to SaskTel and you can get Infinite 150 for just $15 a month for 3 months. That's some frosty savings. Plus, you'll save $25 each month for the rest of your contract. Keep your whole family happy with speed that can keep up with every device. Cheers to savings. Visit SaskTel.com/chill. Conditions apply.
Rider Nation, it's time to have your say. Be part of the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable Postgame Show. Brought to you by Western Ag Professional Agronomy, Saskatchewan Cancer Agency, Johnston's Grain, McDougall Auctioneers, Salford Equipment, Unifor Local 1S and 2S, Connexus Credit Union, Redhead Equipment. Text 306-936-6262 or call the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620. The Roundtable is brought to you by McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Here's Justin Dunk and Wes Cates on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
It's another close loss, Wes Cates. You count them up. 5 of the losses in this streak have been by 1.2 points, 3 points, 4 points, now a 5-point loss. Right. Something's got to give here, man. Feels like the same old script. Close game, couple mistakes. Riders kind of gave away 10 points there in that opening quarter. The punt block by Willie Jefferson, the interception. I know Keyshawn Johnson fell down, but Tyrell Ford gets it. The Bombers go and stuff it in the end zone, and you look at those mistakes. I know he slipped, but that really cost the Riders in this game.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it in the pregame. We said that they needed to play a very clean game, a mistake-free game, and they came out and didn't do that. I talked about them being ready to go from the first snap and somebody making plays, and that wasn't the case. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers came out and made plays. Willie Jefferson with the block, and then also Trevor just with the interception, and it was just something that I like the way they bounced back from it, but it just was. So you put yourself in a hole on the road against a team that's playing great, and then you expect, what did you expect the outcome to be? I mean, it was good that they were able to keep it close there towards the end, and then defense does their job, gets the Winnipeg off the field. The Riders have the ball with about 4 minutes left, and they do nothing with it. I don't even think they gained a yard, and I thought that was one of the biggest possessions of the game. And you talk about a couple penalties here and there. Winnipeg just played a cleaner game. They won on the turnover battle. They won on the penalties, and they made a few more plays. And to come out with a 5-point win, that's what was supposed to happen.
And Corey Mace referenced those penalties post-game, Wes, as you touched on there, and felt like they took some untimely ones in the game. Overall, 5 for 49 yards, not a lot, but when they come at those untimely times, if you're the Riders, you just can't have that. So you just heard Wes's take. We want to hear your take. Dial us up on the Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262, or toll-free, 1-866-767-0620. The Roundtable brought to you by McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience, McDougallAuction.com. On the other side, we'll have our moment of the game. You don't want to miss it. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at SportsCage.com and on Twitter or X at SportsCage, plus the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Take control of your soil and residue management playbook with Salford's Halo VRT high-speed disc. Protect your soil while you tackle tough straw using the VRT's 5-inch spaced blades at the 2-degree blade angle. When you spot ruts coming down the field, call an audible and hydraulically adjust the blades up to a 15-degree angle for maximum leveling power. Visit your local Salford dealer or see the Halo VRT online at salfordgroup.com. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and Eberassa in Assiniboia, Carlisle, Radville, and Weyburn.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody again. I gotta tell you, when I first learned TimberTech composite decking material is super low maintenance, well, that pretty much sealed the deal right there. I'd rather sit on my deck than sand it, tell you what. But TimberTech composite decking material also comes with tons of pretty colors and features a sweet little hidden fastener system. When you need pretty and pretty easy to build with, it's TimberTech from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale.
Sask Lotteries has 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Help us grow the next 50. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
How many water companies can say they've been at the new innovations and new farm inventions at 2 of Canada's large farm shows? Farm Fresh Water has achieved that. How do we do it? Well, we live on a farm. Kelly is a journeyman electrician, and Brian has training as a plumber and a refrigeration mechanic. Our goal was to create perfect water from your dugouts or well with the least amount of maintenance and ongoing costs. That's the way we want it on our farm. See us at farmfreshwater.ca.
With fall on the way, your vehicle should have a fall inspection. Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full service inspections with certified mechanics on site. They handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry's service, your car is in the right hands. And right now, quality Napa batteries are on sale. Always the best price. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
Tractorland Kubota is the home for all your Kubota, turf, construction, and agriculture products. They've got a sweet lineup of tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, mini excavators, skid steer loaders, compact track loaders, wheel loaders, stand-on compact loaders, tractor loader backhoes, track carriers, agricultural implements, construction attachments, and more. Stop by and visit them. They'd love to meet you. Proudly serving the prairies and conveniently located at 705 Henderson Drive, Regina. Tractorland Kubota, committed to doing it right.
Hey, Rider Nation, got a question or a comment on today's game? Text it to us for the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable postgame show. 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Catch the podcast at sportscage.com.
Saskatchewan Roughriders fall in the Labor Day rematch on the road in Winnipeg, 26-21 to the Blue Bombers. But our moment of the game, which is brought to you by the keg-sized moment of the game, locations in Regina and Saskatoon. Book your reservation today at thekeg.com. This moment got the Riders back into the football game, actually helped give them the lead, but the Riders just couldn't hold on.
Just outside their 20-yard line. Fake a handoff. Harris back. Has time. Has a Schaefer Baker wide open to midfield. Baker cuts back to the near side. Trying to deke out Alexander. He will to the 25. Still going 15, 10. Down to the 7-yard line. Kean Schaefer Baker. First down Riders. Huge play.
81-yard shake and bake play helped the Riders get into the end zone on that drive, but they couldn't finish the ball game off, losing 26-21. Okay, let's go out on the Echo Sound hotline. Michael on Vancouver Island, what did you think of the Riders' performance in the Labor Day rematch?
Not that great a game. I've kind of given up on the team and on the league.
On the league? What do you mean on the league?
Yeah, it comes off like the WWF to me. It's predetermined. The biggest problem with the game today was going into the 3-minute warning at the end of the fourth. It was supposed to be 2nd and 3, 2nd and 4. Come back from break, 2nd and 1. Command center changed something again. I'm just tired of it.
So you feel like it's predetermined because the command center is writing the script?
Well, yeah, pretty much. It's 4 games where something dubious happens, and yeah, I don't fault the team. Team played hard. Didn't have a good start. Agree with Wes on that one. They were outplayed that way, but I don't know. Just losing faith in the entire league.
CFL conspiracy time. Thanks for the call, Michael.
Interesting.
Yep.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. He could be on to something, but it could be a lot of it's just a frustration because you're watching a team go out there and play their hearts out and really give a lot of effort and be right in it. And then little things here and there, and it does always seem like the officials or an extension of the officials seems to have some serious impact on these Riders' losses in this last month especially. So I can see where he's coming from, but that ain't gonna fly when it comes down to it. That'll get dismissed by the league, and rightly so probably. You got to go out there and earn your wins.
Even if you got to beat 2 teams, right? Got to beat the team you're playing, and some people would say the officials. You know, I don't think there's much in this game that you could talk about with the officials. You got to clean up some of the mistakes, and Corey Mace talked about it, that they got to punch some of these issues right in the face, and they're close. Don't get us wrong, but when you haven't won a game since July 19th, that can really grind on a team. Let's keep it going on the Echo Sound hotline. Byron in Swift Current. What do you think of the Riders' losing streak, and do you feel like they're ever going to win again?
Well, I guess I tell you what bothers me. This is since Harris has been back, how many games in a row has he lost now?
Was this 4?
Is this like 4 in a row, or is this 5 in a row since he's been back?
It's right in that range.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, I want to ask you a question. Now, how come, even with Claris, and Claris has got some resume behind him, but, they still put Ostrebler in to run a few short yard plays. They leave him in once in a while to run a few plays on his own. What happened to Patterson? Why can't they bring him in for a series once in a while? I don't think Patterson ever lost 3 or 4 or 5 games in a row. I thought Patterson actually played very good for a first-year quarterback. Why don't they change it up a little bit? I'm not saying they have to bench Harris, But Harris is 38 years old. He ain't going to get no better. Patterson, if that's what we got to go with, he's our future, as of right now. So why aren't we giving him some reps? I mean, for God's sakes, I mean, if Edmonton wins today, we're tied for, we'll be, I guess, in fourth place out of the playoff. We'll be tied with Edmonton, I guess, for points anyway. I guess.
No, you wouldn't be tied. They'd still be one up because they have the tie point. Calgary and Edmonton both have 8 points in the standings. Saskatchewan has 11. But I get your point.
Yeah. So anyhow, but the point, I just think, why don't they run Patterson out there? I want to go back to the last game that we played when we went for that 2 points. Why wouldn't you put Patterson in that situation? At least you had the option he could maybe have ran it in, or you could have done a lot more.
I don't think you want to put a quarterback cold into the game there. And let's give Wes a chance to chime in on this because you're asking him the question. But Wes, I'll give my take first.
Yeah.
Trevor Harris is clearly the better quarterback, more consistent. Yes, he has lost 4 games in a row, but when Shea Patterson started, he was 2-3-1 as a starter. Didn't set the world on fire. It wasn't awful either. Was kind of probably pretty solid. But can you speak to Shea Patterson perhaps having a package and how that might affect Trevor Harris?
Yeah, I kind of been on this same storyline. I don't see why you got a guy who's supposed to be an athletic quarterback, supposed to be able to run. He played at a big school, so the moment shouldn't really rattle him. He's played well and admirably at the lowest. He came in and it was around 300 yards a game and seemed to move the offense okay, not as good as Trevor Harris. We got to remember, though, since Trevor Harris has been back, Montreal and Winnipeg are 3 of those games?
That's right.
One of the top teams in the league by far. So, I mean, a little tougher schedule than when Shea was running the helm. But I agree with you. I think, you got the guy sitting there. You got I'm sure you have some packages. And anytime you can throw some wrinkles at a defense, get them thinking, get them questioning their packages and how they're going to defense over the top. So, yeah, I'm like, we got guys on the roster. Let's not pay them to sit there and watch everybody else. Let's put them out there and try to throw some wrinkles and throw some new stuff at them.
Let's see if Shea Patterson gets a package after the bye week. If you want to talk to us on the Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262 or 1-866-767-0620. Get in, chat to Wes and I, and you can also text those numbers as well. More of your calls on the other side. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and on Twitter at SportsCage, plus the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Since 1973, RJ Sales and Service in Wadena has been Saskatchewan's short line experts. They sell and service all the brands you want to use, including Morris, Seedmaster, Degelman, Mandaco, Rightway, Lemkin, Kellobuilt, Elmer's, and Salford. Plus, they have pre-owned equipment available from the biggest names in the business. Before you buy anything, do yourself a favor and check for a better deal at RJ Sales and Service in Wadena, rjsales.ca.
Homes in Regina are selling fast, which makes it tough for buyers. Many buyers are putting in offers on multiple homes and still coming away empty. When you're looking for your next home, why not get what you want and build instead? Uncommon Developments is your local builder. They seamlessly blend the warmth of tradition with the clean lines and open spaces of modern architecture for a fair price. For your next home, stop losing out on offers and win big with a new build from Uncommon Developments. uncommondevelopments.ca.
Employee pricing is back at Two-Way Service in Southie. The absolute best deals of the year with discounts of up to almost $14,000, plus 1.99% financing on selected units. And with every new vehicle purchased, you receive a trip for 2 to Las Vegas, F-150, Super Duty, and the awesome lineup of Ford SUVs like Explorer, Expedition, Escape, Bronco Sport, and Edge, and the full-size Bronco. Don't miss employee pricing at Two-Way Service in Southie, just a 30-minute drive from Regina.
This football season, Positively Perfect will be introducing their MVP, Most Valuable Pups. They understand that your furry friends are all your most valuable players, and that's why they carry the best pet food in town. They offer a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Go long with their full line of grooming services that they also have available. Score all the pet touchdowns and get everything for your pet with Positively Perfect, 4637 Ray Street, and visit their Facebook page.
For all your grain brokerage needs, call Johnston's Grain. They're hyper-focused on finding growers the best price in the market. Johnston's will deliver the best bids in Western Canada on special crops, milling oats, malt barley, feed grains, damaged grains, and much more. When you think about marketing, think Johnston's. Their expertise helps farmers secure the highest prices while avoiding risky buyers. They'll help you structure your contracts in a way that is good for your farm. Call 844-324-7778.
For all the work you do on your farm and all the hours you put into your equipment, you need the best ag tires around. Get them at your local Integra tire dealer in Assiniboia and Grenfell. They have tires for everything that moves around your farm. Tractors, augers, sprayers, combines, swathers, balers, grain carts, semis, grain trucks. You name it, they have it. If it moves, they have tires for it. For all your rubber requirements on the farm, see the boys at your locally owned Integra tire stores in Assiniboia and Grenfell. Truly local.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or a comment on today's game? Text it to us for the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable postgame show. 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Catch the podcast at sportscage.com.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders fall in the Labor Day rematch at Princess Auto Stadium, 26-21. The Riders still have not won a game since July 19th. 5 of those losses have come by, I can't even believe I keep repeating this, 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, 4 points, and now 5 points respectively. They've gone for the trifecta, if you will. Let's go to the Echo Sound hotline for a couple of your text messages. One texter texts in and says, at least the Riders won't lose next week on the bye. That's harsh. Harsh.
But it's a good time to regroup. I think it is kind of based on this last streak. This is right when they needed this bye. It's funny. They needed the bye at the beginning of the year to kind of recoup from having a good start and Harris going out. Now they needed to just regroup all together. But I think a break and some good work in this bye week will serve them well.
TC continues and says, Trevor Harris needs to be punted. Literally Rider math now, fellas. It's kind of funny. It continues to be very difficult to be positive about this franchise. Thank you. You know, I think you can still be positive about the team because they're right there.
Yeah, they're playing good ball. They're just, I mean, it's like we talked about a little bit. It's a young team. I know the quarterback's old, but really the team is pretty young, and they're playing, but they're making some mistakes that I would expect out of a young team. Just a couple little things here and there. But Trevor has got to play clean ball. Like that first pick, I'm just like, this is just not the start. I kind of felt like it was kind of over then, just because I'm like, I know they're going to play a good game and stay in it, but man, they can't unless they turn over Zach. That's going to be hard to come back from.
There's a texter that sent one in without a name on it, but it says, Keen Schaefer-Baker comment in his interview with our Luc Mullinder, quote, I don't see this as a loss. I see it as a lesson, close quote. This texter goes on to say, that's exactly what is wrong with this team. It's mindset. It's a loss. Every loss falling down the standings to last place. How does this team change this mindset, in your opinions, changing that a loss is a loss and not lessons?
Yeah, I cringed a little bit when I heard that. I was kind of like, I don't think people are going to take that the right way. I get what he's getting at is like, you know, like life lessons. It's kind of more of a life moniker or quote than really, because it is. It's about wins and losses. This is professional sports. Sports in general, even the participation trophy sports, Little League, should be about wins and losses. So you got to go get these wins. And for Kian to say that, I get where he's coming from, but not the tweak the sentiment just a little bit. But I get he's basically saying there's always a lesson in a loss, but they are L's, Ken. They are L's.
I heard that and I was like, I don't think Rider Nation is going to like this because they got time for no more losses.
Yeah.
Because the team hasn't won since July 19th. And as you said, wins and losses is professional sports. That's what you're going to be judged on at the end of the day. Let's go out on the Echo Sound hotline. Ted in Miami. Are you in Miami, Ohio or Miami South Beach, Ted?
What was that? Say that again.
Which Miami are you in?
I'm in Miami, Florida. Wes, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Good. I haven't called in until this time this year because I was waiting to see if the Riders were for real, and now I know I have my answer. But listen, I want to start on a positive note. Kudos to CTV for putting the CFL
on free television today. Something that I have been bringing up in the last few years, and, to have that kid that doesn't get to see the CFL, but on Sunday, oh boy, he gets brainwashed by the NFL for free. So I'm glad that they put the CFL on CTV today. I hope they continue that so we promote the CFL to Canadians where it belongs. Anyway, I love that. Getting to the game. Listen, guys, I've been watching this team all year. I haven't called in, and I am seeing the same terrible play calling week in and week out. Let's go back to last week for a second on that 2-point convert. One of the most successful plays in football is the down-and-out pass. If you do that quickly enough and you throw that 10 times, that receiver will probably catch it 8 out of those 10 times and get you anywhere between 5 and 10 yards. And I don't know how many times I've seen it. Why didn't do it last week? Today, the same thing. And late in the game, I don't know how many times I saw it where they were 2nd and 8, and Mark Mueller is calling a 3-yard pass. Guys, that doesn't get you first downs against this team. It never will. And then we're 2nd and 9 late in the game, and he does a little 1-yard pitch forward to whoever that was. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I was that one threw me a little bit too.
What are they thinking? You need a first down. You need 20 yards. You need 10 yards. And every week, that play selection absolutely sucks. I'm sorry to say it, but
I don't think it sucks every week. Okay, let me in here for a second, all right? When you're talking about throwing the out pattern, I think that's what you're talking about. You want to throw an out pattern into cut coverage and get your receiver blown up? It's not that easy. The defense is playing football too. Yeah, you can say they catch it 8 out of 10 times, but that's hypothetical, my man, with all due respect. And I've actually liked Mark Mueller's play calling for the most part. We're just picking apart situations here. I think if this offense stops turning the football over at key times and sustains some more drives, that they can be better. But you can't just flat out say with an absolute statement that Mark Mueller sucks as an offensive play caller. That's disrespectful.
His play calling is good, then you're going to continue to lose every game. I'm telling you, if you think he's doing good play calling, I'm sure the fans are going to love that for the next few games. How many more losses do you want to see, pal? I mean, come on. They got to change it up. It ain't working.
Okay, if they need to change it up, give me some tangible play calls that you would like to see then being a
on that 2-point convert, the guy runs and does a down-and-out pass to the right side of the field. You throw it, he catches it, he's in the end.
I don't think you heard me earlier. If you throw that down and out against cut coverage, if you know what cut coverage is, that receiver's getting blown up and not catching the football. If you throw that against man coverage and it's behind a little bit, it's getting picked off or knocked down. Like, it's not just as easy as saying, run this play and it's a guaranteed 2-point convert. Because the other guys are getting paid on the other side too.
Well, so throwing it in the middle of the field towards the goalpost is better, right?
But he didn't see it, and Trevor Harris talked through that play. If you would have understood what was going on, he said he saw the field mostly well for that game, which I believe that he did, especially in the comeback.
Fair enough.
And a pro in Tony Jones flashes underneath a route. Like, this game moves super quickly. You know, it's so easy to have hindsight and discuss a result that didn't go the way that you wanted it to go. I like that you actually have an example. You want them to run these out patterns all the time, but they're going to run out patterns down the field the entire game? That's not going to happen. The defense is going to adjust.
Hey, listen, I don't need hindsight to know when it's 2nd and 9, you're late in the game, and you throw a 1-yard pitch forward. Who called that play?
So that's fair, right? Fine. Wes talked about it. He felt like that wasn't an ideal play call. I feel like that is fair criticism. I think that's what we're looking for on the show is fair. But I'm sure if we talk to Mark Mueller, he would tell you his intent behind the play calls, and it would enlighten you. Just because you think that on the other play you referenced there that they threw a shorter pass on 2nd down doesn't mean that there were other routes that were possibly covered that were designed to get past the stick. The defense is playing football as well. They're not going to give it to them for free. We got to keep it going, though. Thanks for the call. Hopefully hear from you again. Appreciate the suggestions. Let's go to Kim in Regina. Kim, what did you think of the Labor Day rematch?
It's disappointing, but hey, the sun will come up tomorrow. But it's, at some point, good teams find a way to win. And we're not a good team right now. And whether we're making coaches' mistakes or player mistakes, every game we do something different that seems to beat us. So we're not a good team. But it's, coming back from the bye week, we might be in last place, and maybe you got to start looking at what are we doing for next year. And maybe it's time to start the young guy and see what he can do. Because if it isn't him, then we need to find another quarterback. Because Harris is probably on the downside of his playing career.
You'd like to bench Trevor Harris and start Shea Patterson? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying. Like, at some point, you need to find another quarterback. And, hey, if we're out of the playoffs, you might as well start him now.
I mean, we're definitely not out of the playoffs. I mean, no matter what happens in this bye week, they're going to have their destiny in their hands. They've got Calgary twice now. I mean, we're looking at those as wins. And then you got a couple of BC and Edmonton who are playing good football right now. But it's easily conceivable that they could end up in second or third place if they get things turned around. But we'll let that happen when it happens. But at the end of the day, this team is not a bad team. They've just been on the bad side of a lot of close games.
Is it possible? Yeah, anything's possible. Is it likely? Probably not.
But they have lost a lot of close games. I think we need to keep that perspective. They are definitely losses, not lessons, because they count in the standings. But this team is close, like really close. But you're right when you talked about those kind of handful of plays that happen in a game. You know, the Willie Jefferson punt block, inexcusable, cannot happen. I don't care if that guy's a freak, looks like a basketball player, gets his big hand up there and swats it away. You just cannot have that. As you can see the highlight live on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and also streaming live on Twitter at SportsCage. You just cannot have those mistakes. You cannot have these mistakes late in the football game. And Wes referenced it. I felt like that was a big possession in around 4 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. The offense didn't do much with it. Trevor Harris said he wanted all the smoke. Well, the Riders need to start living up to their words. Let's keep it going on the Echo Sound hotline. Brought to you by Echo Sound, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Fort Qu'Appelle. Get the newest cell phone today with an amazing SaskTel rate plan. Ernie in Regina. Do you still have faith that the Riders can be contenders this year?
Well, we'll see. I mean, honestly, sir, hey guys, I've never called in before, but
first-time caller, long-time listener, viewer. We love it, man. Keep it coming.
Yeah, you betcha. I just want to bring up something. AJ Ouellette, is he not getting paid $100,000?
$160,000 to be exact. Yes.
Okay, so.
Yo, we lost him.
Oh, Ernie's gone. Can we hear you, Ernie? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, we got you. Keep going. Sorry.
No, I'm just wondering what the hell are we doing with that? AJ Ouellette? He was supposed to be a beast, right? Beast from the East, and he's came over. He's played how many games? A couple. Got injured each time, and now he's getting paid $160,000, which we could use for another player, could we not?
Well, what did you think of AJ Ouellette before this season? Tell me that much first before.
Okay, I thought he was a beast.
Okay.
I honestly
You did call him the beast from the East.
Right.
Wes is just trying to give some perspective here, and let's get it right.
Yeah.
He's played in 7 games, run the ball 114 times for 466 yards and 3 touchdowns, 4.1 yards per carry average. Is that ideal? No, but I'm sure if you asked AJ Ouellette, what would he choose? Being healthy and playing or being on the sideline? This guy definitely wants to play, okay? He's chomping at the bit. I think the Riders are doing the smart thing here because he has been banged up, dealing with multiple injuries. You got to have the guy healthy. I get your point that you're paying him this kind of money, $160,000. He's the highest paid American running back in the league. The only running back that's paid higher is Brady Oliveira, who the Riders face today against the Blue Bombers. But you want your guy healthy. Wes, you know what that's like.
Yeah, for sure. And Brady Oliveira hasn't even been playing great football against the Rider. Now, he got into the passing game a little bit today and gashed him a couple of times, but running the rock definitely hasn't been he hasn't been a threat to the Riders anyway. But at the end of the day, you do want to be healthy, and running back is a tough position. I mean, if anything, maybe talk about AJ just not really being smart about taking care of himself and trying to play through some injuries that maybe he should have set himself down on. But as far as his ability, when he's healthy, we I think everybody can agree that he would be worthy of a salary around what he's getting right now. So I get you, and it's rough that the Riders have to bear the brunt of that salary and the lack of his performance and playing this year, but that's what happens with football. I mean, we're dealing with injuries across the board, not just at a spot like running back where you're paying a guy a lot, but O-lineman, receiver, and it's just something you got to deal with.
Thanks for the call, Kim. If you want to dial us up on the Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262 or 1-866-767-0620. More of your calls and text messages on the other side. This is Saskatchewan Roughriders football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming live on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com, streaming live on our Twitter handle at SportsCage, and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
You know something? It's like selling a six-pack with only 5 beers in it. Wood Country Woody here, reminding you that unlike some other places, Wood Country Garage Packages contains everything you need, right from the start, including appearance-grade lumber, all your nails and screws, and walk-in doors with cladded jambs. Building a garage? It's one and done with Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Shop online. wood-country.com.
B&A Petroleum is a Southern Saskatchewan family-owned business that's there for you. They've been supporting their clients for over 30 years with locations in several communities throughout the southern part of the province. B&A Petroleum is available for all your bulk fuel and lubricant needs, with propane at selected locations Monday to Friday. And don't forget, their Cardlock location is accessible 24 hours for your convenience. B&A Petroleum. Fuel you once, fuel you forever.
Homes in Regina are selling fast, which makes it tough for buyers. Many buyers are putting in offers on multiple homes and still coming away empty. When you're looking for your next home, why not get what you want and build instead? Uncommon Developments is your local builder. They seamlessly blend the warmth of tradition with the clean lines and open spaces of modern architecture for a fair price. For your next home, stop losing out on offers and win big with a new build from Uncommon Developments. uncommondevelopments.ca.
Tractorland Kubota is the home for all your Kubota, turf, construction, and agriculture products. They've got a sweet lineup of tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, mini excavators, skid steer loaders, compact track loaders, wheel loaders, stand-on compact loaders, tractor load backhoes, track carriers, agricultural implements, construction attachments, and more. Stop by and visit them. They'd love to meet you. Proudly serving the prairies and conveniently located at 705 Henderson Drive, Regina. Tractorland Kubota, committed to doing it right.
TNT Gunworks in Regina, your trusted source in Saskatchewan for guns, ammunition, hunting supplies, plus an on-site gunsmith that can handle any issue that you have. Long-standing and knowledgeable staff that live and breathe hunting and the great outdoors. If you want the biggest selection of new and used rifles and shotguns with staff that know their stuff and at the best prices around, stop in at TNT Gunworks, just off Albert on 4th Avenue, North Regina.
Attention farmers, DeKalb is ready to hit the field with our standout rookie, the all-new DK401TL, our highest yielding canola seed ever. It's sure to become a new fan favorite. Looks like Saskatchewan isn't the only team you should be keeping an eye on this season. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to book this star in your lineup today. Always read and follow label directions.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or a comment on today's game? Text it to us for the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable postgame show. 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Catch the podcast at sportscage.com.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders lose on the road in Winnipeg for the Labor Day Classic rematch, 26-21. It's now 7 straight games without a win because that tie is in there in the nation's capital against the Ottawa Redblacks. The Riders, as it stands right now, for everybody curious, let's make sure we get this right, sit 3rd place in the West Division. No matter what happens today, they'll still be in 3rd place, but perhaps if the Elks go on a little bit more of a heater or extend their current heater that they're on, They could jump the Riders in the standings after the bye week. If the Stamps win a couple games in a row, they could jump the Riders. But right now, as it stands, the Riders are in third place. They will be in third place after this week is over as well. Let's go to the Echo Sound hotline. Nolan in Saskatoon. Do you still have faith in the Riders this year?
Yes, hello?
Hey, Nolan, how's it going?
Good, you?
Good. What do you think about the game? Do you have faith in the Riders still?
I still do. I love the fight in the team. The fight in the team is the big thing that I'm impressive with.
Nolan, can you do me a favor and turn down your source in the background there?
The fight in the team is the big thing that I'm impressive with.
There
Sorry,
we
can you hear
go. Yeah, now we can hear you loud and clear. There was an echo there. So you still have faith in the team? Why is that?
I still think that the coaching staff is still solid. I still love Corey Mace as the head coach, and I love the fight in the team. They don't give up.
That's true. Is there something to be said for that, Wes?
I think so. I mean, it's one thing. I always say a coach is done when you see two two-score losses in a row. Maybe you give them the benefit of the doubt on the second one, but the third one for sure. If guys are dropping games by more than 10 points, then I think they've lost the team. But this team is still fighting for Mace. I think they're still fighting for each other, and I think they believe in their ability, but they're just like at the end of each one of these games, they're like, it's almost like, what happened? They kind of can't put their finger on it, can't get it figured out, but I think they can come together, sort some things out, and really just try to hone in on some of the errors they're making, and really try to prep better for some games and find ways to win. Right now, they're like everybody's talking about, they're finding ways to lose, but they can really flip that and find ways to win just with a couple of different tweaks to their prep.
Nolan, I'll give you one last thought on the game if you want, because you were quick off the top. Anything else you want to get in?
I just want to know what you guys think of when they punted it instead of kicking that long field goal.
Wes, what do you think?
I think sometimes you're just a little worried about what could happen if you miss, and and sometimes the field position game is a good game to play. So you pin teams in, and then a lot of times if you can get right back off the field, you're kind of in the same situation and maybe can get a little better chip at it. Either way, I don't mind, because what was it going to be, like a 51-yarder or something? I mean, I guess Lowther did hit one from 50 earlier, and it did look like he was kicking solid. So maybe they should have went for it there, but I do get the field position play, because especially on the CFL field, a field position is a big factor.
Thanks for the call, Nolan. Let's go to Tyler in Regina. What did you think of the Riders' performance in the Labor Day rematch?
I'm still a big, huge believer of the Riders. I find it funny how a lot of people are over-exaggerating on our losses. Honestly, if you look back at our games, and we played 10 weeks straight without a bye. We're playing with our 15th or 16th offensive lineman. We're dealing with other injuries on our team. Key players are missing. The old team from last year would have folded after the block kick, even after their touchdown, after the interception. That first interception was not our quarterback's fault. I think that you're crazy if you think putting in your backup quarterback was going to change the effects of the game. You go out there with your aces in your places. You gotta. I'm still a big believer in these guys. I don't think that they're done. They're still gonna.
Oh, yeah. Tyler might have been gone, but he was making some good points there. And if you are tuning in live on youtube.com/@sportscage.com or Twitter @sportscage, you can see the highlights from this game. Trevor Harris, the good, Trevor Harris, the bad, the Willie Jefferson punt block that cost the Riders 3 points. One of those interceptions cost the Riders 7 points, so 10 points given away early in the football game. But that seemed to me, Wes, like a calm Rider fan who has a little bit of hindsight on this team that isn't out of control.
Yeah, I do. He made a bunch of great points. I do think that technically that pick wasn't Trevor's fault, but sometimes when I watch quarterbacks throw into a lot of traffic and put so much on the receiver coming out of a crazy break to get his footing and be able to snag it and maybe take a hit, sometimes it's like, maybe you hold off on that just to protect the ball and not, maybe it hits off the receiver's pads or just the receiver's in traffic and can't really focus. So you don't necessarily put your receiver in that spot. Now, granted, if he comes out of it nice, keeps his feet, maybe it's just a completion and we're not talking about it. But it was a pass into a lot of traffic. That's mainly what I didn't like about it.
If you want to get in on the fun, dial us up on the Echo Sound hotline, 936-306-6262 or toll free 1-866-767-0620. More of your calls and text messages after this. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming live on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. Also on Twitter at SportsCage, plus the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Since 1973, RJ Sales and Service in Wadena has been Saskatchewan's short line experts. They sell and service all the brands you want to use, including Morris, Seedmaster, Degelman, Mandaco, Rightway, Lemkin, Kellobuilt, Elmer's, and Salford. Plus, they have pre-owned equipment available from the biggest names in the business. Before you buy anything, do yourself a favor and check for a better deal at RJ Sales and Service in Wadena, rjsales.ca.
The Red Zone is a good place to be if you're playing on a Saskatchewan field. If your water's in the Red Zone, you need a good defense. At farmfreshwater.ca, we specialize in rural water. Our company lives and breathes in the Saskatchewan fields, and rural water is all we do. Our playbook is to design water treatment systems for wells or dugouts that require the least amount of maintenance possible. We live and breathe in the fields. Remember, we're not city people trying to solve a rural problem.
Homes in Regina are selling fast, which makes it tough for buyers. Many buyers are putting in offers on multiple homes and still coming away empty. When you're looking for your next home, why not get what you want and build instead? Uncommon Developments is your local builder. They seamlessly blend the warmth of tradition with the clean lines and open spaces of modern architecture for a fair price. For your next home, stop losing out on offers and win big with a new build from Uncommon Developments. uncommondevelopments.ca.
Sask Lotteries has 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Help us grow the next 50. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
Take control of your soil and residue management playbook with Salford's Halo VRT high-speed disc. Protect your soil while you tackle tough straw using the VRT's 5-inch spaced blades at the 2-degree blade angle. When you spot ruts coming down the field, call an audible and hydraulically adjust the blades up to a 15-degree angle for maximum leveling power. Visit your local Salford dealer or see the Halo VRT online at salfordgroup.com. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and Eberassa in Assiniboia, Carlisle, Radville, and Weyburn.
Is your farm working as hard as you do? Demand more from your data, your productivity, your farm. Ag Expert is the link between your data and decisions. From field to finance and everything in between, the right decision is right in front of you. Demand more, get more at agexpert.ca. Your data working hard like you.
Hey, Rider Nation, got a question or a comment on today's game? Text it to us for the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable postgame show. 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Catch the podcast at sportscage.com.
We want to hear from you on the Echo Sound hotline. Get in on the fun, Rider Nation, after that loss to the Winnipeg Blue Bombers 26-21 in the Labor Day rematch. This segment is brought to you by Arcola Co-op. You're at home here on Highway 13 in Arcola. Let's keep it going with some calls here. Where are we going next, my man? Taylor in Regina. What did you think of the Riders' performance at the Paw, as they call it, Princess Auto Stadium?
Hey guys, just wanted to mention
I don't think I've done it the last couple of times I called in, but I do appreciate you, Justin, and you, Wes, and I also miss the professor too, but I love the show. And to be honest, in the last 7 games, it's probably been the most positive experience for the Rough Riders. So, and the one thing I'll say to the last caller, and just reference 2 quick things that you and Wes said. Wes, you're normally very, very smart, but with the football comments and things like that. But I do want to tell you, there's no given wins in the CFL. So when you commented on us playing the Stampeders, I don't know, my friend. I appreciate your confidence.
I think that was Luke.
No, I said
Luke?
that. I said
you did?
I said there's 2 games against the Stamps, which I guess you could consider wins, but
I got you.
Still got to go play them.
And all I'm saying, my friend, is I'm not convinced.
You're saying you got to earn it, right? You're not going to get it given.
You can't. No matter who is on the roster, no matter who is coaching, and I do love Corey Mace, and I'm a huge fan. The same thing. Like I'm not comparing this year to last year or the year prior, but if you look back at the previous years, the same sequence has happened and happened and happened and happened. There is fight in our guys. There is a better team. At the end of the day, a loss is a loss. We are getting no points. There's no points on the board. I mean, Winnipeg, not a great team either. I'm not going to listen to that because they're not. I mean, you look at it, they show up and play BC right now with Nathan Rourke, or they show up and play Montreal. They're going to get, in my opinion, they're going to get bombed. Those 2 are stellar teams. They look really, really good right now. In my opinion, we have the team to beat Winnipeg. We definitely should have beat Winnipeg the last couple of times, but it's just like Labor Day. When you let 19 points or whatever it was scored on you in the second quarter, that's a hard thing to come back from. Same thing here at the beginning of the game. Winnipeg gets 10 points over silly mistakes. It's no different, you know. And as a Rough Rider fan, being a fan of this team for I don't know how many years, I'm going to say it, and I'm sorry if you guys are upset about it. Reynolds and O'Day, this loss is not on them. The loss before is not on them. But as a whole, when are we going to say enough is enough? Because they have not proven anything to me, them 2 guys, in the past how many seasons. You can talk about the talent they brought in. You can talk about all that, like all day, all night. But we're not winning.
It's close, though. And it does feel different. I know Rider Nation doesn't want to hear that, but it feels different from the previous regime. And they're right there. I mean, Rider Nation doesn't want to hear it, but they're literally right there.
Yeah, they're playing good football. And, I mean, even as the injuries stack up, still finding Jeremy O'Day still going out and finding guys that are coming in and serving admirably like with 1 week of prep or basically no week of prep. Like you got to kind of keep things into perspective. I get where you're coming from. Like it's a result-driven industry, and right now the results aren't coming. But I would say, objectively looking at it, they have improved from last year as far as being competitive, and just the Rider fandom as a whole. Like I mean, you talk about what all they're doing, then you got to start pulling in like sales and merchandise and all that. Like let's just I just agree to disagree, because you're talking real nuanced stuff right here. And, like, we're talking about a team that, 10, 20 points in their losses combined, 7 weeks without a win, and we're talking about, like, a couple of scores that separates them all.
Do you want to get one final comment in, Taylor, before we let you go?
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. You're right, and I apologize. I'm not trying to seem like
okay.
I'm
You're entitled to your opinion.
Job. Guys, I'm a diehard. I bleed green. I really do. And I'm tired of the L. I'm tired of it. I do agree with comments, especially about Wes earlier, about why we're not putting in Shea Patterson 2 every now and then on, 2nd and 3 or a half yard and, on 3rd down. I do think that he has potential, and I think we should start weeding him in slowly, especially if we're going to continue these losses. But at the end of the day, it's a lot of lost guys, and I'm honestly getting tired of seeing it as a Rough Rider fan. So that's kind of what I'll leave it with. And can you tell me where the professor went? Because I do miss him on.
He's around. We got the professor. He's on deck. He's always
He's
ready to pinch hit. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see about getting the professor on back before the end of the season.
All three of you guys are pretty epic together, so you should get them back on for sure.
Thanks,
Sounds
Taylor.
good.
Appreciate you calling in, man. Guys like you
have
help
a
make
good
the
one.
show.
Yeah, I feel Taylor though, and right now I would say everybody in Rider Nation, including the coaches and management, need to be a little nervous and unsettled about this week off where you can't do anything about where you're sitting, but watching angst like, let's hope some teams kind of help us out here. It's not a good position to be in, and they need to come out of this with the realization that they have to take destiny into their own hands, and they've got to take some wins away from these other teams. Nobody's going to give it to them, and whoever needs to come in and talk or however they need to group up, whatever motivation they need, they better go find it because it's getting real.
Indeed, man. Stretch run starts in Calgary. Got to get a win over the Stampeders there. I don't care how good they are, if they lose their next couple games or not. The Riders have to get a win. Corey Mace admitted before the game that they're all must-wins. And really in professional football, it's not even a cliche because you got to win every game, man. There's only so many games. 18 games in the CFL regular season, goes fast. Let's go out to Ken in Kelowna. What did you think of the Roughriders' performance in the Labor Day rematch?
Well, it's fine. Like, I wasn't expecting to win, to tell you the truth, but the reason I called is, I don't know. I used the word brutal a lot the last game here because, first of all, the refereeing in the CFL is brutal. It's worse than what's worse than brutal. I don't know what the word is, but that's what it is. Not consistent. Consistently inconsistent is how it is. They're all over the place. This rough and the passer thing is out of control. The guy hits our guy and then gets into my next brutal thing about Brown is the way Suter is absolutely the worst color man I've ever heard in sports. Like, he's so anti-Rider, it makes me ill. Like,
He did play for the Riders, though. Let's remember that.
I know
and he talked
did.
about
That's
this in the
surprising
pregame
me.
show. He's not anti-anybody. He's trying to call the game down the line.
He isn't. When is the last time he said anything positive about a game? If you actually watch the game and listen to him, if it's one way or the other, maybe he's overdoing it that he played for the Riders, but always against the Riders.
When Keane Schaefer-Baker
So-
made that 81-yard catch and run, he didn't say one good thing about him? I'm pretty sure he did.
I'm talking about anything that's on the line about a ref. Anything to do with the refs, it's always us. It's always, oh, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Like, never against the other team. Never. Just watch a game. I watch a game every game, and either he thinks, well, I used to be the Rider, so I got to go the other way, but it's ridiculous how he's supposed
He
to be
doesn't think that. He
professional.
explained that in the pregame show. You should go back and listen to it. It's archived. It's in
He's
YouTube.
explained that a few times this season. Like,
Yeah.
it's definitely top of mind for him. I love the fact, Ken, that you brought up that play, though, because I wasn't going to bring it up, but, man, I wanted to talk about it. Like, that was so – first of all, nobody wants to talk about how the guard, like, basically bear-hugged Brown, then fell to the ground, had his arm around his waist, basically pulled him down into Streveler, and then he didn't even hit Streveler below the knee. He hit him on the thigh board, and because the old lineman was draped all over him, that's what made him kind of fall into his knee even more. And then I thought it was a great pass interference challenge by Corey Mace, and Lawler clearly has the DB's arm as he jumps up and literally pulls him down out of the air. And they're talking about a little bit of hand fighting before that. I thought it was I can't remember who the DB was, but he definitely didn't extend his arm when he had his hand on Lawler's back. He just felt him, went up for the ball, wanted to go up with two hands. Lawler grabs his arm down, pulls him out of the air. He still almost one-hands it, and the ref's like, oh, play stands is called. I thought both of those calls went the wrong way. I get maybe the technicality of the rule. Brown did end up rolling into Streveler's knee, but I thought it was a clean hit once again, and we're talking about him. I don't think Brown's had a dirty play yet this season.
I totally agree. And then you listen to my buddy Suter on that call. Just go back, and I don't have to replay the pregame show. Replay that moment. They're going on, what a dirty hit. Went to his knees. He didn't go to his knees. He hit him thigh pad or even a bit higher, and the guy is hanging on his back. So now you got 600 pounds landing on the quarterback. There should have been a holding penalty. There should have been not even a penalty for hitting the quarterback, and there should have been interference. So there's three calls there went haywire. And then later, Embolus gets, like, hand in the face when you're going for that pass down the 3-yard line, no penalty.
Yeah.
It's so inconsistent.
Ford was there early.
At the game, their coach is always in the ref's ear. Like, they should hire me just to walk along the sideline like him and just bark at the ref the whole game, because that's what he does. The ref's he's been in the league a long time. He's got the most games, blah, blah, blah.
O'Shea's like the biggest coach, too. I think the refs might be a little scared when he's in that proxy. He's like, oh, his hands reach. Yeah, you're right, coach. All right, my bad.
Exactly. And that's one of the reasons they get the calls they've had for a few years. Like, how many times, if you watch, I'm not talking 1 foot offside, I'm talking 3 yards offside Dembski. So many times.
There's a lot of receivers that are offside in that halo zone, I guess we'll call it. But Ken, we got some other callers, man. We got to keep it moving. Thanks for the call all the way from Kelowna. Let's continue on the Echo Sound hotline. Where are we going next here, my man, Michael? Jim in Winnipeg. What did you think of that game, the rematch, Labor Day Classic in Winnipeg?
Well, as a Rider fan, it's very painful to live in Winnipeg and watch that. I didn't go to the game because I'm a curse to the Riders. I went 9 games in a row years ago. The Riders lost every game. I stopped going. We ended up having a playoff game in 2013, and then Kenton Keith went for 213 yards that game or something. So I don't go. It was disappointing. But I think we're a good team. Earlier in the year when we were having a winning streak, I believe somebody asked Mace, what does this team have to face? He said adversity. I think we're facing a bit of adversity. I think they're handling it well because we're so damn close in every game so far. So that's how I feel. We've had some bad calls go against us, but we're still playing. We're playing hard. I think these guys are playing to win. I see a lot more spirit and a lot more determination than last year, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the season. I'm sure we're going to do better than we have in the last couple of seasons, at least after Labor Day.
Well said, man. Thanks for the call. Quick and dirty to the point. We like that. If you want to get in to talk to us on the Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262 or toll free 1-866-767-0620. More calls on the other side. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com, on our Twitter handle at SportsCage, and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody here. You know what's dumb? Not knowing if eggs are fruits or vegetables. Know what's smart? Regal aluminum railings on your deck from Wood Country. These babies come with LED lighting options that allow you to change the color and the mood at the touch of a button at the best price around. Regal aluminum railings from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale, shop online. wood-country.com.
Since 1973, RJ Sales and Service in Wadena has been Saskatchewan's short line experts. They sell and service all the brands you want to use, including Morris, Seedmaster, Degelman, Mandaco, Rightway, Lemkin, Kellobuilt, Elmer's, and Salford. Plus, they have pre-owned equipment available from the biggest names in the business. Before you buy anything, do yourself a favor and check for a better deal at RJ Sales and Service in Wadena, rjsales.ca.
You don't win championships by accident. The team that wins it all in November will be the team that develops the best game plan. That game plan will be built on solid fundamentals and proven protection techniques that work. Good habits are an absolute must. Any mistakes will be quickly corrected and overcome. And showing up unprepared will not be tolerated. Don't leave your retirement plan to chance. Call Brian Golly at Smart Investing Solutions and build an investment plan you can rely on. 546-2533.
With fall on the way, your vehicle should have a fall inspection. Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections with certified mechanics on site. They handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry's service, your car is in the right hands. And right now, quality Napa batteries are on sale, always the best price. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
Hey, Rider Nation, got a question or a comment on today's game? Text it to us for the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable Postgame Show. 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Catch the podcast at sportscage.com.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders suffer another close loss, this time in the Labor Day rematch, 26-21 on the road to the rival, Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Wes, we haven't touched on this. We talked about it in the pregame show, but this win gives the Blue Bombers the season series. So if these two teams happen to be tied in the standings, which probably isn't likely unless the Bombers have a tie, then that would give them the go-ahead in terms of playoff positioning. But nonetheless, the Riders fall again. They have gone winless in 7 straight games. 5 of those losses have come by 5 points or less. Literally, 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, 4 points, and 5 points respectively in those losses. The other loss was to the Edmonton Elks. I believe it was by 11 points, 42-31. And then there was that tie in the nation's capital. Let's go to the Echo Sound hotline. Andrew in Saskatoon. How do you feel about the Riders playing 10 straight weeks on a 7-game winless streak going into the bye?
I couldn't ask for a bye at a better point right now because it is tough. Not to watch, but tough to sit there and, you lose close, and it's like, it's one thing here, one thing there, kind of thing. So it is tough and frustrating to watch.
Do you have any thoughts on the game today that went down in Winnipeg?
Yeah. One thing I do want to say is the one caller that called about Glenn. I don't know if you guys watched the game, but Glenn did talk about how Bomber fans, are going to start to wonder if Miles Brown is a dirty player and maybe they have a bit of a reason, whatnot. So he is making comments like that I think is what's frustrating to us Rider fans. I love him. He's obviously a Saskatchewan great. No hate towards him, etc. But it's those comments I think a lot of fans are tired of. And two, I don't know what Wes thinks, but why, when you play Winnipeg and they have such a great pass rush, do you have 6 carries going into the middle of the third quarter? I don't understand that. One of the key things should be to make them play run defense first, and we aren't doing that.
Yeah, I think it was that bad start, but at the end of the day, I mean, you're talking to a running back here. Come on, Andrew. Yes, you got to stick with it. It's frustrating to me. I mean, I guess I was part of more of a passing offense my last couple of years, so I would come out of games with 10, 12 carries if I was lucky. So it's kind of the nature of the league, but I agree. You got a strong offense. And a good defense. You want to tire that defense out. Frankie Hickson, what was Frankie? Frankie had 9 for 46, 5.1 yard average. That says he should have got closer to 20 carries. And they should have just kind of tried to grind it out and keep that Winnipeg D out there. Then maybe late in the game when Winnipeg is moving the sticks and getting those first downs, maybe it's flipped and the Riders are going up against a worn down Winnipeg D and they're able to get down the field and maybe score, get the game-winning field goal or game-winning touchdown, depending on how things worked out. So I'm with you. The Riders didn't run enough. It was 10 quick. They ended up getting back in it pretty quickly after that. So I think they should have stuck with the run more.
Frankie Hickson, 9 carries for 46 yards, 5.1 yards per carry, Wes. You're right, man. Keep giving the guy the football. And a lot of people will talk about the way to beat Willie Jefferson is to run right at him. Be ultra physical with him, and that can obviously help you on passing downs too. If you've tired him out, beating him up by running the football at him, had different offensive linemen hit him, have some of these fullbacks that they have on the roster, Wes, that you talk about all the time, hit him, trap him, catch him with an ear hole shot that's legal, of course, from different avenues that, I think some people would like to see that from Rider Nation. This team perhaps stick with the running game a little bit more. Let's go to Taylor in Regina. What did you think of the Riders' loss in Winnipeg?
Hello, is this me you're talking to?
Tyler, sorry. Tyler, what's up, dude?
Yeah, it's me again. I don't know where I was with my talk before. I'm not sure what you heard.
Well, it's okay. Give us the goods, man. Keep it concise, though.
Okay, so in the Riders, the old team would have folded right after that field goal or that missed block, and after the 10 points in the first part of the game, the old team would have folded. Last week, when we were behind big, they would have folded too. There's no way they would have came back last week like they did. We're the only team in the league who plays 10 weeks straight without a bye. We played 10 games in 66 days against the best teams in the league, 3 against Winnipeg, 2 against Toronto, 1 against BC, 2 against Montreal, 1 against Ottawa, and then the 1 against Edmonton. And we've only lost by 5 points in 5 of those games. When you're playing that good against teams that are
at the
up
top
there
of the league,
in the standings and are above 500, you can't really complain too much.
Well said, man. You got it all in there. Thanks for the call. Wes, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, I think he's right. It's just at the end of the day, they've got to get enough wins to get into third place and get into this playoffs. Or I guess maybe you could look at a crossover, but that's not happening this year anyway. I don't think so. So yeah, no, it's true. But yeah, you don't want to be the team that's also good but not good enough to be in the playoffs. You want to be one of those playoff teams. So that's what the Riders have to be thinking about. I don't care how they get these wins, but they got to get them, and they're right there in front of them for the taking. So they got to figure it out.
Coming up, more of your calls and text messages. You can get in and talk to Wes and I, 306-936-6262. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming live on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. Be a friend and tell a friend about the video stream live in color. Also streaming on our Twitter account at SportsCage and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
At Redhead Equipment, we want to help you find the perfect trailer to get the job done regardless of the application. That's why we offer a hand-picked selection of new and used trailers from some of the most trusted brands in the industry, including BWS, Trail King, New Star, Decap, Gincor, and Sidumper. From equipment to grain trailers, belly and end dumps to lightweight aluminum options, we'll help you haul more faster. Visit redheadequipment.ca or one of our 10 locations. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
The Red Zone is a good place to be if you're playing on a Saskatchewan field. If your water's in the Red Zone, you need a good defense. At farmfreshwater.ca, we specialize in rural water. Our company lives and breathes in the Saskatchewan fields, and rural water is all we do. Our playbook is to design water treatment systems for wells or dugouts that require the least amount of maintenance possible. We live and breathe in the fields. Remember, we're not city people trying to solve a rural problem.
Employee pricing is back at Two-Way Service in Southie. The absolute best deals of the year with discounts of up to almost $14,000, plus 1.99% financing on selected units. And with every new vehicle purchased, you receive a trip for 2 to Las Vegas, F-150, Super Duty, and the awesome lineup of Ford SUVs like Explorer, Expedition, Escape, Bronco Sport, and Edge, and the full-size Bronco. Don't miss employee pricing at Two-Way Service in Southie, just a 30-minute drive from Regina.
Homes in Regina are selling fast, which makes it tough for buyers. Many buyers are putting in offers on multiple homes and still coming away empty. When you're looking for your next home, why not get what you want and build instead? Uncommon Developments is your local builder. They seamlessly blend the warmth of tradition with the clean lines and open spaces of modern architecture for a fair price. For your next home, stop losing out on offers and win big with a new build from Uncommon Developments. uncommondevelopments.ca.
Tractorland Kubota is the home for all your Kubota, turf, construction, and agriculture products. They've got a sweet lineup of tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, mini excavators, skid steer loaders, compact track loaders, wheel loaders, stand-on compact loaders, tractor loader backhoes, track carriers, agricultural implements, construction attachments, and more. Stop by and visit them. They'd love to meet you. Proudly serving the prairies and conveniently located at 705 Henderson Drive, Regina. Tractorland Kubota, committed to doing it right.
This football season, Positively Perfect will be introducing their MVP, Most Valuable Pups. They understand that your furry friends are all your most valuable players, and that's why they carry the best pet food in town. They offer a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Go long with their full line of grooming services that they also have available. Score all the pet touchdowns and get everything for your pet with Positively Perfect, 4637 Ray Street, and visit their Facebook page.
Thank you for listening to Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network. Our network includes 900 CKPI Prince Albert, 750 Beach Radio Melfort, 1050 CJNB North Battleford, 102.3 CJNS Meadow Lake, GX94 Yorkton, 96.3 Cruise FM Saskatoon, and the flagship radio station of Rider football for over 4 decades. 620 CKRM. For everything Riders, make sure you check out SportsCage.com.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders fall on the road in Winnipeg to the Blue Bombers 26-21. The Riders have now gone winless 7 in a row. There's a tie in there that happened against the Ottawa Redblacks in the nation's capital. They're currently 3rd place in the West Division. They've fallen out of that top spot, though, as this winless streak has gone along. Let's go on the Echo Sound hotline to Jerry in Saskatoon. What did you think of the Riders playing the Bombers today?
Yeah, hey guys, I just want to follow up on that Brown hit and Suter. Look, I'm 61 years old. I appreciate Suter's position, and look, I love the man. He went a broadcasting career here, trying to run away from being a Rider homer, and he's done a great job. I mean, he's tried to walk the line, but I really have to support some other guys here calling in, going, look, he effectively put gas on that fire. If you look at that replay, Brown was being held, and it's the kind of hold that happens on every play. And Suter could have made that comment. He could, look, he's being held. It's the type of hold that happens on every play. He fought through it, and he leaped at the quarterback, and he catches him above the knee. He didn't hit him at the knees or below the knees. It wasn't dirty. But I'm sorry, Suter threw gas on that fire. And as much as I love the man, he could do a little bit more to not be so run away from being an ex-rider. I'm not saying even he has to be a Rider fan, but that play, Brown isn't a dirty player. The game before, that was a dirty hit. The man should have been fined and sat on the bench. But that play, he's fighting through it, and in my opinion, made a good tackle. And instead, we've got angst over that play. And then downfield, the replay calls no interference, and clearly the guy is being it was Sales being grabbed and pulled down for not making the play. Otherwise, I'm just disappointed. I mean, I don't look. Maybe it's the 5 years of Dickerson and watching him just screw the team up. And I'm willing to let Corey Mace and the offensive coordinator some slack here, but 7 losses in a row. And we're not getting any better. The defense is got too many holes playing this zone defense. They're better than that. I think they're better than that. I don't think they have to play such deep zones, giving up those kinds of plays. The offense, quite frankly, either we have rookies or we need better receivers because people are dropping passes, not making the cuts they should. And I love these guys. I would love to sit here and go, oh, look at all great receivers we have. Too many drop passes, too many plays that you go, Harris threw it in the right place. I mean, look at was it Hickson dropped one on a go route. Just brutal, brutal, and it happens every game.
That would have put him in scoring
every
position.
Game.
Yeah,
those are the kinds of things I think during this winless streak that have happened. Like Frankie Hickson's got to have that ball.
Yeah,
right. You want to talk about mistakes that have been made to give the other team points. Well, you got to make the plays that are there for you as well. Frankie Hickson was streaking down the sideline. I don't know if that would have been a touchdown for sure, but it definitely would have been a big game. I know one thing for sure though, my man Wes Cates would have caught that football, probably take to the house real quick.
Yeah, he ain't lying. Now, there was some over-the-top safety help, but it was like a 30-yard drop it in the bucket. It was perfect. I think he just got a little excited because it worked out too good, and it was coming in just right. He kind of threw the hands out a little early. He just looked a little uncomfortable. Maybe he needs to slide over with the receivers, work a few more drills with them.
Thanks for the call. And don't forget, you can get in on the Pick the Score weekly contest on 620 CKRM. There's a winner every Friday, sponsored by SaskTel. Pick the Score with CKRM and SaskTel. Tune in for your chance to win tickets to the next Rider home game. SaskTel, stay connected. Let's go out on the Echo Sound hotline. Greg in Saskatoon, what did you think of the Riders showing in Winnipeg?
Oh.
Hello, Greg. You got us?
Hi. Yeah, I've got you on speakerphone. It's just a little easier here. I've been out on the back deck here watching the game today. I'm a season ticket holder. First off, I'd like to say how much I appreciate from being a season ticket holder and driving all those long drives back to Saskatoon especially the last few weeks with what's gone on. That you get us home safely, and it's always interesting. And there's a lot of great comments that are made, and I'd like to thank you for that, for starters.
Thanks a lot, Greg. Man. Appreciate you calling in.
Yeah, and watching the game today. It seems like we find, like I said to Brenda before the game, it'll all depend on what's going to happen today, but it seems like there's always some bad breaks one way or another that have been going our way in the last few games. And, of course, that's usually what the defining point is, especially when you're in close games and you lose. I realize the effort that's being put out by the team. I almost feel as bad for them as I do for the fans that are watching, because the effort has been great. They don't quit, and they play right to the whistle, and that part has been good. And all I can say about it is, a few plays today that I watch a lot of football, and I guess the two plays that bothered me the most was the shovel pass on a 2nd and 9 after Hickson had ran for 1 yard, and the time was winding down in the game. You realize that that somehow we have to generate a first down, and probably that's not a high percentage play to get us the first down. So that one kind of bothered me, and I never did see the first Trevor Harris interception, according to Glenn Suter, that our
hey, my man, you can see it live right now on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/@sportscage.com. My dude Curtis over here is rolling both the interceptions. You just missed them. You could have seen it.
But the last one,
you don't want to tune in on YouTube?
Like from watching a lot
of
the NFL and stuff.
Hey, you don't want to tune in on YouTube?
The ball up like a deep
Can you hear me? Hello?
He's speakering it out. He's got us.
You don't want to tune in on youtube.com? You can see the replays of the interceptions you were talking about. Did you hear what I said?
Oh, I see. Yeah, I guess I could.
Go to youtube.com/@sportscage.com. Did you catch that?
And the comment I would make is he kind of threw the ball to me.
youtube.com/@sportscage.com. Did you get that?
It was kind of like he was throwing a deep
No, you
corner.
didn't. That's okay.
And I was expecting that the defensive backs were going to have a good chance to intercept that one unless the guy's wide open. So that's part of it. It makes you wonder, and where we're going to go from here. We have an older quarterback. It's hard to say where we're going to go. And I'm not going to say that Patterson is the answer, but what I did like from watching the guy is he plays, full out to his abilities. And I was at the game in BC where he's durable, where they hit him at the goal line and his helmet came off, and he got up and walked back to the huddle. I thought he demonstrated a lot of leadership when he was out there, and a lot of people are saying we need to get another quarterback in here, but you got to look at Mark Mueller. He's a new offensive coordinator, and he's learning, I think, on the go a little bit too with some of the things he's doing, and he does some good things, and then some things that obviously could have been better. But I think that you look at a quarterback like Patterson, as he grows and Mark Mueller grows into his position, I think there's a future with with that combination. And that's my opinion. What I like about Patterson, and the same thing like Patrick Mahomes, was a baseball player, and I think Patterson was another guy that could have been drafted in baseball. He can throw off balance. He can throw across his body. He can throw a sidearm. There's a lot of things that you still like with Patterson, and like I say, there's a lot of upside to him. So, I'm just thinking that this year, are we going to see him? Probably not a lot. Might be nice to see him for a few series, but anyways, that's my thought on things. I haven't called in. I've been watching the Riders since the days of Ron Lancaster and George Reed. I'm 7 years old, so I've seen a lot of it. And And generally, I like listening to the shows, and I really like it when the team achieves and we just sit back and go along for the ride. And it is a rough patch right now, but I like our coach, and I have to say I even like our general manager, because our drafts have been good. There's no doubt the quality of the players we have is as good as anybody else out there. I mean, we don't have a work, obviously, or whatever, but I think we have some great players and have done well in the draft, and sooner or later they're going to turn it around. That's what I feel.
Thanks for the call, and if you want, maybe Brenda can help you get signed up for YouTube.com or Twitter, and you can see some of these highlights live in color. Let's keep it going on the Echo Sound hotline, which is brought to you by Echo Sound, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Fort Capel. Get the newest cell phone today with an amazing SaskTel rate plan. Leanne in Regina, what did you think of the Riders' performance in the Labor Day rematch?
Leanne.
I kind of nodded off there. I was listening to whatever that was. But,
he did make a good point about the baseball players. Kyler Murray, Russell Wilson, Pat Mahomes. These are all guys that can throw off spot pretty accurately, on the move, all that stuff.
I wish we could afford to pay those guys to come up here.
Touche.
About this game, I was just thinking, I went out and just running around, and Trevor Harris was, 39?
38, 39, right in there, yeah.
38.
So starting next year, he's going to be pushing it. And there is a window this offseason of free agent quarterbacks. VA will not stay in BC. And Calgary will probably be looking for a quarterback. We'll be looking for a quarterback. Trey Ford, which I don't know if they're going to let go, but I think he's a free agent.
He is, yes, pending free agent in the last year of his contract. McLeod Bethel-Thompson only signed a one-year deal.
Yeah, see, I can't see them letting him go. I think that might even just be done after this year, depending on what the Eskimos do. He doesn't really need to play for the money anymore. So I would say we go after VA because Mark Mueller is handcuffed, and I love Trevor. I mean, he's a great guy. I love him. I've loved him since he's been here. But Mark Mueller is so, handcuffed to what he can call because Trevor can't run. And unfortunately, you need unfortunately for Trevor, you need a mobile quarterback to run any offense. That's other than Zach. I mean, that's kind of, a one-off. But you look at all the other teams that have mobile quarterbacks, and there's only so many plays in the playbook for a guy that can't run. He just stands there and throws.
Well, they
if
tell
you
Zach,
tune us in on YouTube.com, you can see Trevor Harris running in the Labor Day Classic. He had a couple first downs.
Yeah, and they tell Zach to, hey, come over here with us on the sideline. Let Strevler go out there and run some play, which we've had callers call in and say maybe they need to have a package, for Shea Patterson. Now, it's kind of essentially you're still getting your running quarterback threat in there. It's just not the same individual. So you can still threaten teams and make them have to prepare for it. But, yeah, you're making good points. As always, Leanne.
The window's so small. If you want to sign one of these guys, it's not going to be happening again for another how many years. And I'm pretty sure Vernon Adams is pretty close to the salary that Trevor Harris is making. And I believe we have the talent elsewhere on the field that with the mobile quarterback, we can do some run-pass options. We can do some quarterback draws. You can do so many things with a mobile quarterback that he can't call with Trevor. It's just, and I can't see Calgary paying big money for a free agent quarterback. They never have. And when they had a chance to re-sign Ball, they wouldn't do it because he wanted more money. So I really can't see Calgary going out and paying Vernon Adams money. They never have paid big money for a quarterback. And when their contracts are up, they let him go. So
St. Peter's did pay big money to Bo Levi Mitchell there for a while, around $700,000.
But then he left after his raise, yeah. But when it's time for his raise, they said no. And no, they got stuck with Mayer. But also the defense, I'm so frustrated. How many sacks do we have?
The Riders actually led the league in sacks entering this game.
I think they're like 35-ish or something.
Wow. Because I watch this second and long defense, and you see the DBs all line up at the first down marker, or second, whatever. They all go back in a little halo at the first down marker. So there's gaps between the pass rush and the secondary. They're just like that Kenny Lawler. That was Kenny Lawler drive. Just he was finding the holes, and they were just dropping it into him.
Yeah.
Found another hole, they dropped it into him. Like, why can't this team play man to man? I don't understand. Like, you don't have to do it all the time. But
there's definitely some man-to-man mixed in there.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't play a bunch of zone against Zach, but you got to mix up a little bit. I think Zach was just catching them in it, basically.
Yeah, there's just Corey Mace seems, and I'm not saying fireman anything, but he's struggling. Like I don't understand that challenge. And then he didn't even know Miles Brown got a penalty for roughing the passer. He was just focused.
How do you know that?
He in an interview, he didn't know. On his postgame interview, he didn't know that that penalty was called.
Well, that's because it wasn't a penalty. They just threw a flag. But anyway.
But what I'm saying is he didn't know. He was, worried about this pass interference penalty that there never even was.
You don't think that was a pass interference? Did you watch the replay?
No.
No?
No way. Not even close.
What are you talking about?
I'm with my man Wes on
two
this
different
one.
plays.
Yeah.
Like, you didn't see
offensive pass interference.
Sales went up for the
so.
pick. He undercut the play, went up for the pick, and Lawler grabbed his arm. I mean, it was obvious. I don't know. I guess maybe it just happened so close that it's kind of like when Ford hit Emilus early down on the goal line, but it was a bang play. So maybe they didn't see that as a penalty. But I mean, he was there early.
Like it could have saved that for a little bit later. I mean, there's more pass interference sometimes. If it's not real obvious, they're not going to call it.
Yeah, I hear you.
You have a final thought, Leanne?
Yeah, special teams. I'm sorry, Mary Alford. You got to get one. You got to get some TDs here. Like, he's probably last now. He was probably the best returner coming into the season. Now he's probably average or the worst returner. He's got to start getting some TDs.
They're not blocking for him like they need to, though. He's getting hit by 2-3 guys.
There was one punt return he got, one catch he made there, and there's 4 guys bearing down on him and only one blocker.
Yeah.
So in fairness, too, like, he's not getting the box, but he's got to make it happen somehow, because that's huge. That's a game turner right there. But finally, I just say at the end of the year, you got to go get Vernon Adams or somebody mobile out there. Obviously not Mazzoli, but he's older and injury prone too. But I don't even know about Dustin Crum. It's either Trey Ford or VA, and you go for it. And I think you'll see better options for Mark Mueller to call an offense, because this just isn't anything thrilling to watch.
Let's see what happens here. Stretch run coming up. Thanks for the call, Leanne.
Thanks.
The Riders have 5 games left. They go on the bye week. They played 10 games in a row without a break. The next game is the Saskatchewan Roughriders on the road Friday, September 20th. Kickoff 7:30 p.m. at McMahon Stadium against the Calgary Stampeders. Wes, final thought. What do you have to do throughout the bye week as a player to come back refreshed and end this winless streak?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. As a older player, even when I got into the league, I was 25, so I kind of always had a bit of a veteran mentality. But these guys, it's really just going to be about taking care of yourself, taking care of your body, getting in the training room, taking care of those little bumps and bruises, aches and pains, anything that's bugging you, getting that stuff right so that your body feels good. And then it's about the extra work. Obviously, you're going into film, you're sitting down with the coaches, you're breaking down your plays, and you're looking at your opponent. But you got to go through all the looks, and you got to talk about it with your teammates and understand what you're trying to get accomplished on every play. And that's when you start seeing things really come together and different guys on the team making plays and doing the things that get you 2 possession wins, and you get to go out there and kneel on it. Right now, they're just kind of playing and reacting, it feels like. I feel like the group as a whole is galvanized, and they like each other, and it's a good locker room. And they respect the coaches, but they're not, the young guys need to understand that to put the work in to go get that playoff money, you got to start putting that extra time in and understanding your opponent. It's like the art of war, man. You got to know yourself and know your opponent to get these wins.
For the coaching staff, Wes, what do Corey Mace and Mark Mueller have to do? I say that because Mace is a defensive coordinator, to help the players get over that threshold from a close loss to a win.
I mean, as a coach, you got to do your job and really try to scheme up some plays that guys can get excited around, some blitzes and some offensive like some new wrinkles in the offense. But at the end of the day, you got to put the onus on the players and challenge them, because there's only so many new wrinkles you can throw in. Guys, the team ultimately has to be good at their base stuff and be able to execute it at a high level. So, challenge the guys to go out there, execute, put the work in, whatever they need to do outside of practice to go out there and get it done. I can't go make the plays for you, fellas. You got to make these plays. We're going to do our best to put you in a position to win. Now go win. Like, go make those plays, not dropping picks, not dropping passes, not reading the defense wrong and trying to squeeze it in there, or not keeping leverage or things of this nature. No, do it right, the right way, every play. That's the only way it's going to happen.
That's the name of the game. The Riders have to win coming off this bye week. They are currently 5-7-1 on the season, third place in the West Division. And then next time we'll talk to you is Friday, September 20th. The Rough Riders on the road against the Calgary Stampeders, 7:30 p.m. kickoff. That means pregame show 3 hours before, which is 4:30 p.m. by my rudimentary math. So make sure you tune in to Countdown to Kickoff, the Rider Nation pregame show, and Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder with the call. And in the meantime, make sure you're keeping it locked to SportsCage.com and the SportsCage as well. Barney Shinkruk, the new host of the all-new SportsCage, 3 to 6 p.m. Monday to Friday. Live in color, as I like to say, coming into wherever you want to view us. Thanks to everybody behind the scenes, Colson, Curtis, and Michael, for keeping us correct, pushing all the right buttons. For my partner, Wes Cates, Luc Mullinder, Dave Thomas, I'm Justin Dunk. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we'll talk to you September 20th.